Okay. I actually want to start this by playing a little more from that podcast because I watched all the way through it and they missed some. I'm just going to add a couple things to it because I have an idea about why these children are spending so much time with the technologies. And I laid that at the feet of the mothers. If they weren't too busy working, I'm sure they'd have more time nurturing their children. Also, our society's virtue of being so kind and so polite. Um, these people that play all these group identity politics have really missed out on some essential nurturing, I think, to help them grow out of certain stages. So, what the gentleman we're talking about actually ties into the conversation for tonight, the group identity politics, all that. And there's another gentleman that I hope to see later that's been working on a lot of philosophy, psychology stuff, and the Keegan stages that he talks about, actually. The developmental stages. These two really touch on it. And I know all this can be tied together, but that's why we have all these men working on all these things. So, yeah, I'm going to play this because this is super important.
So then the question is, what if you disrupt that play? That's fantasy play. And then another question might be, well, what if you disrupt it with technology? Not that technology itself is producing a message that's counter to that, but that the fact that children are on technology all the time means they're not engaging in that kind of identity establishing fantasy play. And then you might say, well, maybe what you see happening in that case is that it bursts out in late adolescence. And the insistence there that my identity is what I say it is actually the scream in some sense of an organism that hasn't gone through that egocentric period of play where they are, in a fictional sense, exactly the way they define themselves. You can't tell my granddaughter, who's 3, that she isn't Pocahontas. It's stupid to tell her that because she means it in an experimental sense. And all you're doing is interfering with her fantasy play. And so I see a fair bit of this as delayed fantasy play with the kind of pathology that comes up when you delay a necessary developmental stage. Now that could be wrong, when probably is, but still, it looks to me like that's part of what's happening. It's very strange to see this insistence. Like I just, it's so conceptually unsophisticated. The even the hypothesis that identity is only what you feel that it is, and the intense insistence that that be the case is also another mystery. It's like, why is it that it's a foregone conclusion that other people have to go along with your self-definition?
So I think.
So my answer to that is because people have always gone with that foregone conclusion. Our society lets these people play all their games throughout their adult life, and they actually positively reinforce this childish behavior. So, yeah, our society is really screwing up as far as nurturing the rest of our society in that regard, because it does fundamentally go back to the parents. What went wrong there? That is the foundation of all this. So, broken families.
First of all, that's fascinating, and that fits rather exactly with what I'm getting at. And I suspect it is adding a dimension where I was vague about the developmental pathway. But you're absolutely right that a child can take on an identity, and effectively within limits they are allowed to assert that identity, and adults will play along with it.
Encourage it.
Right. Now, the thing is, there's a process. I'm more familiar with the the male side of this because I went through boyhood and being a young man. But if you have a misunderstanding about how you present in the world, so you assert that you are one way, then your peers will, if your peers are nice, they will poke fun at you in order to reveal to you what it is that you actually present as, so that you can adjust your self-image.
Right, and that's part of healthy socialization. Right? That's what happens. That's it. Once you pull out of that egocentric stage where you're playing with yourself, then you have to integrate other people into your play, and then it's a negotiation. Otherwise, right, you're not accepted by your peers. And so that's another thing that's very interesting, is that it is precisely those children who aren't accepted by their peers that insist that their self-definitions rule. And then one of the things that's kind of terrifying about that is, if you know the child antisocial literature, there's a percentage of children that are quite aggressive at the age of 2. Almost all of them are male. Almost all of them are socialized out of their aggression by the time they're 4. The percentage that isn't become persistent lifetime offenders if their behavior isn't rectified by the time they're 4, which means if they're not transformed into children that are acceptable to their peers, there's no intervention that is being evident in the literature that will reverse that.
So this is both frightening and it's making me happy, in the sense that I believe that the model that we are wrestling to the surface here is accurate, and it doesn't fit what most people are expecting is going on. And I think there's a lot of power in understanding it this way. But what you are effectively saying is that there's a period in which self-definition is identity in some sense, and then there is a period of correction at which your insistence on who you are meets everyone else's insistence on who you are, and you then learn who you actually are, and that thing better be a pretty good match for the world. But
See, and I think that's where technology has come in, because instead of correction from the peers, it seems like people have found these groups to positively reinforce this identity online. So they kind of sort themselves into groups, I think. But still, the parents should have stepped in at some point and nixed that in the butt if they were paying attention the way they should have been.
Then it better be all right.
Right, and so I have argued as an evolutionist that I would say the job of a parent is to mirror the environment the child will mature into, so that when they get there, they have the software that is an appropriate match for it. And a lot of mental health issues come down to a mismatch between the software that your developmental environment produced and the environment you actually live in. And that can happen.
That's why you shouldn't be nicer to your children than the world is. In fact, you're doing them a disservice. That's the devouring mother from the psychoanalytic perspective.
Yes.
Right. And this gets into some very uncomfortable territory. What does good, if you're a slave, if you're born into slavery and you produce children, how should you parent them? Should you protect them from,
I would say
all of the implications of slavery? Presumably
let's go through
not.
this stage idea again, because there's 3 stages, I think. There's the egocentric stage, where the child is manifesting multiple identities, self-defined and playing. Then that's under the protection of parents. The parents put up a walled enclosure, so to speak, within which the child can do that experimentation. Then the child meets the world of peers. That happens between the ages of 4 and the ages of 17, 18, something like that. And that's when your identity has to expand to include others in a cooperative and negotiated way. You have to manage competition and cooperation, and your identity becomes socialized. And then there's a stage beyond that, I would say, where you kind of pop out of that socialization and you're no longer necessarily a member of the group. It's like a self-actualized person. Although I don't like that phrase, the self-actualization theorists thought to some degree in this manner. Once you're done with your apprenticeship, you can become post-apprentice, and then you can take control of your own destiny to some degree independently of your peers. So hopefully you can get to there. And so that's part of the answer to the slavery conundrum. You should be a good member of your group, but you shouldn't only be that.
Well, I think there are two different questions. The slavery issue is the very uncomfortable idea that if a parent is supposed to mirror the adult environment that a child will have to get along in, then a person whose children will mature into an arbitrary environment needs to understand that it's an arbitrary environment rather than being protected from it, right? In order to properly avoid running afoul of the arbitrary authorities in a slave environment, one has to be developmentally brought into how you navigate below the radar, how you play that game. And so anyway, you would expect the parenting to look very different. And, this idea that childhood is, a joyous time where you should be free of all of those adult influences is exactly wrong. It's preparation. So, though now, if we take this model that I think you and I are agreeing on here about the fact that and I like your point here, that there are three stages. You've got, I assert my identity independent of the world, then the world and I negotiate over what my actual identity is, and then I'm not an apprentice anymore and I get to be who I am in the adult world, having been informed by that process. And you imagine that you've got generations now, 1.5 of them maybe, for whom the online environment was so compelling and so much the source of most of their affirmation that its rules have become sacrosanct to them. And those rules really do look like, it's a childish world, right? You join some community of people, you tell them who you are. There are rules about them having to respect who you've told them. It is, if I say I'm Pocahontas, who are you to say I'm not, right? And that in some ways...
Well, the answer to that question in the real world is, I'm someone you have to get along with in repeated interactions. But that may not be the case at all online. That constraint's gone.
You can just pick up and move to the next community.
Yeah, that's another thing we should talk about, because another thing that's happening online is that I've detected this recently, is that the online environment is also making everyone acutely paranoid. And I think the reason for that is that it's easy for our thinking to go astray. And as we talked about earlier in this discussion, other people tap you back into shape. And you're surrounded by a kind of random assortment of other people in the real world because you didn't select them. So because it's random, it provides you with what is in essence relatively unbiased feedback information. But online you can choose your compatriots, and it's likely to be the case that at your weakest point psychologically, you choose the least demanding compatriots. And so your craziest ideas are the least likely to be challenged.
Yep.
All right. So there's so many interesting threads here. One of them, my guess is you and I will fall out in the same place here. But if you give me a choice between a community that believes everything I believe and one in which people believe very different things, I'm not going to choose the one in which people believe the things I believe, because for one thing, it's the end of growth. It's deathly boring.
I want to object slightly.
Okay.
I've had, and you've had this experience too. I've had the experience of being in an environment where a very large number of people don't agree with me vociferously. And what I would say is a little of that goes a long way. Even if you're a courageous thinker, I'm not going to put myself in that category, but if
you are.
even if you're someone who wants to be able to tolerate dissent, there's a limited amount of dissent that you actually can tolerate. You are going to seek out an environment where most people agree with you, but some people don't some of the time. And it's kind of like listening to music. You'll like music that's optimally different from what you are enjoying right now, right? If it's exactly the same, it's boring. If it's too different, you can't hear it. There's an amount of novelty that you can tolerate, but it's not that large. And so even people who have been trained to look for evidence that disproves their own theories, they're only going to be able to tolerate a tiny bit of that at a time. It's too destabilizing. It's too destabilizing.
Well, all right. So I want to link this back up to what you said before about the 3 stages.
Yeah.
So my experience as a scientist is that my most valuable characteristic is the ability to be completely indifferent to the prevailing wisdom on a given point, right? And I think this is
no personal stake in it.
Well, I may even have a personal stake. I may come up with an idea that compels me that it's probably right, a hypothesis.
Yeah.
And I may advance it and have every single one of my peers say, that's garbage. And my sense is not one of, oh crap, I've said something bad. My sense is, well, wouldn't that be delightful? If I'm as right as I think I am, then the fact that everybody else doesn't get this makes it even better, right? So my point is, that's not normal. I know that's not normal, and it's not normal for evolutionary reasons that are easy to understand.
No, it takes a lot of training to accomplish that.
Yes, or a developmental environment that rewards it, right?
Sure.
If you have the right experience.
But then again, you said yourself, again, at the beginning of this conversation, think about the preconditions for that is that in order to open yourself up to that sort of criticism, you have to be supported in all sorts of ways, and even so when I'm functioning as a scientist, I am trying to disprove my presuppositions. I'll test them. It's like something manifests itself in an experiment. Then I design 3 or 4 experiments to see if I can make that effect go away. And I do that because I don't want to propagate nonsense and I don't want to pursue nonsense in my own career. But in order to tolerate that, think about how we set up the system is you have to be a tenured professor to do science or have the equivalent position in a research lab. But your economic situation is stabilized. Your social status is stabilized. Like you're protected on 50 fronts. And then you can open the door and say, okay, let's have some novelty come my way. And that's assuming that you're at a point where you can tolerate any novelty at all. And more curious, more open, more emotionally stable, more intelligent people are more compelled by novelty and can handle it better, but still our ability to handle it is pretty low, and we will find environments that mostly reflect back to us what we want, most comforting.
Well, actually, this is
See, something that a few months ago I came up with this paradigm shifting science, and speaking with all of my peers, all of my bosses, we'll call them, and all of my community members, it seemed to be that a lot of the people I spoke with were all also on the same page. So I feel like I have this set up, and I've been looking for people to tell me I'm wrong about this feminism thing completely destroying our society and breaking apart our families over the decades, but I haven't come across very much actual pushback on this. And Brett Weinstein and Heather Hine were a couple of the ones I dropped this paradigm shifting science on when I first found out, but it seems like they've been toying with it a little bit. I mean, I guess because they're in the academic field and they might have a lot more to lose by openly telling the truth. Yeah, I've been reaching out to a lot of people, the IDW folks, to have a look at my hypothesis and my theory. So we'll see what comes of it, but this conversation was really interesting.
It's fascinating. I wonder if there's not effectively a budget for discordant interactions. And, if we go back to what we were speaking about it at the beginning of the conversation, the fact that not only do Heather and I have a great relationship, but we also speak the same language scientifically. So, it's a kind of across the board sounding board and ability to, I feel no vulnerability there because there's no place where our worldviews aren't compatible. And, I could say similar things about Eric. So what that means is that my budget for discordant interaction is probably larger when I get to the outside world, because I haven't spent it at home or in the context of family or friends.
And you spend it. It is definitely a budgetary phenomenon. You spend, you produce a unit of psychophysiological preparation for every unit of uncertainty. And the size of that unit of expenditure varies with your trait neuroticism, because that's like evolution's guess at how dangerous the environment would be. It varies with your position in the social hierarchy, because if you're at the top where you're protected, the consequence of an error is attenuated compared to what it would be at the bottom. And that's why social position modulates serotonergic output. So the higher you are in the hierarchy, the more serotonin dampens your negative emotion to uncertain events. And that's in keeping with your actual fragility. Neuroticism determines it. Social hierarchy determines it. Intelligence determines it to some degree, because you're a more effective problem solver if you have a high IQ. So, but you do pay for uncertainty, because if something's uncertain, you don't know what to do. And so you have to prepare to do everything. And that's unbelievably costly psychophysiologically. It ramps your cortisol production up, and it starts to eat away from future reserves. It's definitely a budgetary process. So.
Yep. All right. So I want to see if there's something more with respect to this model in which for people whose developmental environment has been internet first, and who have wrongly encoded the lesson that my identity is mine to define, and that those who would challenge it are enemies rather than people doing me a favor of giving me information I don't have about myself. They are enemies to be challenged and driven out. Then this interfaces with those of us for whom the internet is not our primary developmental experience in the following way. And I'm using the case of trans ideology simply because it's the clearest case biologically. But if you take the rules of trans, and I actually believe probably these ought to be the rules online, which is you can present as whatever you want, and by and large, people should just simply treat you that way. And you also, by the way, online have the tools to do that, so that you're not creating some kind of unresolvable paradox. But if we then say, okay, the online rules are that there's no such thing as sex because a man can become a woman simply by showing up as one. And then we say, whatever must be true in the real world in order for those rules to be the rules everywhere, we are going to make those things true. Therefore, it must be the case that biology was wrong about sex. And what's more, that because simply saying that you are female is sufficient to put you fully in that category, then therefore whatever morphology and physiology you happen to have at the point that you make that assertion is consistent with being female. And we have the absurd discussion that we now see so regularly about basically, female penises and things like this. And so those of us with real world primacy are constantly saying you can't rewrite the rules of civilization around simple claims in isolation, like all you have to do to be female is say that that's what you are. And that battle is one that is now ironically going to be lost in the real world as a result of the fact that actually political power is accumulating in the hands of those who subscribe to the online rules.
So the identity issue is, I mean, it forces us to one of the things I found so challenging about all of this is that these challenges to fundamental assumptions force you to make arguments for things you actually don't know how to argue for. So, for example, what does it mean to be female? Well, I don't know, because no one's actually ever asked me that question. They just act being female and I act being male, whatever that means. And we don't ever sit down and lay out the explicit assumptions. Now, you do that to some degree when you're arguing with your wife about who's going to do what when, and maybe with your mother and with your sister. You have local discussions when roles come into conflict, but you never list the axioms that you're using to do your perceptual categorization. And so then when you're forced to defend your presumption, you don't know how to do it because you don't have the arguments at hand. So to be female, I mean, means something like, and what do you do? I had a discussion with one of my students, former students today. We're trying to help people develop this. We're trying to develop this program that helps people identify and then accomplish important life tasks. And it forced me to think about something I've thought about over years. What are the important life tasks? Like, okay, so you should get educated to the approximate level of your intelligence. You should be employed gainfully, have a job, or maybe if you're lucky, a career. You need an intimate relationship. You should have some friends. You need a family. You need to regulate the world of temptation, drug and alcohol use, that sort of thing. You have to take care of your health. You need to make some productive use of your time outside of work. So there's 8 things. Maybe there's more, but that's sort of 8. And maybe you don't need to be fully accomplished along all of those 8, but they're pretty important and they're not a bad start. And if you can come up with a better list, more power to you. But, well, let's take one. You're going to have a family, an intimate relationship, and a family. Well, the classical way of doing that is that someone's male and someone's female, and they get together and they have children, and then they have grandchildren, and that's like a third of your life, or a quarter of your life, or a fifth of your life. I don't care. It's some non-trivial portion of your life. And that identity, male and female, is a precondition to that route through life. And then you have children and they mean something to you and they give you something to do, and you have grandchildren and it's the same thing. So by playing out male and female, it's sort of like you've now occupied 25% of your time productively. That's the role. Okay, let's say we blow that apart. Well, then what? What are we supposed to do then? Because you can't pretend that into existence. And that's the postmodern element of this. This is the refusal of the real world. It's like, okay, we'll make identity entirely mutable. But what the trans kids that came after me in the first demonstration against me, I said, you think I'm your enemy, but I'm not. And the reason I said that, being a clinician, was because I thought, well, you're adopting an identity that there is no rules for. What the hell are you going to do with that? You're inviting so much trouble into your life, you can't even possibly imagine it, because you won't know what to do. And people won't know how to treat you. And so where does that leave you? Now, you might say, well, I'm so distraught about the discordance between my psychological state and my biological reality that pales in comparison. And maybe there are situations where that's the case, but man, an identity that doesn't solve the problem of how you're going to live isn't an identity. I don't know what it is, but it's not an identity.
Yep.
And I don't even know how people would change the rules exactly to make that work.
So I agree with you wholeheartedly that effectively our identities are means to an end. And there are conservation laws that apply to the system as a whole. And unfortunately,
yes.
And this is actually essentially the core argument of the book that Heather and I have just completed. But the core argument is we are living in a period of evolutionary hyper-novelty, where human beings are actually the species for which we have the best tools to deal with novel circumstances that our ancestors did not know anything about, but that the rate of change has become so high that there is no conceivable way for us to keep up with it. And what we are effectively watching with this idea, even in principle, that the very fact that you can say the environment that we live in is not the one that we were born into, that's way too fast. You may be able to make a discrete jump. Human beings are capable of moving from one habitat to another and figuring out one time what the rules of the new habitat are. But a habitat that is constantly in motion and has become utterly arbitrary with respect to even the most fundamental characteristics is not something to which we can be well adapted, which is causing us to be...
Sounds like a powerful argument for conservatism.
It is.
Yeah, I know. 100%. I understand. Well, I do understand. I do understand that. That is, to the degree that I'm conservative in my outlook, that is the reason. It's like, look, I've kept up, like I've transformed myself multiple times over the years, and I was taken out by this illness, and it isn't obvious to me that I can catch up again. I've caught up a lot, and I've watched my peers, my high school classmates, my university classmates, and I've seen people who don't have one transformation in them. They're people who they adapt to the high school environment, and that's it. That's where they are for the rest of their life. They peak at 17, they're done. They don't change. Then I've seen people who can manage one transformation. I've seen people, much rarer, who can manage 2 or 3, but after that, it's like, it's massive drop-off in probability with every demand for transformation. And now, I find myself now, I have to rely on my son for doing some of my technological chores. And I hate that because I stayed on top of it for so long. But I got sick and I fell out, and it isn't obvious to me that I can clamber back in. It's very difficult.
Well, if you'll take some advice from a friend, and I'm not even sure, I'm not sure I even have it fully formulated, but the thing you described earlier in the conversation, the amount of effort it takes for you to get to the point where you can be productive in the day, the amount that is riding on your doing it, the number of people who are listening to you and who basically need your influence in their life. And, in some sense, it is... It's a mythological story, and I know you will have spotted that 1,000 times over. But just the Herculean effort, the tremendous amount that's riding on it, and the degree to which you're paying some inhuman price in order just to continue playing your role is profound. And so the advice, to the extent that I have,
I don't see how you can see that. It shocks me that you say that. I mean, that isn't to say
You disagree?
No, it seems like that from inside here.
Well, I mean, I think,
But I can't, having said that, I still can't believe it.
So what I think I would do in your shoes, and what I hope you will do, is you will, I don't think there's anything about that story that isn't right. I think you're reporting honestly how hard it is, and I know, because I've seen it in person and everywhere else, I've seen the effect that you're having on people, and I know how important it is in keeping them out of trouble and steering them in the right direction and giving them hope. And so what I would hope is that instead of reinventing yourself again or updating yourself, that you would figure out what the efficient way of showing up in the world in that role is, and
I hope that's why we're having this conversation. I seem to be able to do this, so I can do this, and so that's what I'm doing. And I have this book coming out, and we'll see.
See, I think that's what's missing He doesn't have his practice anymore. He doesn't have his students anymore. I don't think he's talking enough and actually mentoring people one-on-one. Philosophy by Psyche. I see you in the backstage. I just sent you a message. I was gonna get Emmanuel too to come up so we can talk about this. No, you didn't miss it at all. I'm gonna add you. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me okay? I'm not sure
Yes,
if...
sir.
Okay, great.
Love the beard, by the way. You know, you're gonna make many a men jealous.
Who is that? Is that...
Just many men.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so I thought you
Yes.
said Benjamin. I just woke up. I literally just woke up.
That's all right. I really appreciate you setting an alarm for this.
Well, I'm an hour late, but
That's fine. It's fine. We're kind of lackadaisical about time. Yeah. So I did see Emmanuel a little bit ago. I sent the link, but how are you? I did enjoy your I got through a couple of your uploads today.
yeah, I must say. I mean, it's interesting because I found a parallel, I guess, between what people are talking about with Meghan Markle and Piers Morgan. I don't know if you follow that story, and well, thematically, it's similar to the tweets that I was responding to with what's his name, uh, with the finance minister in my country, but. With the Meghan Markle thing, I haven't watched the original interview, but Oprah interviewed her, and she basically threw the royal family under the bus, complaining that she had suicidal sort of thoughts, and she brought it up to a member in the royal family, and she was told to keep it quiet or something like that. Piers Morgan opined that he doesn't believe a word that she says, and he essentially got fired out of it. She complained to some watchdog, and ITV has its own internal sort of process, and essentially 40,000 people sent in letters or something like that, and he essentially he got sacked. Ben Shapiro has a very good sort of take on it, that who is the actual victim, who is calling for or demanding for somebody else to actually be harmed,
Right.
as opposed to having just sort of your feelings hurt or something like that. And who is actually holding power or something like that. But it's interesting how these people who are at the elite, at the top of society, and how they sort of kick down anyone else who doesn't sort of conform to their views. And essentially, because of the magic of virtue signaling, you just extract this kind of conformity. It's quite perverse, I guess, but it's also, for me, it's fundamentally anti-liberal. But yeah, I've been trying to give psychological accounts for this, and I do think it is something like a cult of vulnerable narcissism. Sam Buckman recently brought out a very interesting video, which I linked on both of the videos that I was commenting these themes to, where in 2020, all these psychological papers came out linking people that use sort of victim identity politics, who identify themselves as victims rather that they have just been victimized, but they actually see themselves as a victim, and they have a sort of an ego constellated sense of self that centers around that sort of reality tunnel, and linking sort of people that engage in virtue signaling and things like that with dark triad traits. And the dark triad are psychopaths, sociopaths, and Machiavellian presentations. And I mean, it's interesting. I mean, those things aren't. I mean, the dark triads, are traits that generally are associated with cluster B personality disorders. But Sam Buckman would always talk about people who are empaths as being essentially covert narcissists, or sometimes also called vulnerable narcissists.
Yeah.
And it's interesting because I do think that that's what identity politics is about. It's about getting people to develop a narcissistic injury, and because they can share in that collectively as a block, they can become successful. And specifically in these psychology papers that came out, they talked about how it is useful for extracting resources. And the kind of social manipulation and the rules of the game around sort of identity politics and sort of being a victim and things like that. I mean, it's interesting because for me, it is something that I've noticed about women growing up, or girls growing up. Specifically ENFJs, but which is an MBTI sort of personality trait, is a personality. Also, NFs in general, like some INFJs could also do this, and these are all things that are all generally associated with women. But it's interesting how. I mean, I link everything with borderline personality disorder. I do think that fascism in general also is a subset or an ideological version of the psychopathology, which is generally borderline personality disorder, but it's done on the level of the abstract category of the identity or something like that, or of the group, becomes like the kind of the queen bee coalescing sort of borderline personality disorder, where they get to project this reality type. Anyway, that's the kind of stuff that I get into on my YouTube channel, where I'm just trying to talk about politics from a kind of psychological angle. And anyway.
So do you think there's a correlation with the borderline deal? Like I'll just call it the mommies that feel like they have to take care of the people. Do you think that has something to do with the mommies having or being kind of driven into the work environments? Like they have to, like their mothering instincts come out some way, and if they actually don't have kids, they're more prone to try to take care of people in their surroundings.
It is interesting. I mean, borderline has this sort of very toxic sort of mothering sort of element in it, but to me, it is a kind of Machiavellian vehicle of social manipulation, where essentially the identity or themselves, they become like their own child. They have this double valence where when it suits them, they're like an adult, they mature, and they need to be, you need to respect their choices and decisions. But then if anything doesn't go their way, if the gambit that they're playing doesn't succeed, then they become this kind of infantilized Lolita or something like that, where they're just like, no, I was duped by someone created an expectation which wasn't delivered upon, and therefore I have, so somehow it's this kind of bait and switch external locus of control. And so they need someone who is in a kind of a very intimate sort of one-way flow of them giving their subjective impression of things. And in some sense, they always want to revert back to them being their own infant in some sense. And so that's a very sort of strange thing, like sort of being a mother to your own identity. So I do think that there's kind of like an element like that in it. And to me, it's got bad faith built into it.
The devouring mother.
Yeah.
Because their need to take care of these people is very self-centered. It's like the mommies that don't want their kids to leave home because then they would be alone. Like they don't allow them to individuate. Like if they always need them, they are always useful or have meaning.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is like a game piece, I would think. I've always seen borderlines though as being incredibly cynical and in the background having this sort of demon playing chess, and it's sort of, I'm trying to think of the other words and the other sort of coin phrases, but I mean, like morality play is another thing, and so having simplistic things where everyone else is supposed to read and understand and conform with the play that's being played out. And so like victimization or being a victim or something like that, especially one where there's a lot of sort of cultural awareness around that particular type of thing, I mean, you see that stuff with the trans kids, which is very strange because you could cultivate any child essentially to and push them towards manifesting certain things, and then you've created this beacon of sort of attention grabbing, which is, I mean, another sort of big trait that's also in histrionic personality disorder. This. Yeah, I mean, it is interesting how I would say it's also based on captivating. It is linked to an audience. If you don't have this kind of hostage taking of your audience and then be able to kind of feed them a narrative or a story that well, yeah, I mean, it's weird because you have to have this kind of intimacy, but also this ability to broadcast a narrative that is plugged into kind of social constructs and social pressures, so that you can have this sort of rock and a hard place between social manipulation. I also think that this is how sort of abusive relationships also develop. That men get sucked in, and then they kind of get trapped by this, and they get trapped by someone who is like the cry bully or something like that, and the whole. But I mean, not that I sympathize too much with men that allow themselves to get into that, because it is it's very interesting the connection between narcissists and borderlines. But yeah, and a lot of these things have huge political parallels and ideology or ideological. Versions of the same thing, like the White Knights, obviously, is. I mean, there was a term coined. Oh, is Emmanuel here? The flying monkeys, which the helpers of the Wicked Witch of the East. But anyway, the helpers of the covert narcissist. Which, I mean, there's a lot of narcissism within borderline. But anyway, hey, Emmanuel.
Hey, how you guys doing?
I'm well. So, are you not in South Africa?
No, I'm in South Africa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you've already been up for an hour. Wow.
Yeah, I've been up for an hour. I don't really get much sleep. Yeah, most of the time I'm studying. If not, just browsing the web to see some of this stuff, because I'm learning a lot from all these videos. I was saying just I think on the other stream that it's very cool to get to see people who have who use logic, because there's not much of that going around the side. So
yeah. It is true. I was just talking to someone about, I don't know if you've seen the movie Hunger Games, but how the media is portrayed within Hunger Games, like the ostentatious, very strange pageantry and the kind of the surreal sort of morality play and emotional sort of. I saw a soundbite from Nancy Pelosi, who was talking to. It was taken. She was talking to Biden, and she said, with my grandkids, I don't say open sesame anymore. I say open Biden." And my grandkids have started taking, and it was just like
what the hell?
Like trying to be cute or trying to be intimate with the audience. But I mean, it's like, what does this mean? It just. But that I think
she's been crazy since she's been Speaker of the House.
I do think that she is responding to this new cultural hegemon and this new cultural norm, where it's like everyone's subjective reality tunnel becomes the only way that, like, because everyone is allowed to invoke their own relativism. They're allowed to just import their own sort of, so if your feelings confirm it to be true, that is like what makes it sort of a candidate for everyone agreeing with you or like sharing this weird kind of surreal. To me, it's a sign of the surrealist kind of discombobulation of integrity, as a kind of shared institutional sort of thing, which is, I mean, I guess that's what happens when common concepts like non-racialism, which used to be the groundwork of having a kind of liberal, shared, common, decent society, have now non-racialism means like it's a goal in the future, like it's not a reality, a moral reality or an actual practice or a normative value system. It's something that we can aim at, and we can use it as an end to justify anything in the meantime.
Yes,
that's
it.
what my
That's exactly it. I think you're spot on with that entire analysis, and I think what's happening, especially if you look at South Africa, is that what you'll find is that there's constant goalpost shifting, especially with that what you just mentioned with the basically non-racialism. So in the meantime, the idea is that you get to use the goal of non-racialism as a means of justifying, as a way to justify the fact that in the meantime you have to essentially be racist, use racist policies to get to some hypothetical point at which we will be able to acknowledge that, okay, now things are even, we can actually start the race and say everything is fine. And the problem with that is that these guys never actually set proper means of assessing that point to say, okay, now we've reached a point at which we can say everything's settled, we can get on with life now. It's been how many years since 1994 when we got freedom? It's like going on 30 now. And consistently, people are still talking about issues from before 1994. People who were 18 at the time of democracy are how old now? Probably 40 something?
Yeah.
Going on maybe 45, 46, somewhere there. Insane. These people have lived an entire life, and nothing's actually shifted in the country. And I think this sort of thing applies a lot in terms of just the entire thought process behind using non-racialism as, instead of being a way in which you can conduct everything and see the way in which you structure your economy, your policies and all of that, you put it as some goal, some utopia that you'd like to get to. And in the meantime, you justify everything with the fact that since we're not at the utopia, that means that we need to, everything that we do that we say will get us to the utopia is justified. I think your analysis of this entire problem is spot on.
No, that's just the virtue signaling elite can just continue to virtue signal and abuse concepts like non-racialism to defer political accountability because we haven't reached some reset point. Yeah, so I mean, if that becomes the political, which is like the political football, which can just be passed around. But I mean, to me, the problem with that I currently have is that who do you blame? Because I do think that at some point you have to blame the electorate, but specifically journalism as well.
Yes.
Because, without a functioning sort of sense-making institution, and because they can always complain about identity politics and this racial consciousness and this toxic way of it's a beautiful diversion. I mean, in some sense, I think the Democratic program in America, as in like the Democratic Party, which is the idea that you try to sustain an underclass as a voting bloc or something like that, because you can always promise them welfare and liberation. That's exactly what the ANC has done in South Africa. There were huge scandals that people have forgotten about where, for example, in the Eastern Cape, we had textbooks that were not delivered to rural schools. And they had the textbooks there. It's not, they just didn't deliver them. And I do think that is a conspicuous sign of essentially the strategy of the ANC, which is that you can't promise people liberation if they are already empowered. So you don't let them urbanize. You don't let them actually develop, because then you can just keep on, you have a block of low information voters and you can do whatever you want, essentially. And that sort of strategy, this kind of left-wing strategy, which also then allows you to do more interventionist centralized, top-down, control of resources. And so, you get more fingers into more pies because you can always politically say that you need more power and you need more centralization. And so it's a toxic engine that, I mean, for me, what just makes it worse is just how, because the law should actually have provided solutions to these kinds of problems. But anyway, that's a technical point that I won't get. I don't want to maybe bring up here, but I find it interesting that in some sense, America would be, if America had the South African legal situation, I think that structurally, you could actually fix the problems there, because you have enough people still that don't have the false consciousness, that have a kind of decent moral system, that you would be able to get things back. Whereas in South Africa, the problem is not the actual structure of the law; it's that there are just enough people that are willing to have the institutional corruption continue, and to essentially, because essentially politics is just so toxic, and the numbers are just so. So I mean, it to me, it's interesting if the juxtaposition that I was trying to make is that essentially I do think that somehow we've also been culturally corrupted politically from America because of your academia and because of your
feminism.
Yeah, but it is interesting because I do think that there is. I mean, this is going to sound a bit conspiratorial, I guess, but I do think that the Rainbow Nation was such a beacon of light to the world, even that you could have progress. That you could just have cleaner government. I mean, up until Thabo Mbeki, which did have a scandal around sort of his response to the AIDS pandemic.
Yeah.
But in terms, I mean, he's on paper, I would say that he was the best president that this country has ever had, and we still had positive. I mean, we didn't have as positive a growth as if we had an organic, fluid, liberal economy, but. I mean, after Thabo Mbeki was taken out, you just basically had mafia type political. I mean, you already had political corruption, but after that, it used to be on the side of doing something for the country. After Thabo Mbeki, there was no interest in the country at all. It was just theft, essentially. It was just wholesale looting, and the ANC has never recovered from the removal of Thabo Mbeki, but. Sorry, I need to find my own thread here. But yeah, so sorry, I've just lost my own thread. I was talking about
Feminism.
I was talking about sorry,
the corruption from America.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I do actually think that it was also perhaps some. Connection with other corrupt elites in Africa, because South Africa as a model was sort of anti the kind of power structures that exist in most African countries, which is that you have some kind of ethnic tribe or group that hold political power, and they might not even be the majority, but they just hold power, and they do so by sort of getting their own group to be afraid of the out group. And so you can have dirty politics because you're basically just selling protection. You're selling some kind of tribal chauvinism or something like that. And South Africa was a huge ideological swipe at that, because it was like, especially under Thabo Mbeki, because this is a different way of being, that you could just have above the board democratic politics. You could judge, you have accountable political leadership, essentially. So I do think that there was a huge perverse incentive there. I mean, a lot of African elites, they get educated in South Africa. They come here for our universities. And so they see the country around them. They see non-racialism. And it's an ideological threat to how they have things structured in their country. And they can perhaps also feel slightly jealous. And so I do think that there's also Russia as well. I mean, in the same way that Russia has tried to perhaps destabilize America's liberal democratic cultural structure by feeding into perhaps the racial narrative, because that's probably the most divisive issue in American politics. And so anyway, I mean, this is a bit of like a conspiracy theory, but I do think that those interests could have had an effect, because I mean it's so easy to capture the media, because I mean especially with the academic sort of interest in systemic oppression and identity politics, which I do think is basically the formula of Nazi philosophy. I mean, radical feminism, I do think, is basically the template of Nazi philosophy. You have a systemic oppression, and then you just apportion it to a certain section of the population, and you make a morality play around that. But anyway.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with that. I think what you said about Tabenberger being our best president, yeah, I think certainly since the beginning of democracy for South Africa, that's certainly the case. I would take Nelson Mandela as more of a symbolic figure, a talisman for the ideals that we're looking at, and more of a transitory president. The real president that we had was Thabo Mbeki, and he obviously had his flaws, but if you look at any of the economic charts, any of the social development charts, everything just starts taking a nosedive after 2008, which was round about when Jacob Zuma came into power. So fine that you could say that coincides with the financial crisis of 2007, 2008, which would be a fair point, but then that begs the question, why have things continued along that path? Why have things not really changed since even that guy left, was ousted out of power? So I think what happened around that time is that essentially what was coming up through the ANC, from the little that I know, was a faction of people who were just, as you said, there to loot. Essentially, they wanted to transition from democracy to kleptocracy, and by giving Jacob Zuma the access to power, that essentially was them taking over. And from there, everything just went down. With our power situation in South Africa, the state-owned companies in South Africa are a mess, total mess. Our infrastructure we're basically living on, and I think any honest South African would say this, that everything that works in South Africa was basically built before democracy. Almost everything. I was looking at a chart the other week where a person was charting the number of dams that were built since, I can't remember what the beginning of that chart was, but it was way back. Like I'm talking maybe 50 years ago or something like that. And you can just see like a drop, especially from 1994, but more drastically after 2008. And all of these charts just show that on a fundamental level, we've had a situation where we've gone from prioritizing economic growth, all sorts of things that lead to actual improvement of people's lives, and started to look at the more of the distractions, the race issues, the equity issues, the fact that these people took this from my ancestors, and therefore I have a claim against these people, all of that stuff. And the irony is that you have a situation where what the thing that causes people to rise up and in favor of these racist policies, and the people who actually cause it are the people who are trying to advocate for them. So you have a situation in South Africa where you have, I'll say this links up well with what you have on the east and the west of America, where you have socialist policies that lead to decay of the state. And then what happens is that in response to that, instead of saying perhaps we shouldn't have gone down that road, they say no, we needed more money, we need more taxes in order to somehow get. So the solution to every socialist conundrum is that we need more money, we need more taxes. That's the problem. It's not the fact that we've actually misspent the money. We've overtaxed people. People are now leaving our state, our country, due to such policies. So I think that entire I don't know, the mindset, the fact that people can be captured by such ideas is probably another thing that we need to be looking at. The fact that both the States and the and South Africa have a situation where even our education systems and together with the media, neither of these two sense-making institutions are creating or creating at least an environment in which ideas that oppose socialism can be given, can come to the light and be given the true chance in the light of day. Have them debated, have them actually fight them out on TV or whatever to actually see what's happening in the West, what's happening in capitalism, what's happening in socialism. Why are we shifting between these two systems? When one fails, what's the reason for it? What are the proposals for solutions to these systems? And I think the fact that you have a broad, the people who vote, the electorate, doesn't even have a genuine conversation about these things is at the root of the problem. The fact that we can even be distracted by things like, I mean, I'll keep saying this. The fact that people like Joe Biden can come and play Despacito to try appeal to Latino people is ridiculous to me. The fact that I'll speak for South Africans, the fact that we can have people talk about land and all of these things, all these drastic policies without getting the basics right in terms of employment, in terms of at least getting the electricity situation right, getting these basic state-owned corporations right. If not, abandon them and then give them to private citizens to hold and run. These are the basic things that we are not talking about. Instead, we're focusing on what in the large scheme of things are inconsequential issues, really insignificant issues. I think these are the sorts of things that we need to be talking about. Yeah.
Well, and can I add that there's a lot of Black people in this country that see Africa as this land of milk and honey and gold, and it's so great, and they have a very skewed, I think, very cherry-picked sense of history and reality. I think part of that is also due to media, maybe, and everything that's come out of these damn universities that has been so corrupt for decades. Like, people, I think, in my country have a very false sense of what's actually going on over there.
Well, I'll just say that's part of the ideological formula. I don't know if you've seen the movie Valerian, the City of a Thousand Planets, but the plot of that movie is a bit of a science fiction movie. The plot of that movie is basically Hitler's wet dream. I mean, that is the formula for having a victimized, for you say that the downtrodden Aryan people who would have been brilliant all by themselves, but because they weren't left alone in their untainted, sort of social bubble and ethnocentric sort of default setting, because they were imposed on by someone who destroyed their world and their personal, their perfect self-sustaining, sort of internal system of culture and ecology or whatever, that then they are forced to kind of try to retrieve what was stolen from them, and that whole morality play, in some sense, is it allows you to wake up in the morning and everything that you do is an act of defiance against the man or against the system or something like that. These are people who essentially have no ability to sort of be self-efficacious apart from being in something in which they can externalize blame for yes. anything, reflectively, and have this projective. It's a way of having this sort of invulnerable ego in some sense, and this is the preferred method for vulnerable narcissists or covert narcissists, which now have got this identity politics, for all the dark triad to come into and to successfully perpetrate the tactics that they need to kind of regulate their own weird. So I just wanted to respond to some of the things that Emmanuel was bringing up. I mean, sorry, you were talking again about the or the pandering, I guess, and the virtue signaling again. And I mean, what really just bugs me is how they have stolen the language of morality and justice. Like how justice, which that was the magic of non-racialism and the democratic foundation of the democratic revolution in South Africa, is that we had a common, decent set of normative values in the supreme law of the land, non-racialism as a supreme value in the Constitution, which, but somehow because academics have academic freedom, they are allowed to involve themselves in fascistic politics and Nazi philosophy, essentially. Because, it's weird, but all the race and gender, so I just want to make this parallel, and I know that I seem to be talking about Nazis a lot. Ben Shapiro doesn't like it when people bring up Holocaust parallels, which I also find very displeasing to me, in terms of Ben Shapiro's take on this, because how can you not bring up Nazi parallels when they are so pertinent? But Aryan studies was being plugged in Weimar Germany before Hitler took over. And the only difference between Aryan studies and race and gender studies is that Aryan studies, is kind of about the mythology of blood and soil, but about Darwinism and genetic superiority. What is essentially the difference between that and inherited moral superiority and a mythology around history, which is essentially cherry-picked, as if history only begins before 1994, as if we haven't had 20 years of black rule, and somehow that is just sort of a drop in the bucket of political accountability, and somehow, being able to scapegoat a minority that essentially doesn't have any political power and who isn't in control of the levers of the state. If you're going to put this much power on white South Africans for betraying the country and stopping it from developing, which is essentially the logic of these people complaining about white supremacy, which again, it makes absolutely no sense. As if everyone doesn't want to have economic growth, as if everyone doesn't want to have increased productivity. I mean, it's just crazy how much wealth has been lost in this country. I mean, like, everyone has gotten poorer. The purchasing power, the living standards have literally tanked. And I mean, that's a direct correspondence with essentially governmental parasitism. And it, I mean, you can call it complacency, essentially, that because they have their voting bloc and it's not challenged, and the media just keep on crying about identity politics. And because of that secondary intellectual market for complaining about that, and I mean, that's what the radio hosts do all the time. And all these also covert calls for, I mean, I wanted to make, sorry.
You're spot on. I just wanted to touch on what Godmother said about Black Americans. I think part of what you're seeing with Black Americans and their need to attach themselves to Africa is a weird, it's like, I don't know, it's like Americans always talk about how they are, Black Americans, sorry, always talk about how much contribution they've had to American culture, right? I'm talking music, I'm talking the arts just as a whole, all sorts of things, right? Yet you have a part of Black America, I don't think it's all of them. You have a part of Black America that wants to be attached to Africa, yet it's like, but all of these contributions you've made, your culture as a whole as Black Americans is based in America. A lot of the things that you do are very, very far removed from what we do here in Africa, culturally speaking, And as for the, so I think they do have an identity issue that they need to sort out as a block of as a people, and I think just to propose a solution, I'd say that they need to view themselves as Americans. I think they fundamentally need to accept that they're Americans and build from there. That's one solution. As for their views on Africa and how they see it as like this ideal place, it's strange, because if that were the case, if that were truly the case, we would have people voting with their feet. You'd have them flooding the entirety of Africa. But that's not the case. So they say that, but they don't actually act like they believe that. You see, so I don't know if it's a weird psychological thing. Maybe this is something that Sai can touch on, where someone wants to use that as maybe not so much of a thing of them seeing Africa's ideal, but maybe more of them trying to, I don't know, whip America, if I can put it in those terms. Essentially, try flog America for whatever injustices they still feel, um, uh, uh, coming from America. Because I don't see it really as a thing of them truly, truly, truly idolizing Africa and seeing it as this ideal place. Because if that were the case, they would get money together and they'd come to Africa. But that's not the case. You see, it's the same thing that can be said with Democrats, really. Because they always talk about how bad America is, all of these things. Like, but if America is that bad, leave. If there's so many other countries that you keep talking about that are so much greater than America, leave. And before you leave, though, please give us an answer for why Mexicans are going to America. Practically the whole of South America wants to go to America. I know a lot of Africans who want to go to America. I know the Europeans who want to go to America. So if you're going to be saying that Africa is this, ideal place, and then not leave, that for me, there's a clear inconsistency there. And then another thing that might be a factor is certainly some propaganda among certain circles in Black America, I'd say, and I think in them doing so, they don't really get a proper reflection of exactly how bad things are in Africa. Most countries in Africa are, as much as we complain about South Africa, I think even still, with all the corruption that we've had, all of the decay that we've had, we are still ahead of most of Africa. We've had a good 10, 15 years of just consistent decay of everything you can name. Everything, all institutions, law, infrastructure, you name it, and we're still ahead of the rest of Africa. So I'm just trying to give you a perspective on exactly how far back most of Africa is. That said, there are countries there are nodes of growth, nodes of improvement, and a lot of those countries that are showing that are countries which have had to go through the worst of the worst, and basically they've had to learn by feeling that socialism isn't the one. We need to move away from that. You have countries like Rwanda, which is a hybrid. It's, if I could put it, I think the closest example that I could compare with Rwanda would be Singapore, in the sense that they have what I would call a benevolent dictator, and that person pushes for capitalism, and it's basically a mix of capitalism and social conservatism, but taken to the extreme. Now they're benefiting a lot from the ultra capitalistic policies that they're trying to push. They're moving towards that, and that's the improvement that you're seeing. I think you're seeing that as well in places like Ethiopia. You're seeing that in other places across Africa, but for most of Africa, it is really a hellhole, really. And I think outside of the urban areas, I'll speak for South Africa, outside of Johannesburg, Cape Town, Durban, which are the three major areas, and obviously Pretoria, but I count that as part of Johannesburg. Outside of these three cities, it's basically hell. Most people are unemployed. Most people are living, I wouldn't be surprised if most people are living under the poverty line, certainly under the American poverty line. So when Americans talk about moving to Africa and Africa is so great, Africa is so rich, Africa is rich in terms of resources, but you have to do something with those resources. You don't eat gold, you don't eat coal. You have to be able to make something with that. You have to be able to process it and do something good. You have to have the skills in place, the infrastructure in place, someone who's going to coordinate everything together to actually get the products out. And these are the fundamental things that we don't have in line. So when people talk about, I think I was reading through those comments that you posted in the description, and was basically seeing from the guys that he has an overemphasis on resources. And he doesn't understand that we have those resources, and yet we are here. And we've been here for basically since colonialists left, you know? And what's his answer to that? What's his rebuttal to that? And the thing is, most of these guys don't ever have these views challenged. And I think they really need to, one, get challenged by Americans who know the truth, and secondly, Africans who also know the truth, to tell them that no, it's not really like that. It's just not. Yeah.
I don't think you can even engage with views like that and sort of crazy mythologizing and generalizations, because I mean, in some sense, you can always make generalizations. I mean, and how are you rounding that up or rounding that down? And like it's a piece of a puzzle of a picture which someone is needs that picture, and so it's not about the factual argumentation of arriving at that picture, because they haven't done a lot of work towards that. I mean, the lack of factual basis for any, I mean, like, and there are some themes in there which are certainly true, and so in some sense, I think it's not even designed to be a story that they are actually living through. It's designed to be a kind of totem to attract. It's designed for race baiting. It's designed to be argued against so that you can accuse them of being a white supremacist or something like that. Because the types of factual debunking that you would have to do in order to lay into that, which already is not a very carefully constructed worldview, is just designed to lead to a reaction, which will feed their vulnerable narcissism. I mean, it's a ploy, is basically what I'm saying. So I would really just avoid any kinds of those. It's a game that's being played, which I called it race baiting, essentially, that game. But that's for me. I mean, there's that which is conspicuous, and I would say it's obviously that person's worldview is premised on deep-seated racial consciousness and racialism, and then you get people who do that pretending to use the word non-racialism, which is, I made this whole video where I was essentially trying to argue and respond to Tito Mboweni, who's the finance minister, and he brought out all these horrible tweets, which are so convoluted and in their philosophical thing, where he basically has this collective blame and shame, and he's projecting onto a whole group of people, and he's so unself-aware. It's like Don Lemon. It's like having a whole political party that is in the image of Don Lemon.
But how much of that do you think is because of us? That's what we do here. That's what our media. That's all of our media, what they feed off of and what they perpetuate, coming from the fucking universities.
I'd like to answer that.
I know when America sneezes, like the whole world gets a cold. So
I think in the case of Tito Mboweni, these guys had these sorts of views before all of this stuff. So they still have it from the socialism from the 60s, from the 50s, from the 40s. That's where theirs comes from. Mm-hmm. So what, if anything, it predates what you guys are seeing in terms of the whole SJW stuff. They are older than that. So way older than that, like 40 years older than that. So they've been influenced by like socialism from the 60s. And I think I was watching the video you made, Psyche, and you touched on something saying that what did you say? You said you don't think that I think you were saying at the time that you don't think that he is so deeply like caught up in the whole identity politics thing, right? And I think you're basically saying that you see it more as a tool that he uses. I think you were saying something along those lines. And I'd actually like to disagree with that. I think he is deeply that. I think if anything, he uses his appeal to the practicalities of finance and economics and stuff like that. When he says things like, we can't just tax everyone into oblivion, these sorts of things. I think that's actually him trying to mask the identity politics. I think fundamentally these guys are socialists. I remember seeing him tweeting something, and he spelled capital with a K. referring to it as like, you know, in the typical way in which a socialist use it. And I was just like, this guy is deeply in that, and that's our Minister of Finances, you know. And then you have
I,
Mm.
I thought that he wasn't left wing. I got that distinct impression that he ideologically is not left wing, and he is trying to steer things from the ANC sort of party line to the other direction. With so, I mean, well, you know, that is the covert story: is that they have to play both sides or something like that.
Mm.
And so that's why I made those concessions. Is that perhaps he's just virtue signaling out of necessity, just so that he remains in the center of the flock, so that he can move from the center to the other direction, or something like that. But I mean, perhaps your theory is just as.
I think he's certainly further to the right of most of the loudest members of the ANC. So I think that comes from the fact that he's actually attempted to read economics with a neutral mind. You know, I think he's actually attempted to, as opposed to most of the people that you hear from coming from the left and from the ANC as a whole. And I think because of that, he is cognizant of the practical limitations of things. He knows for a fact that if he were to raise the taxes as was being spoken about in the news, they would essentially have lower revenue, and that would put us in a right pickle in terms of the things we've got to pay off, you know. And that's why I actually see it from his side. I think he's still left leaning, but he's actually got the books, the finances in front of him, so he knows the practical side of things. So he knows what, whereas the rest of the ANC isn't really that close to it. So they speak from a point where it's sort of like sort of like seeing a child who says, "Mommy, I want that toy," right? And then the mommy wants to get the toy, right, for the child, but they realize that I don't have enough money to buy this toy, you know. So I think it's just the limitations that make Tito appear as though he's more right leaning than what he actually is. I think if we were in the position where the United States is, where there's a lot more wealth, there's a lot more where people are fairly more well off than the average African by far, actually, and basically, if we were in that situation, I think you would see a much further left leaning Didombo. I think he's just limited by the practicalities of our financial situation. I think the fact that we are, you know, straining gnats or what's the saying, splitting hairs over the fact that, you know, this politician is he seems more reasonable is exactly what these guys thrive on, because they love it when they hear most of the people who oppose what they do pointing at a single person, because all they need to do in response to that is remove that single person. I'm talking with regards to the previous presidents we've had, and some of the other guys that have been removed from power, and the frequent shuffling of the chairs, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I just want to reiterate sort of my theory around it, which is that I don't think that. Well, I mean, I assume that essentially that the racial politics stuff, which is certainly unreasonable and which he certainly leans into quite heavily, you know, it's certainly a cause of concern, because essentially that also does. That's an anti-liberal vortex, at least in the economic sense as well, because that is also justification for more mediation over resources with some kind of anti-liberal, you know, sort of furor or something like that, where you actually have intercessors that actually control and micromanage people based on racial, you know, kind of quotas and things like that. That he's, you know, so that's a kind of anti-liberal drive. But I always thought that he was using that as to signal to his own group that you know, just make concessions towards him on the economic front, that we need to actually have a sustainable plan that looks like it's capable of actually functioning or something like that. And so he would just use that as a way to say, no, I am generally in this camp or something like that. But yeah, I mean, it certainly, I don't think that works. If you don't actually put up boundaries, but you can't. This is the thing: is that there's not the ANC as a structure. The ANC is a Congress within a parliament, which is already sort of slightly strange, because you don't get real parliamentary debates over policy because you can't break the party line within the ANC. And they also have this problem with the split prerogative. But anyway, that's a point that's going to be. I just wanted to point out as well, from what we were talking about before, there's this wonderful video that I've seen. I need to find it on YouTube, where it's this guy from the Caribbean talking to Rastafarians who, basically have always had this mantra about going back to Africa and repatriating and things like that. And he does like a little documentary about it, where people have ruined their lives by actually trying to get back to Africa and the promised land. And it's interesting, because that, I would say, was that kind of that work of debunking the racial mythology and this toxic sort of subculture where, I do think it's a very convenient way of not growing up, because you never have to take sort of personal responsibility if your whole life is in defiance of some kind of systemic oppression. So I do see it as like a general sort of thing of, it's a toxic subculture, and in some sense, it's not even African. I mean, Thomas Sowell, I think, makes this connection that it's part of this Cajun Southern kind of culture, which has I would say, is deeply narcissistic. And it really disgusts me how many so-called liberals in America who are, I think, closet racists. Or I think there are two types of so-called liberals in America, as in the identity politics people. They're either proto-fascist or they're crypto-fascist. And so they're proto-fascist because they're still naive and they haven't thought about it, or let's say they know that they have racist tendencies, but they just try to manage it according to the rule book that they have to follow, or something like that. But they know that they can never cleanse themselves of their racial sort of sentiments and their racial programming, and they've just kind of they lean into just being on the right side of history and just sort of following the mob or something like that. And as long as they coalesce around the mob, as long as they show up to the rallies and they perform the requisite virtue signaling, that's all that is required by their ideology. And so, they live in that kind of false consciousness where they don't have a normative moral system. They don't have a kind of an accounting of their own. They don't have a conscience. Their conscience is given over to the zeitgeist, to the mob, and it's like a religion in some sense. And specifically, this video is brilliant because it's actually talking about Rastafarians who believe in this particular element of going back to the promised land and creating this whole sort of Zion. It's got all these sorts of things in it. But it's interesting because that is, I would almost say, the template of the toxic thing that you're talking about with the black subculture. And I call it the black subculture because it doesn't belong to your ethnicity. It just happens to be a historical residue or something like that of people who are now locked into something because they can't naturalize, because the model that Trump offered is perfect, which is also why I think black participation in the Republican side of the political aisle has increased, is because that's the magic of having a common identity, of having what do they call it? It's a form of nationalism, civic nationalism. That's the magic of civic nationalism.
But they want to stain the word nationalism by putting white in front of it. So any kind of white nationalism is not okay. That's also, they equate that to white supremacy. So
Yeah.
they don't, none of them are comfortable using the word nationalism, which as Americans, that's where we should be. That should be our fundamental identity. Because that's where all of our rights and our freedoms come from.
I must say, I can't speak for other people, but I just wonder, why don't you just hyphenate it then until it becomes, because to point at this polemic, or which shouldn't be a polemic, which is that, well, obviously civic nationalism is not the same as ethno-nationalism. To conflate civic nationalism and ethno-nationalism is another gripe, is another swipe at trying to undermine non-racialism, which essentially this whole generation has instead cottoned onto vulnerable narcissism and cultivating a narcissistic injury about their identity. Because if you're reacting in the world, you don't ever have to be accountable and responsible and actually, sort of that you are responsible for your own destinations in life, and how you comport yourself and how you sort of direct blame at yourself is how you integrate and reiterate yourself and actually grow as a human being. Whereas you don't have to grow as a human being if you can just indulge in a personal envy, which you can say, well, this thing was stolen from my identity. So it's this envy converting into identitarian jealousy. And so you can always just say, well, I don't have the same, people don't give me the same attention as the pretty white girl. And that's a typecast in my head. Therefore, everyone in society should be treated like the pretty white girl. It's like, it's a strange sort of, this finance minister who has all the political power in the world can actually feel hard done by that not everyone gives him the respect and the ego stroking that he thinks that he deserves. Like if people don't give him adulation enough, that it's because he can penetrate and telepathically know exactly that they're white supremacists. It's that kind of Don Lemon. It's amazing how they give themselves this power to be the inquisitor. Like you have to prove your innocence against the accusation, and the accusation is purely hypothetical. So you have to prove the negative. That's how the whole thing. That's how vulnerable narcissism works, is that they get to leverage hard skepticism against everybody else's claims, but somehow they never have to ground anything that they feel, because everyone is allowed to have their own surrealist feeling. And this is why I say this is what Nancy Pelosi was doing when she was saying, oh, my kids do open Biden instead of open sesame. It's like, what the hell does this mean? But she's showing her token allegiance to the cultural zeitgeist and the cultural hegemon, which is the surrealist indulgence.
But it's childish. She loves playing with the children. That's what she's brought to our government. Is being a mom and a grandma. She loves it. I think it's natural. It's a natural tendency for her to play the games with the children. So that's something that I've noticed watching everybody. Like I see all the men, looking for the bad guys, but when I'm looking out there, I see really immature and incompetent women doing stupid shit, and the men are letting them get away with it. Like I feel like so much of our society problems is just incompetence and mommies being in positions that they really don't belong in. I don't think this big orchestrated globalistic agenda from these oligarchs. I mean, Nancy Pelosi was very adamant about when she got into her position of power, like her globalist agenda. And she's also not only worried about the children of our country, but she's worried about the children all over the world. Like that is what fed a lot of this bullshit, is the mommying tendencies. Like I don't put all the blame on all the bad guys, because you said yourself, philosophy, the men are the head and the women are the necks. We've had too many fucked up necks in our government. Too many. Hey, if you tell me about that video, I'll find it and I'll drop it in the chat. What do I look up?
I don't know if I'll be able to find it now, but it is from like the 90s, and it was
Jamaican.
I did download. I'll have to find it on one of my hard drives that I downloaded to get the name. Sorry, Emmanuel, you were going to say something. I'll try to look for it.
Yeah, I was just going to touch on what Good Mother was saying about Nancy Pelosi and just overall the stuff that she was saying. The whole thing of her appealing to these words, just using these words that don't even make sense, is that it's just meant to evoke a feeling. And this kind of reminds me of like the sort of things that Red Pill Mike was saying on the other stream about how if you want to capture women, you have to evoke a feeling, like it's about how you make them feel in the moment. It's not so much about what you said, like the feeling is what really like gives a lasting impression. And I think you're seeing women apply that in politics. And of course, that works. That definitely does work to some extent. But then, like, at the end of the day, someone needs to get down and do the real work. You know, someone actually needs to do this stuff. I was just going to say that what you have with the situation of women and men in the United States, because I think your racial situation is bad, of course. I'm talking racial relations, but I don't think it's as bad as the male-female dynamic, personally. And because obviously the numbers are way greater then, you know, and this side it's kind of the opposite. We do have issues between men and women, but the main topic is the racial issue. Like that's the main one. And I think what you have is a situation in which you need people to infiltrate this the whole mindset, the whole game that they're playing from their side. So in terms of our situation, we would need what you guys had with the Hispanic vote. That would need to happen here. We would need to have some sort of awakening of black people who realize that something's up with this entire system. Something's up with this entire the way in which everything's working. These people seem to be playing a game that is only benefiting them and no one else, you know? And I think until that happens, it will be very difficult for the average, as you always say, the average man in the States to combat this feminist whole thing, you know? And in terms of our situation in South Africa, it will be very difficult for the average white person to try counter because, you know, due to the entire game, you're just dismissed as you white, you don't have the right to speak. You white, you inherently have, you inherently coming in arguing in bad faith. So we just dismiss everything you say. What's interesting though is the reaction that people have to those people when they do stick their heads out, you know. I'll say like in the case of the United States, when the women are called pick-me's. In South Africa, what happens is that men who speak like that are called, I guess it happens in the States as well, they're called, you know, Uncle Toms, bootlickers, what's the one that Zuma used? He called them clever blacks, which is insane to me because it's like, if you call those people clever blacks, let's say I'm in the audience and I'm listening to you speaking, what am I? You know? And these are the little nuances that people don't really pick up. You know, when the mask slips for a second, you know, I guess that, what would you call that? Freudian slip, you know? And yeah, so it's just, I think that needs to happen. I think you need to have a situation where the uprising comes up from the target group, the so-called under privilege, under what you call it? What's the word that they use? I'm even using their lingo, but essentially the non-privileged group. Those are the guys who need to have a splitting of some sort, because I know that those people exist. The people who think logically, I know they exist. It's just that one, they're either too afraid to speak, or two, they've been caught up in all this mess that they're lost. But if you were to actually pull them to the side and say, hey, listen, this is how it's actually working, they'd be like, I don't even know how I got into this, you know? And I think those are the people you need. I think that's the real revolution that's needed. Like you're doing in terms of your channel. You're saying women need to stand up and do something about this, because the men are put in a situation where the moment they speak out, it's dismissed. You know, yeah, you cancelled.
I think it can only happen through independent media as well. I mean, I don't know about America, but
Yes.
in South Africa, it's like, I do think that there is a lot of political suppression around these things. There are political agents coming. I mean, a lot of the media stations are actually owned through, in some sense, they're owned by the ruling party through some mediating sort of big businessman or something. Prime Media, I believe, is like fully owned by some politically connected hack or something like that. But Reedy Dureko on 567 Medium Wave, she was going to start her own radio station, and that never happened. And I do think that there was some kind of, I think she was threatened even. I think I can't remember if that came out. But you know, if you have the wrong politics, if you don't toe the identity politics line, I think there is a bit of a cabal because they know the ANC has somehow sealed its political hegemony, and I mean, this even happens on the left, that the unions and things like that, they get disrupted by political agents, because, you know, I mean, a lot of unions know that, like, you know, the economy needs to do better. Organized labor cannot actually extract, you know, you can't get blood from a stone. You know, you actually have to have, you know, so yeah, I mean, it's the contradictions in this, sadly, all they're not able to coalesce, because there is no sort of honest journalism that's capable of in some sense fighting against this cabal of virtues of the virtue signaling, which is just so easy because it has such a lowest common sort of appeal to it, especially after doing all this work of normalizing and teaching it from the top at universities and having it broadcast widespread. But I mean,
so I just want to ask, have you been to university?
Yeah, in 2007, I was actually there at the beginning, like when it was starting up. In 2007, I was at Rhodes, and it was literally getting into gear there. It was actually, I was there while it was actually being implemented overtly, like they were actually fully leading into getting it off the ground. And I mean, I actually met someone who I found out was a professional activist. Like, he was not a student. He like, to be in Grahamstown, which is a small town in the Eastern Cape that is just centered around the university, which is quite a famous university. There's this guy here who is paid by the same people who were paid by the Treatment Action Campaign that brought down Thabo Mbeki. And this is all foreign money, and I don't know where it comes from. I've heard stories that this is it's Russia or something like that, because in some sense, if you wanted to go after America on the race issue, you had to maybe discredit non-racialism more broadly or something like that. And so, and in some sense, the home of non-racialism was South Africa. So I don't know. I mean, when Thabo Mbeki was actually taken out, he'd already made every concession that you could make. And you could even, I mean, obviously it is better not to have that kind of controversy, but that kind of process, that kind of political process that he was taken to task for, you could even say was slightly good in terms of promoting because I mean, many people had misconceptions around HIV and AIDS, and just going through that turmoil, you could say, was a good activism to have in terms of promoting general awareness about, you know, how this stuff actually functions. Obviously, it doesn't look good when I mean, but and so after he made all those concessions, I mean, he did eventually completely switch his position. You know, he did concede every factual point, and they still wanted his blood. And because they still went after him, at that point, it had shifted gears into being completely politically motivated. And essentially, the ANC was never the same again. But anyway, this is history that is perhaps... Sorry, all these... I mean, this is the problem about talking about South Africa, is that it is a complicated... I mean, it has its own particular, you know, sort of context, which is, you know, in the detail, which is very important to sort of track these things, which is hard to talk about, you know, for the benefit of a foreign audience. But it's sad that essentially democratic accountability in politics has been displaced by this theater, which, you know, essentially we have the reincarnation of Hitler in the guise of Julius Malema. I mean, if you ever want to Google Julius Malema or YouTube, you know, some of his speeches, I mean, this is someone who literally, that's his political shtick. I mean, he's literally, I cannot believe that he has not read Mein Kampf and that he is not using it as an instruction manual. It's very obvious that the whole politics of the EFF are centered around Mein Kampf. But anyway.
Yeah, I think there's certainly some serious concerning, if I were to put it lightly, parallels between the two. And yeah, I want to just, I actually asked you that question because I was at UCT, and that's the University of Cape Town, in Cape Town. And I was there at the time of the entire Fees Must Fall, Roads Must Fall movement. So that was like what's that now? 5, 6 years ago. And I remember seeing it spring up out of nowhere. And it was just insane because it was just everyday school, thing. And then all of a sudden someone decides, you know what, this statue that everyone has walked past for the past, I don't know how many years, never, ever, 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 ever have I had a conversation about that statue. No one has ever had a problem about it. We were just there to go learn, go home. All of a sudden now it's a big problem. And I was like, what? And people just started, the movement blew up, obviously, and then people were saying, no, we need to remove these statues. They honor people who were oppressing us, so on and so on. And I was just like, really? Like, we are in a country that has record unemployment. We have inequality. I think South Africa is the most, if I'm not incorrect, it might have changed since, but at some point we were the most consistently unequal country in the world. Our inequality is insane, and obviously that's for the recorded countries. That's and your main priority is removing statues and changing the names of buildings. It's just like, how about with all that fervor, all of that energy, all of that drive directed towards getting people proper education, directed towards ensuring that holding these politicians' feet to the fire, instead of looking at dumb things like statues. That's my personal opinion. And sure, I met people who didn't share my opinion. What was concerning was how militant a lot of these guys were. And the thing is, like, as I was saying, it just blew up out of nowhere. And it was to the point where you had to say, like, this is insane. This is more than just what I'm seeing. It feels like there's a lot more at stake with this entire movement that perhaps I'm not even like aware of. Perhaps there are people who see this as a potential to get their name out there for certain positions. That's what I was thinking at the time. Later on, I came to find that some of these people were recruited into some of the political parties. So I think if we ever to achieve anything of note as Africa, and I think this applies to the United States as well, because you're facing the same sorts of problems, we need to have a practical, pragmatic look at what do we need, what are the urgent issues, and how can we fix them. And you really need to do it in a sort of like a doctor performing triage, essentially saying, I'm going to treat the heart that has a bullet wound before I treat the foot. Like, why are we prioritizing things? In particular, in the case of South Africa, why are we prioritizing things which have no real, growth factor to them, when we are dying for economic growth? We that's what we need, and to me that screams of politics, as opposed to just economics. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so I just wanted to point out that I have a little lecture, I guess, around an issue here, which is around, I guess, the lack of political leadership, but also, the lack of vision and planning, or reasonableness in general, which I do think, you can kind of link it to the gender politics kind of stuff, because as soon as you're in the valence of systemic oppression, you can use that essentially to, to me, I'm surprised that other people, even within academia, haven't pushed back that, there's nothing pragmatic, there's nothing efficacious that you can get out of this sort of paradigm, like this kind of weirdly sort of social construct, they're going to penetrate everyone's psychology and say that, well, because you don't have the right beliefs, that somehow, the actual utilitarian aspect of this is just somehow fobbed off or put behind the curtain. But the COVID-19 response is a perfect, basically we don't have a democratic electorate anymore. We just have a sort of, we have journalists that peddle a narrative about emotional reactions. I mean, like, the audience of these newscasting channels are literally queued up in terms of how to feel about a subject, which then translates into political sentiment or something like that. And in some sense, I mean, Christopher Hitchens made this beautiful. I think I'm sorry. I think it was Christopher Hitchens and not Peter Hitchens that made this beautiful documentary about how Diana in Britain, after she died, how it was peddled, or how the level at which it was pitched to the British public, where it was our princess. She was called the People's Princess, and the newscaster, the actual newscaster said our princess, and it was like, this was strange because never before had they taken such a partisan moral kind of narrative that they were overtly peddling to the audience. Essentially, they were speaking for the sentiments of the audience. They were speaking for the feelings of the audience, and that was really the thing that cracked the shell, and that I think opened the door to this new cultural epoch of this, politics of sentiment and politics of feelings and relativism, that you can then indulge in your own subjective relativism and cultivate this narcissistic injury, which then has a kind of political manifestation and ends up being represented by a kind of furor eventually. I mean, and in some sense, when you start dealing with the problems of identity politics, the only thing that it's missing is the principle of the furor. In Weimar Germany and in Nazi Germany, that was really what became the state cult, became the glue of the state after they took over. Obviously, before they took over, they were a minority. This is why I'm always afraid of the EFF, because you don't really need a majority to have a coup. You only need about 20% buy-in of the population, and then you can just kind of have a Kristallnacht and steal power, and then you can just kind of indoctrinate people through the education system afterwards. But essentially, it all comes around: can you get 20% to believe that the identity needs to be represented politically, and you need a guardian of the identity, a guardian of the sentimentality, which has already been normalized as the engine of politics. And so, as soon as you see that moral consideration is vested in the identity and not in the individual, and that therefore these sentiments deserve to be represented, you get a reactive politics that is not about the issue. It's not about having an informed public discourse where you actually have to sense make in a way that is democratically responsible. You get journalists that just pander, and they just sort of concoct a narrative, and they broadcast that narrative, and that's what their job is. And that's what the Don Lemons of the world are. They are propaganda mouthpieces, for an ideological worldview, and where ideology is just, you're either with it or you're against it. And that already is, I would call all of this proto-fascist. But if you look at COVID-19, what you should do is now I'm just repeating the points that were made by Lord Sumption, Jonathan Sumption, the former law lord. I don't know if he still is. He's obviously still a lord. I don't know. He's not still a law lord, but he was on the highest bench in the British legal system. He's now retired, so now he can talk freely about politics and things like that. And he's been a vocal, he's spoken up against these COVID-19 restrictions, talking about how improportionate they are to the actual risk. It's absolutely insane. And we've never quarantined the healthy before, in the history. Also, the actual death rate and things like that, apart from perhaps the political numbers rigging and things like that, if you actually got experts speaking on both sides of these issues, and you actually looked into it by actually having experts who hold opposite views actually hash it out, which we've never really had in the news. We've never really heard the other side. And what really pisses me off is that in this country, in South Africa, you should be able to go to the court and say that, no, this is an unjustified infringement of our constitutional rights. But they will say, no, we as a court, we don't feel that we have the capacity to go up against this general public sentiment and complex, which is essentially completely undermined the functioning of the Constitution, but also of democratic basic values. Liberal democratic values are essentially conspicuously missing in this new realm that we now inhabit. And because of this new normal, sorry, I'm just sort of repeating myself now. Sorry, I don't know if I finished my lecture about that aspect about the lack of leadership and management. But or the lack of integrity. I mean, I do somewhat sympathize with the people at the top to some degree, in that they have to put up with culture if they're not already on board with it, unless you believe that they're part of some kind of secret cabal that where this is all part of the plan or something like that. And I do there are elements of both. I see that in some sense we've now created politics as to this, you have to feed the dogs a pound of flesh and they're thirsty for blood, and you always, there are these hungry wolves out there, and that's what fascistic politics comes out. And unless you have a scapegoat, there's no way to divert the pressure. There's no way, anyway, so ranting a bit.
Yeah, I think I just wanted to touch on the fact that who talks about this? Is it Jordan Peterson, I think, who talks about the fact that a big problem that's not really spoken about is the decline of the media industry and how it's created these incentives that have been, that have made the environment essentially rife, for with all of this stuff. And I think that's certainly something that people need to look into. I think we need to have a way of trying to address media as a whole. I would suggest personally that we need more adversarial media, and not just, I'm talking in the sense of like your podcasts, Joe Rogan, your Brett Weinstein, and all of these guys. These are the sorts of guys who these are the sorts of let me call them platforms that you need to see in the media, not just this one way traffic sort of media, both on the likes of CNN and of Fox News. And I'll say in terms of South Africa, the channels in South Africa as well, how they go. I think that needs to be addressed. I think another thing that needs to be spoken about, I think you touched on it, is leadership. We seem to be lacking a lot on the leadership front, and I'm talking capable leadership. I would suggest, right, in terms of that perhaps certainly in the United States, you may need to have either the drastic. This is the nuclear option, would be to divide your country and say, look, we're just way too different. But if you insist on staying together, I'd say the next best thing is to perhaps diversify your voting blocks, have more parties, because I think the sorts of lanes that people are trying to straddle, especially the Democrats, the sorts of like the mix that they're trying to glue together to make a voting block for themselves is odd, and it ensures that you'll never have any coherent policy, right? In terms of South Africa, I think what we're desperately crying out for in South Africa is something on the right. The furthest party we have, the party that's furthest to the right in South Africa, would be slap bang in line with what Democrats are in the United States. I'm talking DA now, right? And then obviously we have fringe ones which are way further to the right of that, but they have, or at least they're perceived to have, an ethno element to their politics. So they don't really get much traction in South Africa. So I think that's something that needs to happen. I think we need to have competent, and I would even suggest appealing right-wing politics, because I think that was one of the things that was like the what you call it, the Achilles heel of Trump, is that a lot of the stuff that he was saying was dismissed on the fact that he doesn't make me feel right. Like, I don't like him. I'm talking from the left. And I think if you could get someone who has the smoothness of Obama, but the policies of someone, let's say like Trump, someone further on the right, I think you'd see America get out of this stuff. He'd be able to coax the people on the left in a way that I think Trump couldn't, right? And then in terms of the South African context, I think there's a lot of South Africans who need to hear something different. All of our parties say the same thing. They're all basically on the left. Even when you listen to like the party that I mentioned, the DA. Okay, let me speak to what they were in the previous election. I'd say 2014. and maybe after that, they're actually shifting further to the left. They actually had to have a sort of process of expunging some of the people who were pulling them towards the left, because I guess they were seeing that it's not really working for their voter base, etc., etc. But I think we need to have a serious conversation about getting capable leaders in place, leaders who are not only who don't only have good policies, but who are also charismatic, people who can be able to infiltrate culture and the media, be a media darling in a way that Trump wasn't. It's very difficult to dismiss charismatic people when you're on the left, because your entire strategy relies on charisma. It relies on being able to use words that are enticing, as opposed to what you typically hear from the right, which is more pragmatic, practical. So if you can get someone to straddle both lanes, I think you'd have something. Yeah.
So, Emmanuel, I slightly disagree with two things that you've said. I mean, it's interesting because I think everything that you've just laid out is actually manifested in the current leader of the DA, which is John Steenhuisen. And my criticism of him is that he's not more caustic, that he's not more edgy, that he's not more hard-pressed, because he tries to create this positive, charismatic thing where he doesn't, I mean, he does make criticisms and things like that, but I do think that he does lead from the front as well, and he tries to have this positive image because he doesn't want to get into the racialist brawling, as it were. He doesn't want to, like, he says all the right things. He is completely anti-identity politics, but he doesn't explicitly go after them. He doesn't actually, because he doesn't want to have, I guess he wants somebody else maybe, he doesn't want to be the first person to kind of break that egg or something like that. I don't know. But in some sense, I think he is like, I mean, he's nothing like Trump in terms of all that, like he's, in terms of all the bad qualities that you said, but he does have a lot of, let's say, the substantive merit that I think that you were trying to say. So in some sense, if you could transplant John Steenhuisen into American politics, I think he would be able to pull from the left. But I still think that the problem is that he doesn't go after their ideology, but there are enough people in America that don't, on the left, who don't like identity politics, who are, let's say, the old style liberal, who are looking for a political home because they're basically homeless in America politically. But in South Africa, the problem is that you do actually have to reset the race issue, because it's gotten so like because of all this stuff that you can't blame the victim, and therefore you can have this weird kind of mythology surrounding history and stuff like that. And so and no one wants to actually bite the bullet and actually sort of take it upon their own shoulders to actually have that toxic battle with these toxic crypto fascists, essentially.
Yeah.
No, well, I mean, well, at least like people that are already in the arena or that are already established, at the top. Sorry, there was another point that. So, yeah, I mean, sorry, you were talking about the lack of leadership, and you were talking about what would be useful. And sorry, I need to make notes when I'm listening. Excuse me. There was another point that I wanted to raise about how politics. Yeah.
Can I throw something in there about the universities and the media? You guys were talking about the mainstream media being trash, pretty much. I actually have a conversation on a previous video that I posted. That I had a conversation with a university professor, PhD in media studies. They teach theories, agenda setting theory, priming, Marshall McLuhan, medium is the message. They drill these theories into them on how to spin up a narrative to sell the most. And a lot of these, he even said people from Fox and CNN will call them, yes, CNN and Fox both operate through a process of priming where they establish the salient issues in the minds of the public. In other words, they tell us what to think and why. Agenda setting occurs because the media must be selective in reporting, and news outlets make choices about what to report and how to do it. There are 2 levels, and they also will call their professors to help them spin up narratives. So, no, it's literally all the fucking university's fault for all of this. Because they train all these people that get into all these positions of power. They are fundamentally responsible for the incompetency. And I did ask him about integrity, like, you have time for integrity, because he says that the students just pick up on it so quickly and he's so excited. He's like, no, that's not my job. My job is to teach them the theories. I'm like, wow, that's kind of shitty of a person.
I don't know how much those, I mean, in some sense, I guess those theories about attention grabbing or something like that. I mean, obviously, if you don't have a general moral compass, or you're not mature or developed as an individual or something like that. And I mean, in some sense, I guess you could say, well, the problem is that the market conspicuously doesn't care about those things. But I just wanted to endorse what Emmanuel said about adversarial journalism or adversarial media. Well, it's weird because just using the word adversarial maybe
independent.
In terms of having media outlets that are actually ideologically opposed to one another, or at least honest about their own sort of biases, or honest about how they structure their worldview. Like Tucker Carlson, I think, is the perfect sort of media outlet or something like that. But I do think independent media is the solution to all of this. And I just wanted to plug a channel like the Duran is amazing. They are a news channel. There's a Greek guy and a British guy, and they work together, and they just do stories, and they often comment about American politics, but European politics and the EU and crises all over the world. And their analysis is, they actually make sense of things, and they do so on a deep level, and it's really amazing to listen to. But it's just the level of information and synthesis, because they will give you context. It's kind of like Tim Cast or Tim Pool, does kind of similar stuff, but these people have more methodical and sort of get into a wider range of issues. I mean, it's amazing what's actually going on in the world. And you actually get real, almost investigative journalism that is historically informed, but also actually tells you what's going on the level of diplomacy, on the level of strategy and policy between geopolitical players.
What's it called again?
The Duran.
Okay.
Yeah. Duran. Yeah. And they promote civic nationalism. If you buy a shirt from them, you can get your nation's flag in their crest. Essentially, it's so I think they are very spot on. They are very they are clued up about the demoralization and the denigration of basic common decency and things like that, and they are just a voice of reason. And anyway, but yeah, so I do hope that is the future, because I do think that is the only way that you can actually have real integrity within sense making, is that you have real independent operators that aren't beholden to big shell corporations or parent corporations that are part of structured entrenched interests and things like that. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's them. But sorry, I was going to say something else about the adversarial nature. But yeah, I mean, the reason just why I think adversarial can be a touchy word is because isn't that what Don Lemon does to people that he gets on his show? Doesn't he essentially just kind of perform this inquisitorial function? And it's like, I'm the professional objective journalist, so if I'm asking this set of leading questions, then surely there's an objective basis that you have to answer up to something. And it's amazing how there's this sort of doubling down of just on top of the formula of the narrative that is being broadcast, that the narrative relies on, that the formula relies on these certain things to just be assumed in the minds of the audience. And so you're just kind of piling on these unchecked, but I mean, yeah, so it's such a cheap trick that you would think that people would see through it. But yeah, it's to me, it's amazing just how how many people there are in the world. I mean, in some sense, maybe this was always true, and you kind of see it on Twitter as well, that you just have this. And it's scary also then how they're trying to make Twitter a safe space and ideologically cordon it off so that people can live in that reality bubble. I mean, what was disgusting to me is that, like, somehow I'm suspended on Twitter. I don't know how I'm suspended, because I used it only years ago, and so I want to respond in a tweet to the Minister of Finance, who in my opinion, is generating propaganda for white genocide, and I can't enter that public debate because it has been sealed off by an oligarch, by a tech lord oligarch, who now gets to control, be a center of power in this proto-fascist, new epoch that I live in, where the money power and political power are colluding as elites, and they get to project onto me because, so they need to be protected from my white supremacy. That's the world we live in.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I think what you've said quite a lot. I think what you're saying about the fact that you think you're just asking about the adversarial media, and you're saying that, is it not what's already happening? Let me just try explain it a bit further. What I mean by that is that I'd like to see the ideas, the ideologies. I'd like to see them pit the ideologies against each other. So, like, basically what had happened is that earlier in the year, they were saying, or was it last year, before the election, they were trying to get, there was like a bit of a movement trying to get Trump and Biden to go and debate on Joe Rogan, which I thought was a brilliant idea, because I think the problem with the likes of CNN and all of these guys, excuse me, they have a clear slant, number one. Number two, they have certain, the way they're structured, the incentives just reinforce that slant. So what's curious about podcasts is that I've even seen the hosts have different views from the guest, and the way in which they interact really mimics what used to happen on universities. Now, the sad thing about what's happening on universities is that sort of interaction is no longer being allowed. So I think the best option would be to go through podcasts or to go through the media and say that essentially say that that's what's needed. We need to have adversarial media, have these things debated out in the open, because if it were happening in universities, it would be great, but then it wouldn't get out to all the people who are voting. The problem is that the people who left universities still hold those ideas, and they seem to be quite stubborn in terms of rejecting the natural progression that would happen, that normally happens from being socialist to eventually becoming, moving further to the right. It seems, ironically, that the people who are suffering the most from socialist policies are refusing to make that transition. And I think that also incorporates that lack of development that was being spoken about in the clips you're talking about. You play, sorry, good mother. And I think
lack of responsibility or accountability. Yeah. These kids have had everything given to them, and predominantly women that have this false sense of entitlement because our society lets these people get away with fucking everything. There's no accountability for their shitty, irresponsible decisions. Believe all women. Never criticize a woman. Like, I feel like a lot of this shit stems from that. That's why it's kind of under the radar a little bit. The men aren't allowed to say it, strangely. And go ahead.
I think it is the template, but I don't necessarily think. I mean, because obviously that's transitioned from woman to victim, and the theory of what a victim is has ideologically elaborated and grown. But I mean, yeah, I do think that it's all from second wave feminism. I mean, it's basically it's all grown out. I mean,
he'll be back.
Okay. But yeah. So, I mean, ontologically, it's from second wave feminism, but you could also just say that it's Nazi philosophy. So I mean, again, or repurposed Nazi philosophy, because I mean, and which, in some sense, as far as I can tell, was concocted from Hitler, probably from absorbing the influence of some female caregiver. Like he wasn't raised, I think he was raised by his aunt. So perhaps either his aunt or his mother was had borderline personality disorder. I mean, that's personally that seems the most plausible to me, and that he was essentially trying to design a political system that would welcome back.
Yeah. You're saying?
But women support all these other social justices. They're the ones that defend all the children.
I'm trying to see if it's possible to disambiguate. I mean, so I do think ontologically that this toxicity comes from feminism or some variant of feminism. But in some sense, I've also said that, you know, like the political face of it, or the political development of it, which originally I believe happened in Nazi philosophy or fascistic. I mean, it is I mean, there's even a kind of Napoleonic element in this. You know, I mean, the French have this weird kind of, you know, there's something quite there's a weird kind of sexual infusion of sort of feminine energy in the, you know, this assimilate into the French culture, you know, is this model that you have to have a French identity, and there is a kind, I mean, archetypally a kind of feminine, you know, that it's saying something about the quality of the story of your life, the narrative, you know, the soul, which is archetypally correlated with female, you know, the soul. I'm a kind of hermetical, alchemical sort of analysis of these things. I have a kind of Jungian sort of take on a lot of sort of spiritual issues, and so. But anyway, but I mean, this is even within Christianity directly, where, you know, the bride of Christ, you know. Anyway, this is going to get too esoteric, but yeah. So, I mean, I do think that though, because of my hermeticism, I do believe in disambiguating it from the sexual archetype and putting it into spiritual terms or something like that. And so, you know, I mean, as I've just done in some sense, saying that the story of your life, the narrative, in some sense, has always had this archetypal feminine trait representing it. And the man is like the spirit, which is the active force or something like that. But I mean, psychologically, I've also said that, you know, women seem to gravitate towards developing and using the parent function in a much more ephemeral way, and they like to disguise or downplay their dominant function. And that means that essentially they can sort of constellate themselves around the victor or around the other dominant force in the room, and they never have to say, oh, I was wrong about that, because they never made a position. They only made indications, and then they, you know, or feelers, or you know, they just made general sort of. And so, and I mean, I think girls and women do sometimes suffer in their development because of this, because it's so easy to just play the odds, you know, like hypergamy has this built into it, you know, where it's much easier, you know, like women always have to be conscious of an opportunity cost. It's like if you're a single woman or something like that, you have to know that where you are is going to be what makes is going to be your dating pool or something like that. So where you choose to be, where you choose to spend your time and attention, has a kind of you can calculate, you know, who you're likely to come across and what you're aiming for. And so, you know, in a lot of sense, I think women become obsessed, or at least some slew of sort of toxic feminism is that, you know, they're going to the casino and they're trying to get to the high stakes table because, you know, it's imaginable that you could go to a club and some celebrity, some Leonardo DiCaprio could spot you out and then could associate with you. And then, you know, so you have to be at the club and you have to look rich so that maybe you can, you know, get picked up by and you know, become a famous person like that or something, because that's in the realm of possibility for a woman, you know, like you're expected to marry up in some sense, or there's that sort of that social competitive, in some sense, women I think do drive themselves crazy in some sense, because it's not so much that what they end up being able to extract, it's that somebody else was able to extract more. And feminism is something like the guarantee that you can get free drinks for life, that you can sort of socialize the free drinks, or something like that. And also that you can sort of use as a token of resentment that, some women who are so pretty, they get everything handed to them, and therefore that should be the default of humanity. Somehow that's the basic, so just because someone has an amazingly privileged life, that privilege should somehow be redistributed culturally or something like that. And it's like, it's so like to go through that kind of ideological reductionism and sort of, like, how would you fix that? So somehow you have to change all of biology, and you have to change hormones, or everyone has to get plastic surgery to look the same as everyone else. Everyone has to become the same height. Like, how do you actually fix this problem? Like, it doesn't happen.
I haven't shared it with you yet, but fire all the women. Fire all the women. Fire all the women out of their jobs. And then you'll have kind of an instant hypergamy rebalancing of society.
I must say, I might be more experimental than you, because I want hypergamy. I want it to be consciously transcended. And in some sense, I do think that this is what was done in Romanticism. They were actually able to get a full handle on it. I mean, obviously, there was only the Russian aristocracy that was really engaged in proper Romanticism, but and cared about integrity. And obviously, that's just a small class of people of maybe a few thousand aristocrats. But that was the engine of our philosophy, and that's also where we get all of our general sort of. Anyway, that's sort of we've generally had a Western decline ever since the Russian Revolution. But anyway, that's a kind of historical thing. But the thing is that when you sexualize politics with this kind of intrigue and this kind of sort of counterfactual, hypothetical, that you want to re-engineer the whole paradigm of human attention, and it goes on with this idea that for example, that trans people want everyone to treat them as their own personal subjective point of view, or something like that. As soon as you have that kind of like, how does that function in a liberal values, like, how does that, because that's the kind of the tolerance paradox right there, is that somehow your relativism must be tolerated by everyone else, and they can't be intolerant. I mean, it already has that kind of that convoluted thing that leads you down into some. You need a Führer, or you need a canonical top-down vision that everyone else has to sort of comport to in order to even. I mean, this is why racialism doesn't even work unless you usually agree that at some point you have to have a kind of an ethno-nationalism, because you can't have a state that serves more than one identity. You can't have more than one political interest. And so unless you can canonize and destroying lots of people's, potential to have meaningful relationships, and in some sense, the fault is squarely on the female side of the fence, and maybe they're male enablers or something like that.
Yes.
I mean,
it's a two, and I think I pointed this out in another stream. I was saying that the worst part of this problem is that it's recursive. It feeds into itself. You have women who do all of these things that you pointed out, and then those are the same women who happen to have the sons of the next generation, and then they raise them to be the men who will enable the women that they are. And at some point, we need to put an end to this. And I think the most practical way, as I said before, is that you get the sensible women to band up with men together and have a very concrete, coordinated, movement that, unlike the feminism, we have goalposts that are clearly laid out. You don't shift them all over the place to suit your different people's agendas. You have a goal, you achieve it, you move on, and until that happens, you won't see much change. The next best thing is then to have the market do its thing. Where I think the way it's going to play out, if we don't have like a constructive intervention in the system, is that you're going to have a situation where you have a lost generation of women. There's going to be a generation of women who don't have husbands. If they have kids, they have kids out of wedlock and without a man in the house. And what that would do to the next generation, I don't even want to be here to see. Because I think I was saying as well earlier, or maybe in another stream, that what's very interesting to see is that along with the masculine energy that a lot of these feminists have taken on, they've lost femininity in ways which are very, very, very concerning. For example, the disconnect from children, for me, is very, very concerning. And I think that raises issues from an economic point of view, from a sociological point of view, political point of view. What sorts of voting blocks are we going to see in the next 10 to 20 years? I think you're already seeing the effects of what was happening in the previous generation and the realignment that we're starting to see in the United States. I think a lot of voting blocks have shifted, and I think this process is only going to settle in maybe minimum 10 years time, 10 to 20 years time. And what we will see there will be very interesting, because I think remarkably different from what we're seeing now. I think what we call the left in 10 years time will be very different from what we call it now. What we call the right will be very different from what we call it now. And I just hope that whatever comes about from all of this shift, the West still comes out on top. I think we need to have emphasis on truth, facts, some sort of establishment of borders, and I mean that in a more metaphorical sense, not in a literal sense. I mean it in the sense of, if a rule is being played, that rule must actually be a rule. If a policy is being placed, it must actually be a policy. It mustn't be this is what we do, but then we're not going to do it if at that point in time it's not convenient for us. I think that being said, we must have enough flexibility to maintain that order. Because obviously, if it swings way to the other side, where it's too much of a rule-based system, it becomes a tyranny. So I would say that what we need to have is a system.
You're echoing a little bit, sir.
Am I?
Yeah.
Okay, that's strange.
So sorry,
Okay.
I didn't hear that remark.
They say I'm echoing.
Oh, it might be me.
Okay. Let's see.
I'll move my microphone further away from my speakers. Sorry.
No,
Okay.
it was coming out of his.
Am I still echoing?
Nope, you're good.
Okay, cool. I was actually going to ask a question about, I think this would be more relevant to the UK and people who are looking at this dynamic, and I think Africa as well. Africa is currently, let me say, contemplating an African Union, sort of like an EU sort of situation, where we have a united currency and we are a free trade and all these things across Africa. And I actually want to ask, Psyche, what are your thoughts about that, considering the fact that the EU project doesn't seem to be working out. The US seems to also have its own issues with regards to significant differences politically and just overall in terms of their philosophies across state lines. How do you see that playing out in the context, given that background in Africa?
Well, a common currency is a terrible idea, but a trading bloc is probably fine and probably good. I mean, free trade is always good, but I mean, it wouldn't. Obviously, it doesn't really work that well with countries that have, basically countries that are inefficient because sometimes it will tend towards generating homogenized tax, or so it might not work for our country in terms of how it's currently being run, but trade is always good. But yeah, so I mean that's what the common market in the EU was the first thing. Like that was even that was entered into by the Margaret Thatcher government. So yeah, I mean that's the best. Also, that's maybe a good way to do trade is on those giant sort of things, because then. I mean, in the long term, it does actually, it is good for everyone. But I mean, I guess I don't know about, there's so many countries in Africa, so it's hard to know. I mean, because like how does the African Union have, I'm not sure what its politics is in relation to, very problematic countries that basically have warlords in them, like the Congo, like where you have, so I mean, obviously, I guess it wouldn't include those kinds of, I must say I don't follow. I don't even follow the details of the politics in South Africa that much, because it's sort of it's a waste of time and so depressing. To actually follow all the. I just generally follow the themes and the important kind of. I mean, for me, I guess I focus on the law itself, but Man, I need to make more notes while you're talking, because you bring up such important points. But yeah, I mean, you were making the point about the general sort of incoherence and the sort of the lack of integrity and things. But sorry, and we were talking about sexual schisms. Man, I'm so sorry. I need to. There were like two things that I was thinking about while you were talking to bring up. But sorry, I need to make better notes.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I'll just elaborate on my point about the African Union. I am concerned about it because obviously, in the context of Africa, South Africa is, for intents and purposes, the United States of Africa. We are the powerhouse in many ways. Sure, on paper, our GDP is not as high as I think there are 3 or 4 countries which have a higher GDP than ours now. But on a structural level, we're ahead of them in terms of development as a country, right? How do you think it's going to play out with regards to immigration? Because I think that was a major issue, one of the major issues in the UK for them to leave was immigration. And I guess the fact that I understand this. I think the second one was probably the fact that the laws were starting to get the impression or the sense that the laws were no longer being decided in the UK. They were being decided in Belgium. Yeah.
We don't have effective immigration control anyway. So, I mean, our borders are porous. So it doesn't really, which has been bad. I mean, this is why we've had xenophobic attacks. So, because we have poor people in our country that we can't really attend to because we have all these new citizens essentially rocking up and immigrating here effectively without proper controls. But, essentially you can't have open borders when you have a welfare state, essentially. And yeah, I mean, so that basic contradiction is a rule in sort of, so it is very sort of problematic. But I mean, I just know that essentially, I mean, we're doing so bad economically and on all fronts that, I mean, I don't know, the idea of having a currency that we can't debase because the power is somewhere else. But I mean, it just sounds like a bad idea. I mean, just because, the general integrity, I mean, we could become like the Germany of the AU, maybe, but probably not, because our tax rate is, we don't have efficient industry. I mean, we've sort of undercut everything. because we've kind of debased our meritocracy, and we haven't developed organically. So all of the markets in South Africa are basically are fundamentally dysfunctional because they run on ideology, and they're contorted and twisted by ideology. And so this is why we've never been able to really have sustained. We should have had inflationary growth. Like there were times when we could have had 5% growth a year that would have led to more and more and more growth. That's the thing, is that growth is fundamentally always exponential. If you grow every year at a certain rate because you're bigger than the last year, that growth is by definition exponential, even if it's nominally the same. And so it's like we've missed out on so much developments that, I mean, we used to be probably, I think, hands down the biggest, richest country in Africa, and now we're I mean it's crazy the damage that and destruction that has been done by or you can call it left-wing policy, but I would just call it sort of I mean in some sense I think it's you see, like I guess in terms of where we are now, we have to kind of liberalize things. Well, we always had to liberalize things because that is how you get growth and you get broad-based empowerment as well, is when things actually function and people actually are choosing their employees, not based on some kind of compulsion from the state, but because there are genuine, authentic relations, labor relations that don't have this toxic premium on black professional labor, which leads to, I mean, headhunting, which is destructive all around. As soon as you have headhunting, it just means that the labor market is so precarious that you're perversely incentivized to invest skills into people that are going to be stolen from you because you won't be able to retain them because you can't pay the premium, the ideological premium on their labor. So you've got this racial accounting and racial politics that is. And small businesses already can't deal with the turnover of people working for them. Like small businesses are fundamentally more unstable. You depend on your staff, you depend on people, and so everything is designed to fail in some sense. But sorry, the point that I was circling here is that I would say any black professionals with self-respect, and many people. Black professionals are top-notch intellects. They just leave the country because that's what you do if you have self-respect. Yeah. You go be a professional in London. Like, why would you be in the financial services in South Africa when everyone that looks at you thinks that you got your job because of affirmative action, because so many people did get their job only because of affirmative action? It just breeds more toxic racial resentment, and this is why everything is dysfunctional, and this is why we have a public protector who is quite a high prominent institutional figure in the legal structure of our constitution, who is abjectly unqualified. She actually goes to the Constitutional Court when she's being sued for mistakes that she's made, and she says, well, it's not my fault, I was given faulty legal advice, as if that wasn't her job to be accountable for the acts of her office. And
here's the worst part, right? Good mother, you'd say that it's going back to the issue of women being put into places, right? But the issue is that the one who was before her was competent.
Yeah.
And she was a woman. You see, so you have the case where, because of the affirmative action thing, even competent people now are being undercut by said affirmative action, where now you're having people being replaced by those who are not competent because there's room for that. The fact that we're not based on a meritocracy anymore allows for such things to happen. And I'll speak to what you were saying, Psyche, about black professionals leaving South Africa. I happen to know quite a few who have, and I certainly would like to leave South Africa as soon as possible. And I think it's sad that what we have in South Africa is people who are so lost in terms of their view of what South Africa is so distorted. For example, what we have here in South Africa is that we have a situation where most of the rich people in South Africa are white, right? Most of the people who own shares and all of that on the JSE, which is our stock exchange, are white, right? And people use that as a justification for a lot of these left wing policies. Yet no one ever asks the question that, one, we have a neighbor right to the north of us, which tried a lot of the stuff that people are now raving about, and they are flooding South Africa trying to escape their home country. One. Two, you have the question of, it's not like we were leaning heavily towards capitalism before, you know? Why haven't we seen any progress in that direction? And my answer to that would be the fact that the policies that we've used have actually suppressed the few, people who are actually starting to show some progress. So if you are, for example, the average guy who's trying to get out of poverty, moving towards the middle class and all that, as soon as you get out of poverty, it's almost as though being successful in South Africa is a sin. You get taxed for days. You don't qualify for a lot of the programs that perhaps you actually should qualify for. I'm talking bursaries. I'm talking even going into university. I was seeing a tweet the other day where a learner had passed their grade 12 with, I'm talking 90s for every subject, and they weren't accepted into UCT for medicine. Now, I didn't look into the story like with detail because obviously it's on Twitter, but I mean, I've heard stories like these over and over again. And it's like, who on earth is getting his place? Who's getting in there before this guy? And why do we have a situation in which guys who clearly show capacity are being rejected? And yet we complain and say we don't know why everything's not working. Yeah, that's what I've got to say. It's unreal to me. I don't understand how you can have a situation where you penalize success, but at the same time you're complaining about people staying poor. It's like, how can you be against poverty but also hate the rich, or hate people who are getting out of poverty? It's like if I could summarize socialism in a sentence from what I'm getting, just from what I've seen around South Africa as a whole, it seems as though the great idea is that they're trying to squash inequality by making everyone equally poor.
That's equity.
That's effectively what I see in South Africa in everything. As soon as you try as soon as you show competence, someone's going to say, no, that person was privileged in some sort of way, and as such, I need to get in ahead of them because they have, they need to go and see how they come out of the situation because, hey, I've been underprivileged, etc., etc., etc. And it's like, don't you see that if this privileged person goes out and does something, chances are whatever he does is going to be successful, which means that he's going to create jobs for the next bunch of people who need access to employment, etc., etc., etc. And it's like, why isn't that being spoken about in a way that's clear for people to understand? I understand on the left, in terms of our country, the ANC perhaps benefits from having a lot of people remain ignorant with regards to these things. But it's like, as for everyone else who actually has to deal with this on a day-to-day basis, if you're working and you find yourself surrounded by people who are just incompetent because of the policies, like, why isn't this stuff being spoken about by those people as opposed to the rest? Yes.
I just want to say the worldview is based on zero sum. Basically, if you believe that everything is a moral game, and if some person gains, somebody else loses, and so if that is your basic presumption, getting into any issue, then it morally seems right that you do damage, because by doing damage to someone's fortune, somehow you raise somebody else up. Like that's the hidden assumption.
Yeah.
But it is misanthropic, and I think it is an excuse for people just to engage in sort of sadistically edged, sort of social manipulation, because it makes them feel satisfied in terms of their emotional. I mean, it in some sense it means that you get to be the kind of the wrathful God in your own mind, like you get to So I mean, these people, in some sense, I think it's a form of richness. It's interesting. I mean, there's a Christian thing that, you know, it's harder for a rich man to go to the kingdom of God than, you know, a camel through the eye of a needle. And in some sense, these people, they don't realize that they're ideologically rich, and they won't humble themselves. They won't look at ulterior, you know, sort of modes of interpreting reality, because they're too rich, they're too self-satisfied, they're too self-referencing, you know, in their relativism, you know. And so they've got the toxic self-insulation that cannot be moved, and they are the immovable object, and the world revolves around them. And that's a very stable, solid, concretized, you know, atrophy. And these people are dead. They're dead inside, and they're misanthropic, and they need someone else to be hurt by them, because that is how they feel alive. And this is, I mean, this is kind of, you know, malignant narcissism in a nutshell.
But like you said with the guy, why did he not get in? And who took his place? Like, that is prevalent in the US within the Black communities, because all of the civil rights that they fought for, now the women are taking precedent over the men, because they get to mark two boxes. They're women and they're Black. So the women have taken the lion's share of all those privileges and all those preferential treatments, while systematically abusing the shit out of their kids, like, especially their sons and their men.
I just want to make the point that there's an ironic parallel between all the complained about privilege and and sort of ironically an ideological privilege which gets to be used unquestioningly, and you can't sort of look under that rock, you know, and all the hidden bodies that are buried, you know, under that sort of hidden privilege and well, ideological privilege, and the cost of that ideological privilege to the system, that you know, and the cost. And because that calculation is never done honestly, you know, in favor of the zero-sum model, in favor of the zero-sum worldview, which is safe and guaranteed and has this sort of emotional lowest common denominator, sort of emotional logic attached to it, so that you can just virtue signal that you're on the right side of extracting. It is a kind of parasitic mode of living as well, which does invalidate and disempower an internal locus of control. You can never be in command of your life. The narrative is permanent. There's zero-sum structure around you. But so anyway, that's not my sort of psychological take on it. But so you would, yeah, I mean, it is interesting though how, like, in some sense, you would expect that, at least when it is interesting that when you see a man like Don Lemon do this, it is more sickening than when you see a woman. Like somehow Nancy Pelosi, oh well, she's just being a woman or something like that, or she's leaning into her feminine wiles, or something like that. Yeah. She's being whimsical, whereas men are expected to sort of no, bring home the bacon, like you know, be more reasonable, or justify yourself, vindicate yourself, so that in some sense, some woman can judge you and judge if you're worthy or not of constellating around you. But I mean, I do think that.
But he doesn't get the judgment because he's gay, right? He has the feminists that back up all of his pathology and all of his all of his games that he plays politically, because he's gay. Isn't he married to another man? Like, he gets a free pass to do whatever the fuck he wants. And men aren't allowed to criticize gay men, because the feminists that totally baby them, they pet them like little, like pets, they will attack men. Like men. For trying to do their societal job by checking other men. They get praised for that.
Yeah. I guess you can only blame men for that, for sort of being beholden to this kind of this typecast feminine thing that they have to be on the right side of, or that they have to
Yes.
be comforting to, or not be, not provide any displeasure or something like that. And in some sense, I mean, that does have to do with the sacred cow of sort of the sanctity of feminine emotions or something like that, which in some sense we do have within our interpersonal relations. But that, generally it was regarded that when you became professional, you had to put on your professional hat and you had to take on proper accountability and you had to actually vindicate yourself. But I mean,
but any kind of toxic masculinity and homophobia, that's frowned upon. Like any criticism that a man will do to a gay man, like a straight man to a gay man, is seen as toxically masculine and homophobic. Like they throw out all these words to get people to shut the hell up. It's like a power play.
I mean, it does shift the burden of proof, essentially, because then you have to prove a negative. You have to somehow prove against the inquisitorial accusation that you're not homophobic. And so somehow now this is about how you're not homophobic. It's not about the additional complaints. So somehow it's been overridden.
It's fucked up, isn't it?
It's a mess.
That's why I say just fire all the women. That'll solve it all.
The worst part about this, the worst part about this is that it was created by some really. This is why I don't like. I really don't like when people look at their adversary and have a knee jerk. Let me call it a default response of saying this person's stupid.
Right.
There are plenty of very intelligent people with dumb ideas.
Yep. Well, one side is stupid and then the other side is evil. So it's one or the other.
I think I tried to make a video somewhere on my channel where I focused on generalizations and justice or reasonableness, because in some sense I do think that you do need a kind of pedagogical primer on some of these basic sort of things, because I mean people have completely corrupted moral language and they have completely corrupted making basic distinctions. Like, I mean, the word discrimination isn't just a pejorative bad thing to do. Discrimination is how you think you have to make distinctions in life and categorical distinctions in order to have, like a functioning intelligence and schema.
It's a self-protection, but when you blur all bound allowed self-protection of any kind, especially if you're a man.
Yeah, I think discrimination to me.
Discrimination.
Discrimination to me is, it's discernment. That's actually the word I was going for. I was going to say it's probably the first step after discernment. So you discern that, okay, this is different from that.
Yeah.
And then maybe in between the two steps, you think, because they're different, I can decide which one I prefer. Yeah. And then from preference, you throw away the one that you don't like and you go for the one that you like. That's what we call discrimination. And the problem that we had before was unfair discrimination,
Based on skin color or sex, right?
Yes. Now, what these guys do is that they love playing with these words, changing definitions, making them suitable for whatever agenda they want to push. And again, this is the ground that men have ceded. Because previously, I think of like my grandparents and things like that. The idea was that no, this is that. You don't get to play this funny lawyer business where you trying to find loopholes and everything. No, you know what I mean,
right.
And I know you know what I mean. So why are we playing this game?
Let's dig into this specifically. So I just want to say that when you have the unfairness or fairness connected to a generalization, then you're in a different moral space. Then you become a racialist, essentially. And this is also tricky because in some sense, you can't not have generalizations about, things that data that you've agglomerated in your mind and that you aggregate into summaries or something like that. That is how you make decisions about where to be at 2:00 in the morning. Like, I won't go to that part of town, or because you have generalizations in your mind. Now, how you use them can be a moral question. And when you are, so I mean, the question of fairness and generalizations combined is a very sort of generally that's a morally questionable situation. So whenever you are associating the concept of fairness not to the individual, but to a whole group or something like that, are you using this in a morally neutral way? Because I mean, sometimes we do have to make generalizations about groups and things like that. I mean, in some sense, we can't ignore certain generalizations. And we can also talk about, well, why do those generalizations exist? And then you can maybe get into theories of systemic oppression and things like that. But the question is how actionable is that insight? Is that even useful in any way, shape, or form? How would you actually treat that, as if you can kind of do some kind of surgical operation on history or something like that, as if you can repair history. I mean, it has all these very strange forms of thinking that sort of creep into, well, wouldn't it be easy if we can pretend that we are fixing history, that we are erasing the bad things in history? And they don't realize essentially how anti-normative morality that is. Because, I mean, like, we can say that apartheid was an evil system because it infringed on basic human rights, which weren't instantiated in the law in some sense. Well, there were some common law rights which were definitely breached, but essentially we didn't have the Constitution. But I mean, I'm not making excuses that they didn't know that these things were immoral, but I'm just saying that in terms of the letter of the law, the full brunt of what was done was fully not illegal, except in certain international law, which is generally ignored by most countries, I guess. But, look, ethically, it was certainly an evil system. Is basically the point. But that like, within certain limits. I mean, the kind of the most of the evil, I would say, was around obviously the racialist treatment and the political segregation. The political suppression. Because. But I mean, we weren't a democracy, essentially. I mean, so that kind of subversive, sort of shadowy police state, which is, entrenching a power system. I mean, look, you can make some excuses for it. In sadly, looking at recent history and saying, well, wouldn't it have been better if they had kept power but had more benign development before we had an integrated, obviously that was politically unworkable. But in some sense, there are some, let's say, real political defenses of apartheid, which, I mean, I don't really want to get into because that's so toxic. And in some sense, you can only do that by saying, well, the ANC was just such a dismal political project that essentially betrayed the country and betrayed the hope of and the promise of a new South Africa, and that they have paid lip service to it and extracted it for sort of political capital, and people aren't having their eyes open to the fact that it's as if that the capital can never run out, and so essentially that the people themselves seem to not be interested in defending democratic values. Essentially, they're not interested in being like a democratic electorate or something like that. That they would rather vote based on racialist sentiment. So in some sense, it's a repudiation. You could argue that it's a repudiation of the settlement of the democratic revolution itself, which is a very depressing thing to come to that kind of conclusion. Yeah. But I mean, you could also argue that we needed to have political. We needed to have economic success very early on, which was essentially destroyed by the political class, as perhaps cynically, or it was at least undermined. I mean, the early years were up to Thabo Mbeki, at least things were. I mean, you can see all the roots of the current crisis, because you can obviously see that there are a lot of political people who should have never been given political power. Anyway, so I mean that all of that stuff is messy, but that's not the point. I mean, in some sense, getting into, I mean, that's the kind of thing that you have to look at in order to confront the toxicity and the rhetoric, in order to that there's blame on both sides of the racialist sort of conundrum, and the idea is that, well, somehow the order, the historical sequence matters. That because apartheid was before this current political government's ANC rule, somehow you can still shift the blame. And there's no, when does political accountability, when does democratic responsibility ever vest in the actual seat of power? And you know, this idea that somehow history is the seat of power is so strange. But and generalizations get you there. They get you in that kind of conflated, timeless space in which you can just have your own reality tunnel and you can concoct your own mythology around your identity and have that be the bulwark of your worldview. And you never, I will say that you essentially never grow up. And I mean, this is also reflected in the American toxic black subculture, which, you know, I blame that on the French, though. I do think that that's the influence of Cajun southern sort of culture, which has nothing to, it didn't come from Africa. It gets concocted. For me, it's kind of, it's got this vision of Napoleon, you know, that you need to have a society in which, because we're not capable of individually making ourselves accountable to each other as individuals, because we let some people play this game of identity, and we don't use civic nationalism as a general aegis that we can all, in some sense, it's the thing that subverts ethno-nationalism or racialist demagoguery, essentially. But because we've given that up, because essentially we've rebranded justice as well. If people don't reclaim justice and normative values, you know, it's a lost cause, essentially.
Yeah. Well, and it's not clear what it means to be black. Is it, because that's something I've struggled with as an outsider. Like when I watch, I'm like, okay, is black a behavior thing or is it a skin color thing? If it's a behavior thing, then technically it wouldn't be racist to not want to associate yourself with, say, criminal activity, all the things that, if you look at all the rappers, just for instance, but if it's a skin color thing, then why in the hell are other black people calling other black people not black when they clearly are? Like that's kind of the question I had. Like, what does it mean to be black? Is it behavior? If it's behavior, then it's not racist to not want to be affiliated with criminals and act like all the criminal activity. If it's a skin color thing, why in the hell do you have black people calling other black people not black?
Yeah.
Like, that never made sense to me.
It's a bit of both, in the sense that you have, I think at its core, it's actually, there is a thing called like black people as a race. I see that. I mean, you can see a black person. I'm not white. You know, you like, if you were to see me, you'd be like, yeah, no, this guy's black. So, I mean, it's self-evidently true that I'm black. You can just see it, you know? Fine. So let's put that to the side. The behavior part of things, right? I don't attribute that to race. I think you can have something called ethnicity, where you have like cultural, let me say a widely accepted culture, right? Among particular groups of people. But that's not necessarily due to the fact that people are black. You know, it's due to the fact that people happen to associate in that particular group. So you can take, for example, just to illustrate, you can take a white person, raise them in a predominantly black area by a black family, and I think it would be reasonable to expect him to come out with, let me say, behavior that is typical of the black ethnicity, right?
Right.
So that means that's behavior, but that also says that can be changed, right?
Right.
So if you were to point out the behavior and say it's not good for this and that reason and illustrate it, that's not racism.
No.
Because you're challenging behavior.
Yeah.
You see, on the part of the people who use that thing as if you don't do this, you behave in this sort of way, you're not black. It's the racial identitarian types. Those are the guys who will say, if you don't espouse these sorts of views, you're not black. I know that thing is a big thing in South Africa among the far left guys. Whereas the average guy understands that. I think it's even more different in South Africa because we have tribes this side. We have how many languages? 11 languages. Tribes, if I'm not incorrect, 8 or 9 distinct tribes in South Africa, indigenous to South Africa, right? So there's a lot of overlap, but at the same time, there are differences, both culturally and obviously in terms of historical background, all that stuff. So we have a weird thing where we can recognize nuances between cultures, between, say, for example, Zulu people, Xhosa people, all sorts of tribes aside. But at the same time, we recognize the unifying morals that or let me say cultures that bring us together under the groups of being, let's say, the Nguni tribes, or even a larger one, which would be sub-Saharan African blacks, which also have very things that are common among all of them, right? So I do think that the thing about race is very difficult to unravel because of the fact that people who stay together tend to behave in similar ways, and people do tend to cluster in racial groups. So it's easy for people to point at behavior that comes about in certain areas because people behave in a certain way in that
So you
area,
you,
and because
you cut out
they
the last sentence.
tend to be of a particular group, they can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're choppy, Emmanuel.
It's like the last
Hello.
three sentences, maybe. Hey, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Let me see if I can sort. People are happen to behave the same way and be of the same race because they just happen to be clustered in that way. Behavior is distinct from race in my personal view. Then there is this weird overlap area that is an intersection of ethnicity. It's not racist to point out bad behavior in people because you'll find that the behavior that you're pointing out is the same if you were to take similar socioeconomic backgrounds
Right.
in Europe or in China or in India. You'd find that people behave the same if they have an overall similar economic background.
Right.
So I have absolutely no problem with that. It's not racist.
But there's a little element that we have in America when it comes to that. We have teachers, white teachers, that get called racist from black moms when their children are misbehaving, and when they don't treat them differently than other children, because it's like, why would you hold my child to the same standard as the other children? Then we have diversity hires within organizations and the institutions that get bad performance reviews because they're diversity hires and they shouldn't have been hired to begin with, but they'll go complain about their boss that's white and pull the race card. Oh, they're just saying it because they're racist. These are also black women that I've heard that do this. So if it's a behavior thing, if it's an incompetency thing, then it shouldn't be racist, right?
Yeah, it sounds reasonable to me.
Yeah,
And if you look at the fact that
things get studied all the time in the
yeah,
U.S.
yeah, it's a card that people use when they can't actually substantiate their views, when they can't substantiate their claims, and the only reason it's there is because people tolerate it. And what's concerning to me with regards to the United States is that you guys are the majority there,
Right?
which is insane.
Well, it's kind of one of those things that people are only going to get told they're fucking terrible and they're pieces of shit for so long.
Yeah,
Like, In my community, we have 10% of our community that's Black. Above that, we have 20% that's white and Hispanic. And above that, we have 56.6% white. So the people, though, that work in some departments, in some organizations and institutions, they thought there was way more Black people just based on the work demographic. Because they work with a lot of Black women for some reason. Like, it's strange. Because it's not a good idea to keep doing that. Like,
South Africa, we have the converse problem in some sense because only 10% of the population is white. And so if you have an institution that looks predominantly white or majority white, it's like, well, 90% of the population is not this racial demographic. So like, the accounting is a mismatch. And
right.
So, I mean, this is the problem with the judiciary as well, because, you can't just kind of, you need a bench that reflects the general demographics of a country for the justice system to be seen as legitimate. I mean, already there were always, even under apartheid, there were judges of different ethnicities and things like that, because that was essentially a requirement. I mean, we've always been a diverse country in some sense. We have a lot of Muslims here. We have a lot of and it's very important that you have Muslim judges and Jewish judges, because only, within those religious things, you need to have a religious component, because otherwise it's not a real divorce if you don't get divorced by someone who,
right.
Anyway. And we have a very good legal system in general. Our legal tradition has always, sorry, this is a tangent, let me not go down that, but yeah, I mean, again, like, yeah. So, I mean, the issue of fairness and generalizations. I mean, like, the need to have certain sort of quotas and things like that. I mean, I do think that the government does have to take those. In some sense, it has to have targets, but it mustn't have the targets as a mandate. It should have a target that it actually supports. So, in some sense, it actually takes it upon itself to get more Black people or whatever demographic that you want to qualify in a more proportional sense or something like that. That you make programs, you make special programs that actually, they don't make an uneven playing field, and in some sense, especially in South Africa, you don't need to target race, because race and poverty are basically are generally correlates. So all you have to do is have a means test. You actually say, do you have a disadvantage? You can just test directly for a disadvantage before you attach an upliftment program towards that person. And then you can judge the program about how effective it is at actually ameliorating disadvantage. You can actually fix problems. You can actually engage in transformation. Instead, when you dictate it from the top down, you just have this integrity lacuna that this gap that never gets filled up. It gets filled up by this toxic identity racial consciousness. And it's just a runaway train, essentially. And I mean, now we have Julius Malema, who, as I've said, is the reincarnation of Hitler. Like, I mean, he has literally read Mein Kampf. It is impossible that he has not read Mein Kampf. He's using it as an instruction manual. It's very obvious. And he is basically normalized. I mean, like, he essentially gets his way. I mean, the president has to pay lip service to the same rhetoric that comes out of the clear fascist, so and you just end up it's a slippery slope that we're already on. But and it's all because you can generalize. It's seen as not only that to generalize about fairness, to have fairness be connected to a generalized entity, a generalized identity, rather than the individual, that you can generalize about racial. That talking about that has been so normalized. Sorry, I've just lost my own thread.
The generalization and the you talked about the disparity and letting people get people that are disadvantaged.
About to lead on to the conclusion of the arguments, which oh my word, this is, I'm probably too anxious, but
But the thing is, like within the black community, it's like there are tons more white people on welfare and disability than there are black women, just based on the numbers. So because white people are the evil ones in our country and they did all the bad things, particularly white men. We have white women, all the Karens, all the social justice people that are pretty much abusing the white men, you know, the disintegration of the white man apparently is where all these other people get their power. So they have white women actually doing it too, out of this whole white guilt thing. So I don't know how you would fix that. Besides removing all the bullshit policies and going back to a meritocracy, because we do have so many policies put in place that elevate people over others. And it's systemically oppressing the men like across the board in our country. So
yeah, I guess that was the general conclusion that I was getting towards, is that without some kind of procedural fairness that is located around the individual, and have that be the kind of the normal moral paradigm that is seen as common and decent, but in some sense, that is essentially poo-pooed, that isn't good enough, that isn't, it doesn't intervene and vindicate the toxic, vulnerable narcissism of the people who, in their own subjective point of view, are victims because of their identity. And because they generalize the fairness attaching to their identity, they must have that identity winning and the other identity or the opposite or whatever losing or something like that. So it does also attach to a scapegoat. It doesn't function unless you have, white supremacist the patriarchy, like white supremacy patriarchy or something like that is the boogeyman, is the Jewish conspiracy. I mean, how is this any different from the Nazi so you just have, as soon as you have the zero sum between general identities and fairness between these general identities, you don't have any kind of integrity policy that will actually be able to say, well, this policy is either a success or a failure. You can't know that. The kind of affirmative action that we have in South Africa is essentially a kind of slash and burn. You're burning the wick from both ends, because you just... Mm-hmm. Because also how it's dictated, that means that small players can't cope with these kinds of regulations and red tape. Because, how do you have... I mean, I think the actual quotas are insane. It's like, if you're a business of 4 people, how do you have 80% of your workforce be black? That means that if you're a white person, you can't ever fulfill that affirmative action structure. You can't be a part with just those numbers. And if you have to do racial accounting and you're a small business, it's hard enough just to find the right people with the right skills. But now you have to count their race on top of that.
Right.
And then you have to watch out for the headhunters, and you have to retain your black labor with some kind of premium that you have to pay them in order to retain them, because of this ideological hampering of the structure of the market. And so it's just unworkable. And so big businesses can cope with this. It's a form of protectionism, because they can actually absorb the cost, they can absorb the overhead, and they get free protection, essentially. I mean, obviously, it's also somewhat bad. It makes it inefficient. This is why the cost of living keeps on going up, and everyone demands an increase in the minimum wage, when in the normal operation of things, big businesses shouldn't be comfortable enough that they could even do big negotiations with government and pay them big licenses and get extorted and have regulations bent in their direction. It should be so liberal, and they should be so because I mean, really, like, small businesses can outcompete big businesses if you don't have such a regulatory environment. And so and this is why we'll essentially, I mean, but it seems as if, the politically connected people, they just want to go for the big thing. They literally want to make it so that any minister can appropriate any piece of property without a court. I mean, in the current legislation that they have tabled to pass this year, any minister without a court will be able... It's weird that if you want to temporarily expropriate land not permanently, you have to go through the courts. But if you want to completely own the land, if you want to take it, the minister wants to take it for a state department, they don't have to go through a court. That's what it's in the legislation. It's crazy. It's like they literally had some kind of draft, and then they're like, no. But when we actually just want to steal the thing, let's just remove the section that involves a court. I mean, it's so incoherent. It's so, I mean, I call this a gross infringement of human rights, essentially, because I mean,
100%.
this is going to take us back to the Stone Age.
It's doing it all over again under the guise of social justice.
Yeah.
Yeah, there. Who was it? Emmanuel? Ryan was in here telling us about his
The
business.
proto thing, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead and tell. I'm sure.
Yeah, basically, Ryan was telling us about a situation he had with his business where I think he said a group of women were essentially suing him, I think it was, for not hiring enough women in his business.
Yeah.
And essentially, as he was recounting the story, I was just like, this sounds like exactly what happens in South Africa. Like word for word, you may as well have just said, I'm in South Africa,
Yeah.
It was insane because
they threatened lawsuit and they somehow fined him or threatened to fine him if he didn't hire another couple women, which he did. He couldn't find qualified ones, of course, because he's in technology and it's in the STEM field. And he ended up having to hire these two at an exorbitant salary that they didn't fucking deserve just coming out of school. All because he got threatened to be sued by a woman's rights fucking group.
And that's how you crush small businesses. And what you were saying about the big businesses being able to absorb these things, but yet it's actually like on paper it should be something they're trying to avoid. Yet they do it, but because in economics would say that they're exhibiting monopolistic behavior.
Yeah.
So all of this behavior that you've illustrated, you've said is essentially what I'd expect to see from a monopoly, or a highly concentrated industry, where you have like maybe 3 guys who deliver a particular service.
And that's always been what fascistic politics generates. It generates huge big business in collusion with big politics. But I just want to say that in terms of the appropriation bill, how it was defended by the minister after this criticism against this proposed bill, she says that these people are tone deaf. That's the defense of the expropriation of land bill without compensation, is that if you argue with this bill, you are tone deaf. So that's all it is this vague virtue signaling identity politics language that gets to insulate him. Yeah, it's interesting because she was actually in an opposition party, and then she was kind of absorbed by the main party.
Who's this? Is this Delil?
Yeah.
The problem with South Africa that gives me hope in the United States as opposed to South Africa is that the vast majority of South Africans are out of the economy. They're not participating. So I think it's something of the order of 2/3 of South Africans are not in the economy participating at all. I'm talking working age South Africans. So what that does is that it makes South Africa just like a playground for these politics. Whereas in the States, what was interesting was hearing from a few celebrities say, like before the election, hearing about the tax plans that Joe Biden was proposing, and you just hear a few of them say, "What? No way! I'm paying like effectively 50-60% of my salary in New York, I think was state and federal taxes combined." And the guys were saying, "No way!" And what was funny about that was hearing guys. Other elite celebrities checking these guys who were voicing their concerns about Joe Biden, and I think that's your problem in the United States is that the vast majority of people actually are in the position to have rational points, but they're being silenced by these guys who just happen to be loud and happen to have Sway happened to know all the buzzwords like tone deaf and all of these other terms to
Yeah.
essentially
But
quickly get you to be dismissed. Yeah, go on.
But also the cancel culture bitches that work for these tech companies, the incompetent ones that really
Yes,
don't know what the hell they're doing.
yes. It was interesting because I was watching the Tim Pool interview with the Twitter guys.
Hmm.
What's his name? Jack. What's his name? Jack something. I forget his surname.
Jack Dorsey.
And Dorsey and his, was it a lawyer? She looked like an Indian lady to me. And just hearing her speak about the whole decision process at Twitter in terms of how they decide on who to suspend and all this stuff, it was just insane. And Tim Pool was just systematically like, every time they take a pause, be like, no, 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 no. You've got to realize that if you do this, this will happen. And it's just like, she essentially like gave him the corporate talk of we'll look into that. We'll
Yeah.
do this. Your
Yeah.
concerns have been noted, etc., etc. It's like, yeah, these
It
guys,
gives you
I think
chills.
they
It
know
gives you
how bad
chills.
it is. Exactly. It's a
That's
way in.
me. That's like, oh, we'll see.
Yeah.
It's the same tactic.
I actually wanted to say that it gives you chills, like when they're actually explaining their Machiavellian, sort of sociopathy, in the device of their human, inhumane structure that crushes and suppresses people in the name of essentially bringing, in some sense, like the buzzwords also like tone deaf. It's all meant to imply this accusation that there are people with unearned privilege, and that is the source of that is the source of progress, is that we need to redistribute unearned privilege. And that, I'm trying to, it's hard to dig out that essentially the generalization about the unfairness about a generalization, the question of the status of justification or of unearned privilege of a whole group of people is not a valid moral category. Like it's not. It doesn't have a proactive way in which you can engage with that or participate with that. But because it makes emotional logic, because the feelings about unearned privilege and because identity consciousness and identity politics has become normalized, that essentially that is seen as like a valid form of redress or a valid way of developing a country or something like that. When the truth is that if you look at South Africa on paper, like, just to get into the horrible racial argument, if you look at what white people have contributed, I mean, post the democratic order, in terms of the settlement, I would say that they have generally kept up their side of the bargain, essentially. I mean, progressive taxes. I mean, like we have been the tax base of this country, or we already have fallen into their toxic narrative. But so like people have paid. I mean, technically, I don't pay tax because I earn actually below the tax threshold. I'm effectively unemployed. But anyway,
Yeah.
but the so I mean, like, we have the most redistributive state in the world. So we might have the best. We might have the worst inefficient. We might have the worst inequality in the world in terms of the Gini coefficient. When that was published, Emmanuel talked about that earlier. But we literally had the most redistributive state in the world. And where did it get us? It got us nowhere. And I would say not even because of redistribution in general, but just because it was stolen. It was used inefficiently, it was mismanaged, and there's no political accountability in the system. So it was squandered. We have squandered so many years. And because we won't take political cognizance of that because of identity politics, then now we want even more money from these people with so-called unearned privilege who, like, they are not the ones who are the missing link in the lack of development. And then they say, well, we have all these big monopolies who aren't doing enough. And then they accuse big business of being white supremacist, as they have controlled the situation to such an extent that we have anemic growth, or we have shrinkage. I mean, in fact, even before COVID, the economy was shrinking. I mean, that's crazy for a developing country to be shrinking and not growing when it's easy to grow. All you have to do is just not suppress and destroy. I mean, it should not have slash and burn policy. Sorry, Emmanuel, talking over you.
I think what you're saying about the policy of how they essentially crush growth. For me, what's interesting in terms of the response to all of the stuff that the ANC has done, and just overall the politics and the policies and all of that, is that we have. I think COVID has brought it right to our faces that these guys are not afraid to steal from the tax revenue, right? They're not afraid to take from the tax funds, and fine. We've noted that that's the case. We've noted that they've been doing it for many years. If you look at the what you call it commission now, I forget it now, state capture commission now. So that's right in our faces. Fine. Why isn't there? And I'm speaking to the failure of the opposition now. Why hasn't there been someone who's been able to take advantage of the incompetence, the sheer incompetence of the ANC? And this speaks. And I don't like left-leaning politics, so you can guess what I feel about the EFF. But nevertheless, why have all of these parties failed to take advantage of the sheer incompetence of the ANC? Number one. Number two, why hasn't there been someone who's basically brought the message of most South Africans depend on someone else by virtue of the fact that most South Africans are unemployed. So if that's the case, we know that the government taxes, but eats quite a lot of that tax, such that you only get cents on every rand or dollar for the United States guys that you taxed. Therefore, would it not hurt? Would it really hurt to go for a more fiscally conservative thing, where you say let's reduce taxes? Would it not free up the people who we depend on to have more money in their pocket? Number one. Number two, would it not take away the money that the guys who are eating it in government? Would it not be taking away money from their purse, and essentially leave South Africans who are capable with more money to do more for South Africa? Why isn't that message out there? Why do you think that is, Psyche?
To tell you the truth, I don't know why. I mean, all I can just say is that how politics is reported on in journalism in South Africa, I can just suspect that I don't read very many newspapers, but whenever I look at the front page of it, it's always it's not, as far as I can see, like the level of analysis is very superficial, and the level of political discourse in terms of party politics is just basically it never gets deep enough. Like we don't have you don't see UDM people debating ANC people or something like that. But I mean, I've wondered why the UDM hasn't done better, or why the IFP is obviously only really big in the northern provinces and things like, and that I guess is almost just a kind of tribal sort of party, but at least their politics is much better even.
They're against socialism, if I'm not correct.
Well,
I think they took a hard stance before the election, saying that they're against socialism. I don't know if they've taken a super hard stance in favor of capitalism, but they certainly stated that they don't like socialism. At least that's what they said before the last election.
I mean, the UDM, I think, is also generally a very clean party, and I'm surprised why COPE hasn't done better as well. Like,
yeah, they self-imploded.
Yeah, I mean, but opposition politics, I do feel like it doesn't have room, because you're not allowed to. I don't know. You can't have like partisan political stations and things like that, and so like instead, what gets talked about is identity politics and general themes and things like that, and actual political debates aren't really accessible, I think, to the electorate, and there is a silence about it, because in some sense, the ANC itself is a huge sort of sacred cow, that no one can sort of publicly, whenever journalists even talk about it in negative tones, it's always like sort of it's relayed it's not relayed directly so much. Or I guess maybe it is in some opinion pieces, but I guess the narrative around these things. In some sense, the ANC needs to. The tripartite alliance needs to be broken up. Well, I mean, in some sense, the Communist Party is not relevant, but the Labour unions are basically.
Could you just explain what the tripartite alliance is so that everyone understands what you're talking about?
Well, it's kind of like a historical relic, but essentially, the ANC wasn't the only party that was moving towards liberation and in a democratic South Africa. There were other factions of society. There were labor unions and trade unions, and the tripartite alliance is basically a left-wing. The leadership of the ANC have always been sort of card-carrying members of the Communist Party, but the Communist Party in South Africa is actually, ironically, one of the most critical of the ANC, because they are not Leninists. A lot of them are genuine Marxists, and so they actually believe in capitalism. This is quite sophisticated and strange. So they actually believe that you actually have to have an authentic, organic capitalistic phase, and you have to have capitalism has to fail on its own merits before you do anything else. So they are actually, in some sense, they often, if you read the criticisms that come from the Communist Party, but essentially they're not a political force. You can't vote for the Communist Party, and in some sense, some members of the ANC are also a member of the Communist Party. It used to be connected with the top sort of echelons, and that whole segment of politics has basically died out. And in some sense, that intellectual integrity that used to exist, and as well as non-racialism, has been thrown under the bus. And so the Communist Party is irrelevant. What is relevant are the labor unions, COSATU. So COSATU, the Council of South African Unions, trade unions, and things like that. That's what COSATU is. That all the labor unions are organized, sort of together as a block, and then they have a seat at the table in the internal ANC structure, and they're irrelevant. Essentially, they cannot organize and actually, because a lot of people in COSATU are also, as I said, kind of like the authentic Marxists, where they want to actually have real Marxism. They want to have real capitalism. This is going to be very strange for a foreign audience, because I'm making a lot of ideological things which are not well perhaps understood, but they're not Leninists. Essentially, a lot of them are. Maybe some of them are, but COSATU has a lot of real thinkers in it that are very critical of the ANC, and they know they are sharp. They are really, really sharp. But somehow their movements are disrupted by political agents that will come in, as I think the same political agents that basically control the media establishment in South Africa. South Africa, I think, is owned by the ANC because they have enough corrupt money to throw their weight around. They own enough media. They own the newspapers now, because the newspapers were failing anyway. So they completely control the narrative. Now, and in the same way that the CNN and MSNBC is sort of, I would say, connected with the same kind of democratic strategy to import this underclass and have low information voters and have people reacting to emotional narratives and emotional logic. That's what we have happening in South Africa. And so, anyway, so COSATU is probably the only fertile, but the problem is that there are also many leaders in COSATU in these unions who believe in the social, who are full socialists, but there are some who are proper Marxists, and it's funny because the genuine Marxists are actually essentially on the side of non-racialism, and they're very afraid that all this stuff is crypto-fascism. They see how corrupt it is. They see how corrupt the political rhetoric is. The virtue signaling is, because it obviates class politics. It obviates pure class politics, because people are not acting in the interests of the poor. They're acting in the interests of the politically connected. Because all you have to do is have a black skin to be awarded a tender for some kind of government procurement, and you could be paid double. Because if you are fully black owned, the value of the tender, your price gets adjusted. So basically, like, if you are fully black owned or something like that. And so you have all these shell corporations that don't even do the work. They just subcontract it out. And so, it's literally just enriching a few black middlemen who are not even performing the function that they are employed by the government to do. It's just like free money. It's just handing out. This is how the state has been essentially looted. And it's just basically inefficient. And because of this inefficiency, our purchasing power of our currency, like the inflationary pressures and things like that. I mean, like, we used to be a lot richer, essentially. Like,
Yes.
everyone used to be richer. We used to have more purchasing power. Everything has slumped. And this is before COVID. Really, we were shrinking before COVID. It's crazy. And
We had a
now
recession before COVID.
our electricity doesn't stay. I mean, for the first 20 years of my life, there was never, ever, ever an interruption in the electricity supply. Now we have rolling blackouts. It's a commonplace because there isn't enough electricity, because they just didn't invest into capacity. They didn't rebuild or maintain. This is something in 10 years' time that you have to replace stock. It's planning. It's just planning that has all that money was basically stolen. We used to have the lowest cost electricity essentially in the world. But yeah, so now we, in some sense, the only solution now, because we don't have integrity in our institutions, is to somewhat privatize it. But it is somewhat sad. I mean, you can actually have public utilities that function, but you need to have a functioning culture and a functioning, institutional basis and some kind of integrity, which is sorely lacking because we have no political accountability, because instead we just have complacency and identity politics disguising all the real proximate problems.
Okay, I just want to give people on the left a fair shout for a few things with regards to what you just touched on. The idea of having
Wait, Emmanuel,
yeah,
real
sure.
quick. Psych, would you like me to like pull you backstage and you take a potty break or get something to drink or something?
I could get some more water.
I've been up I don't know how many times and you've sat there the whole time. If you want to, I mean, if you
I'm actually okay. I mean,
Okay.
I just woke up, so I haven't eaten or anything.
Okay, go ahead,
Okay,
Emmanuel.
Right. So I wanted to talk about the idea of having a public, a monopoly on things like electricity. The basic idea behind that is that by having it run by one company, you can benefit from economies of scale, right? Essentially meaning that one company will be able to produce that product, in this case electricity, at a price that no individual private company can ever be able to produce it, because they aren't able to reach those levels of economies of scale, because they'd have to share the pie with other companies. And theoretically, it makes sense. The problem comes in when you have the incentives in place, right? And the kind of behavior that starts to roll out as soon as you have that. Because in the case of the power utility we're talking about, it's not accountable to anyone, you see, and they're overstaffed, insanely so, overpaid as well, and utterly incompetent. We essentially having a situation where South Africans are using, if I'm not correct, the same amount of power that they used 10 to 15 years ago, which should be a glaring indication of how stagnant the country has been.
Right.
And mind you, we have a growing population. It's not like Western first world countries. So we have a growing population, yet we somehow managing to use the same amount of electricity that we used a long time ago. They've had going on 15 years to improve the problem. They haven't. I don't even know if there's any one power station that's fully online yet. And all that's happened is that they've tried to build power stations. The budgets for these power stations ballooned. Everything just ballooned, and it was like a black hole in which, no, we need more money for this. No, we need more money for that. No, we need more money for that. And
they end up building a power station that costs triple the initial cost, and it only produces about half the electricity that it was supposed to generate. And that's, you know, like, and that's because of affirmative action. That's because we wanted to do it all in-house, essentially. And so we spend money on that, not even, I would say, profiting on building capacity in this country.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to have some kind of, you know, if you're going to impose mandates on business, then like you can't have a high tax and mandates. You have to have one or the other. I mean, this has been said by many people. Like you know, you can use strategies like this to develop. I would say that the mandates are always toxic. Instead, what you should do is you should maybe have a high tax, but then what you do is you use it to make incentives, you know, where the government is paying for the development, so that all companies can use that policy equally, small businesses and large businesses, and they don't have to pay for it. They're getting some kind of, you know, they're making use of some kind of program. That at least makes sense, because that will at least keep the integrity of the market functioning to some degree, and you won't have, you know, the kind of the toxic racial politics and anyway. I mean, you have to do it intelligently. If you want to intervene in things, you have to do it.
You have to at least get the policies right.
Yeah. Well, something both of you said, like Psyche was saying about how it's just so focused on like now. It's not big picture thinking by any means, but also something you said, Emmanuel. The pieces, you know, trying to sort out the pieces of the pie. I heard this is a few months ago. Eric Weinstein and Lex Fridman discussion, and Eric said, you know, people are just so concerned about, you know, divvying out the current pieces of pie, and they're not paying attention to future pieces of pie. Like, but that's a very juvenile way of thinking. It just goes to show how much our society's been retarded. In a lot of the people that are in positions of power don't have the ability to think big picture.
I don't think they don't have the ability. I just think that they find it more politically beneficial, more, as I put it, politically profitable to not go with the most, you know, because as you said, they're short term. They're very short term. And this goes to the heart of the systems that we have in the West, term limits and all sorts of things. It's we have to question whether the way in which we structured and I like this because Psyche also talks about it, the whole, he talks about it from the angle of law quite a bit and philosophy, but I think just overall the way in which we've structured society has left loopholes for these toxic ideas, sorry to use the word, but like these terrible ideas from the left to infiltrate all of the institutions, number one. Number two, just talking about the pie divvying, it shows on the part of the electorate rather a very a lack of economic literacy on a very basic level. That the idea that you should forego current consumption for more current consumption in the future. More future consumption, excuse me, and the fact that that's not emphasized, I think it's emblematic of when you look at the culture that you see on Instagram and all these things in the West. I'm talking, especially in the United States, the emphasis on spending and spending and spending. It's like, who's doing the building? Who's building the factories? Who's investing? Who's doing all of the things that need to be done to ensure that we can still spend tomorrow or 10 years from now? You see, and that basic lack of economic literacy on the part of the electorate, as opposed to politicians. I think politicians are just malevolent. I don't think they are as illiterate as we'd like to believe. I think they just go for what's politically profitable. It's on us as the electorate to get our economic literacy on the required level to have a functional democracy.
So you think there's more evil than stupidity at work?
Yes, that's what I think. I think it's evil, I think it's cunning. I think it's cunning, especially from those who know they can twist people on words alone, just to ensure that they can get the next 4 or 5 years in power, and to not even care about the effects that will have on the greater economy and on the country as a whole. That's evil for me. It's not stupidity.
Well, it isn't the current president. It was always thought that maybe he is a capitalist and he wants to change the whole policy of the ANC, but he doesn't have the levers of power because the president is not actually like the leader of the party. He is the leader of the party, but the NEC, the National Executive Committee of the ANC, actually is the ruling structure. And so they kind of have a split prerogative, but not to get too complicated, his style has been to rule by consensus. So he won't lead from the front. He won't come forward and actually make a position, but also you can't do so within the structure of the ANC. And because the Constitution, the Constitutional Court and the current legal corruption has said that the government has a prerogative to choose how they want to develop the country, and no one's allowed to question their policy because it's their governmental prerogative. They've been voted in. They can do what they like. And so it doesn't matter how many rights they infringe, they're allowed to have at it, essentially, which is a complete abrogation of the rights in the Constitution. It's disgusting. It's legal positivism. It's blatant. I mean, this came from America, because in America, all you need is a legitimate government purpose and it being rational, and you can just say that, no, the right hasn't been infringed. Whereas we actually have a limitations clause that says exactly how you can infringe a right, and it says nothing about a governmental prerogative, and they've completely invented it whole cloth because it flies in America. And sadly, that's also, I would say, why you have a corrupt legal system or political system in America, is because, you can argue, experts can argue, and you can't really defend your rights. They're not really justiciable in America, I would say. They're vague. They're lines in the sand. They can offer some protection, some pushback, but you don't have clear rights. You don't have clear remedies attached to those rights. Anyway, that's a tangent. But somebody said that, so it's always been strange because the president, you don't know whose side he's really on, because he talks about the identity politics, and you think, well, maybe he's just playing their game. He's playing lip service because he has to pretend or something like that. And Tito Mboweni as well was also seen as more capitalistic, perhaps, or more sort of that they want to steer the ANC. They are the reformers of the ANC, and they're also tasked to sort of sort out corruption, which is essentially not happening. I mean, the person who's now going through a commission, he was the former president, blatantly corrupt, essentially, and there's a huge inquiry. He won't show up to the commission. He's been summoned to the commission. He won't show up. Instead, he invites all the opposition parties and leading political figures to his mansion, which was built with state funds, strangely. I mean, the level of corruption is just utterly insane. And this guy who's essentially saying, no, I want the leader, the judicial officer who was... he wants him removed. The Zondo Commission, Judge Zondo, he says, no, that judge needs to be removed because he's biased against me. I mean, this is the former corrupt president who essentially completely tanked the country, and everything, went haywire. I mean, state capture, like literally the whole state was controlled by a private Indian,
A handful of people.
Sort of crypto. A kleptocratic sort of joint venture between one rich family and the whole sort of state apparatus. They owned mines, selling exorbitant coal to the public electrical company. So like they just crazy stuff. Like just they literally gave the mine to this family for nothing, and then they sold the coal from the mine to the electrical company. I mean, it's just crazy stuff.
What you're touching on, the exorbitant spending. I remember reading somewhere. Now, mind you, this was a while ago, so my numbers may be off a bit. But I remember reading somewhere that the masks that they mandated for the corona thing, the government was sourcing them at a price that was, I think if I remember correctly, 2 to 3 times the amount that you could get it at clicks. Government sourced face masks was sourced at a price that was 3 times the amount at which you would buy it at a private company, from a private company that still makes profit off of their money. Insane. This is the extent to which funds are being misused in South Africa, and that's of the money they actually spent on the actual thing. A lot of it is also spent like just straight stolen, you know, and we won't ever get anywhere until this stuff is sorted out, and not by lip service, not by people who are going to be just like a head, some sort of like a mask for the nonsense that's happening in the background, just to keep investors pleased, or keep the people who are shouting about it sort of like at ease. We need a genuine what's the word I'm looking for? Structural reform, like politically, certainly economically, in terms of education as well. In terms of what I liked that you touched on, Psyche, was the moral corruption of South Africa. We have a huge problem right now with crime. We have a huge problem with all sorts of things which point towards moral corruption in our society. That's beyond socialism. It's beyond politics. It's beyond all of these things. It's to the point where now everything that you would gasp at is taken as it's just another day in South Africa,
And this is what happens when you lead from consensus, because then you can essentially placate all of these interest groups and these wedge issues and this moral confabulated, narrative stuff, which then you have to pay lip service to. In some sense, you see, you don't know if everyone was sympathetic towards Ramaphosa, because you say, well, he doesn't have the political power and the fortitude to actually sort of militantly push for a structural reform. He's supposedly the reformer. He said outwardly that he's trying to make a capable state, that he wants to rein it in. He wants to make it smaller. So he's given the right signals, but he seems completely incapable of actually managing all these things, and he has to he's pandering to identity politics the whole time. But it's also, that's fundamental in the law, because without identity politics baked into the law, the patronage that the ruling party and the extraction of the state doesn't function, doesn't flow. And so in some sense, I do think the best thing for the country would be if the ANC, if there could be a court ruling that says you're not allowed to call yourself the ANC. You've given up that name. You're not the ANC anymore. You're a crime mafia family. The Minister of Police. It's literally, it's ironic. We have the Minister of Police is tasked with not taking his own party to jail. Essentially, that's his whole purpose and function within this democratic system, is to go on the beaches with the military with AK-47s to stop people from using the beaches because of COVID-19 restrictions, and to talk about white supremacy, and to talk about how white people don't respect the law, and complain about civil disobedience to his draconian authoritarian, sort of show of force, which helps them feel important, I guess, helps them feel.
But I feel like that shit is only a thing where you're at, probably because it's here being blasted fucking everywhere. But here it's not the majority consensus. Yeah. Here it is quite a small but really loud minority that gets away with this bullshit with the help of the media spinning their thing. That's why I'm wondering, if we can concentrate all our effort here, if that would change where you guys are at, or do you think it would be vice versa?
I think it would be.
Yeah. Go on.
I just want to say that I believe that South Africa has been the leading it's been the bleeding edge of moral, national. In some sense, the democratic revolution and the constitution in South Africa has been a beacon to the world culturally. This might be hard to believe from an American perspective, also from the insularity, but in terms of the rest of the world, in terms of political themes and things like that, we have a space-aged constitution. Our constitution is head and shoulder. Our legal tradition and our legal system cannot be compared with by any other system in the world. It's just been institutionally corrupted by people who are subverting it directly. It will be such a shame if the South African constitution does not survive this, because this really is the answer to every issue. It's just been bad faith politicians that have wholesale appointed judges that have used the ideology of identity politics to subvert the Constitution. They do not read the equality provisions. They don't understand the practice of equality. They don't understand the limitations clause. They are doing something. It's like witchcraft, you know. It's just it's really a shame. But I mean, this is also why I'm also thinking that if they do continue and with the expropriation without compensation, which will basically be, I think that will plunge us into a Zimbabwean style complete discombobulation. I think that will precipitate a crisis. Like right now, the crisis is looming. It's been looming for a long time. Even you can see the seeds in it, but you can see also the overt fascistic rhetoric which mounts up. They always test it. I mean, before we had the COVID crisis and before we had the electricity crisis, the EFF every year in August they coordinated stories and they coordinated a cultural push that they would try to ferment racialist tension every year around August. Essentially, you could tell that they were trying to precipitate a Kristallnacht, and they're constantly testing the system for having a coup. I mean, Julius Malema has openly spoken about how it will be necessary to have a coup, and how if there was a destabilization, that it would be responsible for him to take over and take charge and take power. So, you know, they've really tried to normalize, you know, this weird kind of racialist politics. And, you know, he is considered a clown to some degree, but he is also, in the same way Hitler was. Hitler was also thought of as an insignificant person, and Hitler was also part of a coalition government, which might happen. If the ANC falls below the majority, they will probably, or they might make a coalition with, it'll be a question, will they make a coalition with the EFF or with somebody else? And because of, you know, the slippery slope that we're already on, anyway, sorry, so this is sort of doom and gloom. Sorry, what was the thread before that?
I'll go for it. I don't think enough people get the doom and gloom. They think it's all fucking rainbows and sunshine.
It's not.
I just want to make the parallel that Hitler, before the war, Hitler was the most popular political figure in the world. I mean, like, the Democrats in America loved him. I mean, people forget.
Oh, yeah.
We are reliving through the same history. We really are. I mean, we are probably in the 1920s Weimar Germany. That's sort of where we are in terms of the time scale. And history is repeating itself. And, obviously, I don't think you're going to have a fascist. I mean, like, Kamala Harris will try to impose identity politics, and it will destabilize your politics. But it probably will, if it happens anyway, it'll happen in South Africa. But America will probably, if there's a white genocide in this country, then maybe America will see the light of day and will think twice about this. Who knows? I mean, maybe it'll even. Sorry.
Well, do you think, I mean, yeah, history repeats itself, but it also rhymes. What do you think in what the gentlemen call a gynocentric society? Because that's kind of like
that's what the fascists
going on.
That's what the fascist culture was. I mean, people forget that the progress of the fascistic political movement was all based around the woman. It was the fascist woman that roped the men into the movement. If you look at the Nuremberg dissatisfaction marches, where also the communists were marching hand in hand with the Nazis, because people didn't want to have accountability as citizens, as an electorate. They don't want to be responsible for their government. They want their government to infantilize them and to deliver what their identity deserves. And they had the same sort of sexual revolution as well. I mean, they had a whole confection of a loosely aligned sort of, I call them proto-fascists, where they believe in the same theme as fascism, but they believe that you can have a rainbow Hitler. They believe that you can have a kind of authoritarian inculcation of stricture that allows everyone to have their own reality tunnel. But, like, obviously you can't organize a state around more than one narrative. You have to have a central, and so these people, I mean, that's why I call them proto-fascists and crypto-fascists. The crypto-fascists know that you have to have a central canonical bubble to live in, and then you have to have maybe separate spheres of different styles of political organization, whereas the proto-fascists actually believe that essentially you can install something like a rainbow Hitler, and that everyone will get a turn, and that he'll be able to mediate, or she'll, the strong leader will be able to mediate between all the identitarian factions. And that model of politics is essentially, it's infantilizing the citizen, it's disempowering, it's also antithetical to humanity, I would say. It's disempowering to the, I mean, I still think German culture suffers to some degree from this. Because they, this is a technical thing, but how they look, German politics is not bad, and how the state is organized is certainly efficient. But I think that you lose some integrity when you don't enshrine the importance and the sanctity and the sovereignty of the individual. And if you sort of how the German society is structured, I mean, it certainly it precipitates a high trust society, but that missing thread of integrity means that there are certain sections of the population in Germany, and I'm not talking about identitarian sections, I mean psychological sections, that are actively suppressed. There are people that look at their society and it doesn't make sense to them because it's this shadowy, it's done in committee council rooms. Their law is not discussed in public discourse. It is arranged for them, and their whole legal system doesn't have like a common law. Continental European law is a massacre of reason and dignity. There is no dignity in the citizen. You are prescribed your rights. Yep. In a common law society, at least, you have every right that you can claim that is not prescribed against by law. The law has to say you can't do this, and you can do everything else. The law just tells you what you can't. In continental European law, you have to be enabled by the government. You have to get permission before. You only have sorry.
I was just thinking, I was waiting to come in there. I lived in Germany, and you know what else I noticed there? The Bavarians look down on the rest of them. Like it's almost like a supremacy. Like the Bavarians are way better than the rest of the Germans. Why is that?
Well, I don't know the specific sort of cultural things, but I mean, in some sense, when you live in that kind of political organization, in that kind of structure, it's very much like, I just call it the Napoleonic corruption, is that when your culture, when your group identity becomes the character of your morality, you have to believe that there's something special about it, because it's not in your hands as an individual. You're not part of the process of discovering the common law, which is which has a universal kind of liberal value, pretension about it, which is very, it allows you to have a nice moral system in which you can look at the humanity of everyone and deal with them as an individual. Instead, you have to say, oh, what culture are you coming from?
Right.
And so, I mean, British political liberalism, which is also, is part of the American ethos. Sadly, I would just say the American structure is corrupted. Basically, I would say you've never recovered from the Civil War, because you've used you've used your federal legal structure in some sense as a political rhetoric, and so your legal structure doesn't have real fidelity. It doesn't have real integrity, and you are in a de facto constitutional crisis, because essentially, when you are dealing with someone, like, for example, an identity politics person goes to court, they don't hear the judge saying to them, what you are asking for or demanding for is unreasonable and unjustifiable, and I rule against you. The judge doesn't say that to them. The judge says, you don't have enough political power to make me do what you ask. Come back when you're in power. It's whoever holds the legislative, whoever makes the law. Because in America, you don't imagine that you can have a stable, static, legal, philosophical structure that actually has principles, that actually has integrity as a standalone function. And if you have that standalone legal structure that has all been worked out in principle, then you can also have legislative devices and promulgating public goods, that you can still create legislation to try to promote things, but it's on top of a legal structure, and it has to comport with it. It has to be the same. In some sense, it has to fit together. Now, we have that because we have actually the Roman Dutch substantive law, which was essentially received by the European Dutch legal jurists. And they recovered the Roman law. They threw away the disgusting things, you could lose your legal. In Roman law, if you became insolvent, you were no longer a citizen and you became a piece of property. You became a chattel. And all they did was they said basically you can't lose your legal subjectivity. So they took away the principles that don't comport with the moral norms and the moral mores that evolved in some sense in Christianity to some degree. And they refined the Roman law. And the substantive Roman law works by itself. I mean, this is how aristocrats used to use this law to mediate their own affairs. Even when tyrants took over the empire, the law was never changed because it never needed to be changed because it was completely reasonable and rational. It just works by itself. It's completely fair. It really is. It has all the legal concepts.
But here we have the universities that are all about, trust, and a party backing them. That's all about trusting the science of things. That's why all these identity politic ideologues get their way, because they have the universities and law. Because a lot of people don't want to touch this stuff. People are afraid because not a lot is known about all the ABC people, you know what I mean? And women totally support these people, and they are the ones that make the loudest noises when it comes to.
Well, I just want to say that this is why I think America has always had this certain layer of political corruption and from the elite in America, is because your law is fully invented by your legislative houses, and you invent structure, and then you have a political fight over it maybe, and it's all constructed by lawyers and interpreted, and then you get experts in and things like that, and so that I think has always been in the culture in America, and you've had no real bulwark against it other than the political rhetoric of the federal constitutional rights in the Bill of Rights, which, as I've said, are void for vagueness. They're basically non-justiciable. They're lines in the sand, and they keep on being redrawn, and they do have some defensive merit, but every time they're even used, you can call that judicial activism. And in some sense, the 14th Amendment really is a fundamental problem, is that states' rights, the whole thing, it just doesn't function as a mechanism. It just is unwieldy. It doesn't work. You can't respect states' rights. Well, manifestly, you have not respected states' rights, essentially, and so the actual structure is in a flux, and the only way to do it is to fix the legal system and to somehow take it out of the hands of the legislature. I know that's going to sound crazy because that sounds like but if you just have a canonical principled structure that is like a philosophical thing, because right now the individual has no defense against the Leviathan of the state. So the only way to really protect your rights in America is the ballot box. And you could say that maybe that is part of the.
That's correct.
It's actually saying that the Constitution needs to be a bedrock and not be something that's practically a piece of paper that you can rewrite over and over and over again.
But they have been. We have our Constitution, but this democracy that we have has really screwed a lot of things up. I feel like Texas is in the best place to probably do some stuff. We have,
we have a bit of that going on in South Africa as well. The Western Cape province here is strongly considering, well, at least from what I'm seeing on the webs, is that there seems to be a sort of movement where people are saying, we want to secede from South Africa. And what's interesting about that is that the Western Cape, I don't know if you're aware of this, Psyche, is that I remember one year they were responsible for most, I'm talking the majority, mind you, it's 1 out of 9 provinces in South Africa. So it was responsible for the majority of jobs created in that particular year. I just can't remember the exact number. It was a high number. And they have one of the lowest unemployment rates in South Africa as well. locally speaking, they're run by a different party. So essentially, what these guys are saying is that we are being. I'll put it in terms of America. Essentially, that part of the country is being overruled by the majority, which is the rest of the nine provinces. So what in the American sense, it's essentially the problem that would arise if you didn't have the electoral college. Essentially, that's the problem, and that's what's pushing these guys to want to secede. So I think we do have problems with on our side, our democracy and the implementation of our law. On your side, it's your law more than anything.
Yeah.
I actually
Constitutional republic is not a democracy, though. See, that's why I wanted it. Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask a question. Maybe you guys could just answer this briefly. Seeing that Psyche was citing things from the 1930s, and this was around the time of the Great Depression and things like that, what do you guys make of the proposition that a lot of this stuff may have been triggered by the global financial crisis of 2007, 2008? I'm talking sociologically, I'm talking politically, I'm talking even psychologically. The sheer unrest from there. Yeah.
No, I mean, I think it really doesn't have anything to do with that. I mean, if anything, a theme that is more connected is the environmental propaganda and stuff around and greenhouse carbon emissions like that, because all that stuff goes also into this idea that essentially, like it's anti-growth propaganda, it's anti, it's sort of, we need to centralize power, we need to create more strong leadership, so that is a theme in some sense. I mean, in some sense, the economic, in some sense, that economic crisis did not hit South Africa at all because we had no exposure to it. A lot of countries took a big hit. South Africa took essentially the only thing that we had less direct less investment maybe from the outside. In fact, maybe we could have had more because we were unaffected by that. But obviously, we don't have general good conditions to invest in the first place. Sorry, I did just want to just for me to tie up the issue about the problem with the American system. I know this is coming from an outside or whatever, but the basic philosophical thing that I want to bring up here is that America does not have the rule of law. How you define the rule of law in America is I mean, in some sense, the rule of law is badly defined all over the world. No one understands this concept well. The only place that has ever had the rule of law is my country, and I know that it's a bold statement to make. And maybe you could argue that the Romans had the rule of law, but essentially that law didn't have any moral value attached to it. It was fine with tyranny and things like that, and had anyway. This is getting too intellectual, but the reason why America doesn't have the rule of law is because you don't have laws of general application. It's not about that they are generally applied. It's that the substance of the law itself is not stable in principle. It's not complete in principle. You can evolve legal interpretation and come up with new legal tests that is coming from the same substantive law that has the same general application. But instead, what America has is it has a due process system. So everyone undergoes the same process. Now, this is, I mean, it does have some, having procedural fairness does have, it is a bit of a safeguard. It does mean that at least you have to have coherent rules that are clearly understandable. In the letter of the law, you can't do the kind of things that fascists, so there is some structural resilience against sort of, but it can still be corrupted by political elites in the way that you can sort of hide things in lawyer speak and stuff like that, because there's no substantive pushback that the individual has against the state, because as long as the state has a legitimate government purpose and some kind of rationalization, you can just interpret the infringement. I mean, just a basic example is that you can't say that I don't want to be income taxed because that's an infringement of my right to pursue happiness. Like
Right.
that defense doesn't work, and obviously it can't work because absolute rights can't work. You have to have some kind of limiting principle, and so because you won't actually explicitly make the mechanism work, it becomes a kind of ideological rationalization that the judge has to do, and he has to weigh these things, and it's where does it come from? I mean, so you've got this horrible conflation between basically the law is led by politics. At the end of the day, you can't go against the majority. That's what it boils down to, and that is the rule of man. That's not the rule of law, because the law itself needs to have a general application, not a due process, a general laws of general application. But the substance of law in America is repealed and repromulgated. It's a device that is invented and reinvented all the time. And so when the substantive law in America is trial and error, it's produced on trial and error. So your substantive law in America is the law of trial and error.
Right.
So you can't have the rule of law. That's basically what it boils down to. And I know that it's hard to think that there is an alternative, that, oh, well, we're part of this experimentation of trial and error, but that there isn't some kind of principled integrity that you can lay it down in principles and be bound to it. Now, this is why the British system is somewhat better, because they at least they don't have it enshrined in a constitution, and in some sense it's enshrined in their history and in their tradition, and that's problematic because no other country can kind of copy that, because it's very hard to know how to copy it in some sense. And it's, and America does have a variant of that in terms of because it does have some elements of the common law built into it, but it doesn't. Well, yeah, I mean, South Africa really was the synthesis of all the right things, because our substantive law is complete in principle. It's all the substantive law is there, and it has measurements within it to comport to the social mores of society and to modulate itself within some of the criteria of all the actions in our law are general actions. So, like everyone can understand those. They can be taught that in a kind of civics class, and that gives you a sense of justice and integrity. And a basis, and our constitution does that as well. But I must say that the equality clauses that describe the practice of equality have been horribly misinterpreted, not even by identity politics and reading racialism into a non-racialist document.
Right.
Yeah, our problem is on the implementation side of things. That's where the corruption is. It's not actually the law, it's not actually the legal system so much as it is the implementation of it.
People.
I would say even the lack thereof,
Yeah. Well,
and
like what you said, like the majority, it's not the majority of people though that have been controlling the laws. It's been a narrative that's spun up by the media. Like the universities are just figuring this out. Like implemented all these affirmative action and diversity, inclusion, equity policies and all the things to put all these people in places, and it's not been the majority that have wanted it. Which is unfortunate because it goes back to their university trained media that don't have the integrity, or a lot of these other people in these powerful positions, they're fundamentally responsible for all of this.
I mean, I do just want to say, like, the American structure does work when the culture has a certain level of vigor and health or something like that. And in some sense, it does force people to participate politically and to sort of watch the political environment and to participate maybe. And that has its own sort of charm or whatever. But I would say that the general lack of integrity, which is the de facto structural problem that I'm pointing out, the structural deficit, does come to a head when you are confronting identity politics. So when you're confronting this kind of game that is being, this kind of tactic, it actually shows the weakness of the American system. And as I've tried to even say, that you already have a de facto constitutional crisis. Like, I mean, in terms of the whole, I mean, I've got long recordings where I talk about the voting and the controversy around those sorts of things. But, you know, like, you know, you need to be able to go to a court and find justice, essentially. And there needs to be some kind of stable structure for justice. And the American system, sadly, I can say all these historical things as well, but I mean, I can't argue too much against it, because it's not as if the American experiment was certainly useful to the world, and certainly did hold a lot of, you know, like, the ethos of it is what is valuable in some sense. And in even creating the Bill of Rights in the federal constitution in America is this kind of, in some sense, because it does get the common person on the right side of a lot of basic classical liberal issues in some sense, even though it gets subverted by, I would say, elite corruption or anyway, sorry.
Yeah.
A lot of things, but
I think there's a lot of subversion of the American Constitution. For me, I was just, you know, just on a elementary level, you know, just knowing how conservatives, you know, go on about, you know, the right to free speech, and the fact that we have things like, you know, Twitter and all sorts of things like that that are, you know, in quite an obvious way in contravention of that. It's
I mean, it's interesting. It's just interesting because it slightly starts to break down, because you see that you don't actually have the right to free speech. It's that government has no ability to restrict the free speech of citizens. It's only government that is restricted. It's not private entities. So Twitter actually, there is no, so it's a general value, which you could say is inculcated by that. So it's a sentiment that it gets inculcated. But essentially, there's nothing unconstitutional about what Twitter is doing to people, except if it's regarded as a public, as the new public sphere, or sorry, the new public square. Sorry,
it is definitely during a pandemic.
It's definitely I would say there is that, and effectively, it's like removing people from the public square. You know,
yeah, but ironically, if government wanted to make legislation to say that Twitter can't ban people, they would ironically be perhaps in contravention of that constitutional right, because it's the government shall make no law to restrict. And in some sense, you could say by stopping Twitter from censoring people, you are this is perverse, but you see that you are that you're actually quashing the speech of Twitter to police its speech, which is in some sense a kind of is a way of expressing speech in some sense. I mean, it's a convoluted thing, but you see, like, but this is what I mean is that the values and the legal structure in America is just, it's not deep enough, and how it's been. You know, and if you did want to rationalize and be able to answer these questions, like what is the value structure there? It needs to be laid out. I mean, but in some sense, the American framers knew that they didn't know what they were doing. No one had created a Bill of Rights before, and they didn't put it in the main body of the Constitution. They put it in the amendment section because they knew that they didn't know what the hell they were doing. And in some sense, and I don't mean to throw shade like this, but in some sense, there is a historical argument that America did become independent too soon, because it's not as if they weren't going to become independent, but, you know, like King George, I don't think was such I mean, there's weird kooky things that go on within these, you know, power structures and things like that, and already culture was changing. Parliament had more power than King George. To a large degree, it was a weird kind of power sharing arrangement where Parliament was really in the driver's seat. I mean, they might have declared war in the name of the king, with the king's, you know, somewhat anyway. But so I mean, I don't want to there's no point in relitigating history. There's no value to it, and in some sense, you know, the example of America is certainly what allowed for the South African Constitution to form out of the experience and the context that the American experiment provided. But I do think that I almost, in a sort of in a fantasy that I had, is that South Africa would join itself and become a state in the United States of America, and that we would give to you our constitution, which would have to be homogenized with your legal structure,
Right.
and that your high courts and your Supreme Courts could actually start to become real high courts and Supreme Courts. Because that's my argument, is that America, in the sense, there's all this jargon that I'm not explaining, but to have a high court, you actually have to have a universal jurisdiction. In our country, we have universal all high courts can deal with any matter under the sun, and they must be able to give a ruling, because we have the law in principle is complete, and there is nothing that can't be solved, and they can give a ruling on any matter. They have universal jurisdiction, and that kind of integrity that is woven into the system, and this was built by geniuses. When Justinian codified the Roman law, it was the best of the best, and it doesn't exist anywhere else in the world, sadly. I mean, the Dutch don't even have it anymore because it was overrun by Napoleon. Napoleon displaced and corrupted all of continental law. And in some sense, Britain does have positive aspects to it. And in some sense, they get the spirit of this right, but it can't be replicated by anyone else because it's endemic to their historical tradition, and half of it is kind of unwritten, and it's part of their constitution. It's how they concoct their democracy, because technically it's still a monarchy. So the structure there is very ephemeral. And I mean, anyway, this issue I specifically criticize or modify some of the arguments that Lord Sumption made in his Wreath lectures, which were brilliant about the structural things, and he talks a lot about the American system and the British system, and contrasting essentially how we have gotten into this plutocratic. I'm somewhat layering some political imagery onto what he describes, but his first lecture is called Law's Empire, and how the legal system has come to displace, I would say, morality, which has also subverted the individual responsible sphere. Is that when you can't go to court and vindicate your case, your morality doesn't matter. What the collective speaks on behalf of morality is de facto what morality means. And so you already are infantilized by the state. And so you already are going along with the flow in some sense. And just because, you have some rights in America to make you think that you can still have an independent, sort of sphere and locus of control, when the structure doesn't support that, there is a lack of fidelity that needs to come into alignment. And I do think that is the general solution to all of these problems, is we need to come back to what justice actually means and rescue it from identity politics. But that's such a convoluted, esoteric issue that it's hard to broach.
This is when I agree with Good Mother. It's sometimes trying to work way through this nonsense is way more of work than just actually saying, you know what, you don't qualify for meritocracy, so
yes,
out.
get the hell out. Yes.
Yeah, because it's so convoluted. It's such a mess. To try and make sense of it is actually, you could actually go insane from that.
Well, because all these policies have been racist and sexist that have put these people in these positions, predominantly women.
Yeah, I think you have a system that got in there on the merits of its intentions, of of the outcome it seeks to bring about, and then at the same time, you have no means of trying to actually keep track of when it's achieved its goal, what the goalposts are,
right? Because they keep moving.
No means of trying to draw a line and say, okay, look, you said the goalposts are here, you have no right to move it.
Right.
Because if you move it, you render everything, pointless. It's just now whim,
Yeah.
And to register the toxic effects and the toxic cost of even trying that experiment, that social experiment that has, in some sense,
wrong.
Where's the accountability? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I just said it's gone terribly wrong. And you're right. Where is the accountability for giving
Where
all
is
these women what they wanted instead of what our country needed, really? Because it started with women in universities, and then all these departments grew. They created all these fucking departments, which are now social scientists.
When Jordan Peterson had a conversation with Gad Saad, I think, no, wait, was it Gad Saad? It was another psychology person. No, I think it was Gad Saad. I think they were talking about how essentially, no, I think maybe it was somebody else. Damn, I can't remember. Talking about how the need for diversity hires melded into creating these new departments of race and gender studies, essentially, or at least feminist studies, and then the feminist studies grew into intersectionality and this whole sort of
Of the corruption, it's women. I like your idea though. I think Texas and South Africa, if Texit were to happen, like we could start building our country.
We need Trump to come and buy South Africa. The way
Yeah.
he's thinking of buying what's his name?
Abbott
Greenland.
and Elon Musk is in Texas now though.
Yeah.
We have all the badasses.
Well, sadly, it probably shouldn't be the whole of South Africa. It should be what's left of the real new South Africa, which might only be sort of the Western Province. I mean, I wonder there might be a civil war on the cards. I mean, in some sense, like because I mean there is already a succession party. It's called the Cape Party.
Yes.
And they are all about independence for the Cape because they're like we even have different racial demographics because you see like which I mean we have this local radio station Cape Talk and there were these people talking about all this stuff. It makes me so angry and they're like complaining that at the schools that they didn't have more black learners and they were using the national averages of demographics saying that like there should be 80% or something like that are black. It's like we live in the Western Cape. 50% of the Western Cape are colored, not black. Okay, so
this
is a South African nomenclature. Basically, people who are mixed, black and white, they have their own ethnic sort of cultural basis, and they're called colored because they are distinct from black, essentially.
Right.
So, we have over 50% of the population in the Western Cape is colored, and no one is talking about what about the numbers of colored children at these better, they're called Model C schools. And, like the idea that you're just going to like, so the politics in the Western Cape should be different from the rest of the country, even if you were going to go down that sort of that toxic route. But it's amazing. It just shows you the level of sort of the gerrymandering of the moral domain, just to play to the narrative and just to be on the right side of the virtue signaling and the buzzwords and
it's not moral at all. It's judging people based on their skin color. Like it's racist. All of it is pointing to a person and first their whole identity is built off of their skin color. Like that is paramount, is the color of their skin. That's literally racist.
In some sense, it is an ontological debate, though, because they are saying that essentially the problem is not that is as if there's no such thing as non-racial disadvantages, as if like the disadvantage is the identity, is the power differential associated with the identity, rather than that poverty is the problem. So because we won't define the problem in a non-racialist context, we have no means of solving it, because the only solution that they are pandering is essentially tokenism and false consciousness or toxic identitarianism. And so as soon as you go down that path, you could only double down. And I mean, there is a link that essentially this all came from feminism, in that once you get people bonked over the head in high school or something like that, that they should feel bad about their gender or about their identity.
Right.
The only way to get out of that is to kind of segue into socialism or into some kind of other more general abstracted sense in which you can say, well, we're against the patriarchy, or we're against the white supremacy. So if you just kind of broaden it a bit, then you can kind of try to get out of that and be on the right side or something like that. And so it does lead to horrible compartmentalization of the world. Like you can't even think about reality anymore. You can't think in practical terms because you're in this zoo of the identity matrix, and that is where moral consideration is. Because if moral consideration was in the non-racial paradigm, then you would actually be able to put your ethics in to a situation. You would actually be able to say, yeah, I'm not a racist. But now you don't know if you're a non-racist or not, because you can only know if you're doing everything anti-racist that you can be, and then you have to update it retroactively if someone discovers a new thing that you should have felt guilty about. So you're always on this kind of weirdly, you have to be receptive to some kind of, I mean, it is like an aggregating queen bee sort of principle, which is that there's a dictator of the narrative, and you just need to find the voice of that dictator. And that's, as soon as that voice is located in a particular, not just an institution or an abstraction, but in a particular sort of vessel, then you can actually really get proper fascistic politics. But we haven't reached that point yet. But we are, you can almost tell that
there, right?
Yeah, well, yeah.
We're teetering towards it.
Yeah, I mean, I volunteered to be that supreme dictator, authoritarian. But no, what you said about focusing on race, it's like they focus on all these inalienable traits instead of going to the fundamental problems for the poverty, and it's the government dependency. Like it's really bad in white communities too. Like the poverty and the generational bullshit, the dysfunction, all the things that accompany the government, like the mothers marrying the government. You know, I mean, it's such a small amount of money, but that has been growing. It doesn't shrink at all. Because we're so focused on, because it's like socialist policies, right? It's the socialism.
Yeah, I mean, my general problem here, I mean, is that I don't think you could just give out blanket money. I'm very despondent about this idea of a basic income grant and things like that. I do think that if you do that, you will just breed more toxicity and more dependence or something like that. Yeah. What you have to do is you have to have developmental policies that come and go, that they fulfill their purpose, and you can track how effective they are, and then they're gone because they finished fixing a problem. They actually have to, because otherwise there's no accountability also, but also, you don't know how efficient you are or something like that. But so yeah, I do think that all good policies, in some sense, they have to choose their participants as well. They can't be based on targeting a lowest common denominator. They have to say, they have to be aspirational in some sense. They have to have some kind of, you have scored this much at school, therefore you are going into there is, they call it, I can't remember the name. It's out of one of the apostles, but the principle, to whom is given much more will also be granted. Do they call
it talking about the Pareto distribution? The whole.
Yes, it is connected. To that. Sorry.
You have to earn it.
Well,
it's just not freely given. There's a little bit of skin in the game.
It's the Matthew principle, no?
Yes,
that's the one.
Yes. Can you state it? I've
forget it. I forget it. Jordan Peterson talks about it. I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
How it goes. But I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and in some sense, if you don't organize development around some kind of thing that actually deal, if you just keep on trying to distribute towards a lowest common denominator, you don't get any of the dynamism. People need to specialize. They need to play to their strengths. They need to cultivate like actual, like this idea. Yeah. So I mean,
the rich get richer and the poor get poorer.
Yeah. I mean, that is basically kind of like the Matthew principle, but it is to whom who has something, more will be given to them, or something like that. And in some sense, that is how.
Oh yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, in some sense, like, because if you did that, then it would also become known that, like, yes, if you score this much, then you can qualify to something else, and then you actually, that's how you build a tax base. That is how you rapidly, like, you can't sort of raise things by everyone being raised equally and evenly. Like that is, like you contrasting the top and the bottom is utterly insane, like, and the idea that redistributing the very top to the very bottom, you end up actually impoverishing the system, because the people at the very top, they don't just have bags and bags of money that they do nothing with. They have capital investments. They are usually growing. If you have a system that is capable of growth, which we obviously don't have. And so, like, but yeah, so I mean, I haven't given my full argument as to why the basic income grant is also. The problem is also is that you need to be able to choose the people that participate in your policy, or you can't just say, well, you meet these requirements and there's no kind of. This is why I think NGOs are much better at developing people, because they can actually choose the people that they are participating with. Essentially, if you make a government policy, you have to have objective criteria that is just, and that's why the basic income grant, I think, is so bad, because it will create perverse incentives to. It'll be like a race to the bottom to some degree. I know that people say, like, socialists always say, like, you can't just keep on expecting people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. But in some sense, you have to recognize that some people are self-destructive, or they have very, if you just give people money and they are destructive, they are going to be more destructive. You're going to give them the facility in order to make other people's lives worse. And in fact, without some kind of moral element, in some sense, the market has a solution to this, which is that, you can't be too self-destructive. You have to at least be in consenting contractual relations with other people. You have to at least peg your activity with other people. Obviously, with the amount of corruption in our society, these ideological, politically corrupt elites can just, project whatever they want on the society, because, in some sense, the only thing that's lacking is integrity. It's like the whore of Babylon. She's essentially the queen of Babylon, but she can't be called a queen because of how she functions and what she does, essentially. And that's exactly the complaint that you get from these people that are projecting onto segments of the population, whole segments of the population, as white supremacists, because their egos aren't being stroked. I mean, anyway,
go for it.
It is interesting, all the sort of the ideological parallels, but sorry. I still didn't make my full argument about the basic income grant, but it is, I think, a slippery slope to more disempowerment is basically the biggest problem. And it's not as if I do believe in intelligent government intervention, and because you can, when you have this level of when you have this level of denigration in terms of debt and in terms of deprivation and poverty, there is a lot you can do with an intelligent use of resources. But we're squandering all those resources for these millionaire black middlemen who don't provide any jobs to the country, who just import things and are just like a clearinghouse. I mean, do you know how many suppliers in stores have to buy from black suppliers who don't produce anything? They just import. They're just middlemen. They just import these things. They resell them at a huge premium because they're a black supplier. And because they have done that, now the consumer has to pay more for goods and services. And so everything, we're burning it on both sides. And so you never actually get real economic wealth, because essentially it's all going to this toxic ideological tokenism.
I'd like to push back on the basic income argument that you're making. I'm going to argue from what I think are the merits of that thing. I also don't believe in it. I think I just, as a whole, don't believe in money can fall from the sky and everything is solved.
Are you playing devil's advocate?
Yes, I'm playing devil's advocate, so
Cool.
I just want to hear what you guys are going to say, right?
Yeah.
Fine. Say you have a situation. This is probably for me the most convincing argument that these guys have, right? And I think what's his name, Andrew Yang, was going on about it. Right now, you have a situation where in most countries, people get like a fraction of the amount of money that's taxed, that comes in from taxes. The people who are supposed to be on the receiving end of said money get a fraction of it. In between, it's eaten by certainly admin, corruption, all sorts of businesses that manage to squeeze contracts out of government, and then eventually whatever cents are left are given to the people that the whole institution of tax is actually intended for, right? If you have a basic income grant, it's essentially cutting out that middleman. If it's done in a way that is in exchange for the current welfare system, where essentially you take what is currently being spent on all of these different programs, and the convoluted way in which people are trying to keep track of everything, all that entire system, cut it away and just give the money directly from the taxpayer to the recipient of said money. So, what do you think about that as an argument for that policy?
No.
I think it's a good argument, and that it can work, but that I still think that it will. The problem is, I see it as a slippery slope. Is that essentially what will happen is it will create a political. If you actually did it, people would just ask for more and more and more, and it would work if you had a generally functioning economy already. If you already had a generally functioning economy, you could use that as a way to display. In some sense, you could privatize all public services. I mean, that's basically the point, is that you're going to supplement for providing, let's say, emergency medical care or at least education. You'll get the state out of the business of providing many services, and instead you'll just give a lump sum, and people will spend their own money and make their own choices, and they'll get out of the way of the market or something like that.
Yes.
I mean, and like perhaps with some mix of that, like I can see that working, but in terms of there is so little business inside. So I mean, like that could work in America. That could work in South Africa to jumpstart things. If you said, okay, well, we're actually going to convert all the public hospitals. We're going to convert into private hospitals. We're going to find, and we're not going to, and so all medical services will be charged for, but we'll give everyone a lump sum, a basic income grant, and they can sort of do it. They can work out how to be in control of their lives, be in control of their own spending, or something like that.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like I do think that could work at a certain level of development. Like within a first world country, I think that you could do that because you might have enough regulatory sophistication to be able to regulate certain industries, that you could put in some safeguards, that you could make sure that kind of all evens out and it run. I think it's a plausible solution. I think it is. But I do think that it will, with the kind of politics that we have, with identity politics in the mix, it will become a slippery slope to essentially becoming a kind of the democratic version of having an underclass that will essentially, they'll be paying for their votes, because there'll be the one party that will be more conservative about wanting to have a more sustainable fiscus or something like that, and the other party will say, no, we want to be more extractive because of social justice or something like that. Yep. And it will end up tanking itself, or it'll end up becoming a fascist revolution or something like. I mean, so that is my only problem with the general sort of thesis. Is that also? Yeah.
Sorry to jump in. I hear that, but the problem is what you've cited could be said of the current system as well. The fact that essentially all of these parties have the incentive to say, no, I'll give you more, and the next one, no, I'll give you more. We have that as is. So essentially, what you're complaining about is true for both systems. However, what's not the same is the middleman. The middleman, the person who essentially, let's say, you have a 100,000 salary, and then the next one, no, I'll give you more. And then the next one, no, I'll give you more. We have that as is. So essentially, what you're complaining about is true for both systems. However, what's not the same is the middleman. If you cut out the middleman, you are essentially saving on all of this money that's given to all of these people for whom we actually don't want to pay via taxes. We don't want to pay for the admin blocks, all of the feminism, I remember reading about the bill that we're trying to get through Congress for is it the national defensive budget thing for the United States? And the amounts of money that were going outside of the states was amazing, and for like the most ridiculous things in some places. I think some money was going to, was it Pakistan or Afghanistan, for gender
studies. Yes.
What? You know, that sort of nonsense. All of that will be cut out theoretically, right, by the space income grant. Just one more point I just want to add quickly.
Yeah.
There's also the issue of the means testing, right? So that is essentially when they test whether you qualify as being poor enough for you to deserve this grant. That's essentially what it means, right? But then there's the aspect of the dignity that like the effect that has on a person's dignity, number one. Number two, the perverse incentives that such a system creates, where people who have the opportunity to move up don't move up because of the fact that if they do, they miss out on said welfare. So by removing that means testing, you essentially say this money is now like a buffer for everyone. And if you don't move up, as in if you don't go out and work, you're missing out on money, on extra money that the next person is making. As opposed to the means testing program, where there's like a band in which if you earn maybe even a dollar more than the amount that we've stipulated, you miss out on the entire welfare. You understand? So these are the arguments that people are making for the national income, the basic national basic income grant. I don't have it fully fleshed out in my head. It stinks to high heaven for me. But just listening to the arguments that they're making, compared to the current system that we have, is it really that bad? That's my question.
But you would need government people. You would need all those middlemen to babysit all these people to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing to earn that. Like, I don't think it would shrink government by any means. That's why all these social programs, they should be community organizations. They should be nonprofit. The taxes that are going into these, like if people didn't have those taxes stolen from them, they would donate more to community organizations. And that's what would, I mean, when people can see where their money's going, they're more giving. That's why churches do all their things. But having the government reach into your pockets and take that because they're like, oh, this person over here needs it more than you do, that's what people get pissed about. Because government is really incompetent with these social programs.
Yes, you see.
I do think that essentially voucher systems. I think that could be a middle ground where, because essentially, I mean, my general criticism is that with the basic income grant, who's to say that that's not just going to fuel inflation? As well, like in the same way that increasing the minimum wage just means that usually the extra value that people get, it evaporates almost instantly because it's somehow that level just always seems to maintain itself. And now I understand saving people from deprivation and immediate, in some sense, I do think that there could be an argument for a basic income grant in times of disaster or something like that. That has some kind of limit, that it's not a kind of permanent sort of thing. Obviously, that also probably leads to a kind of slippery slope thing with the current grant system that they had an inflated grant and now that's also sort of continuing. The problem really is sustainability, that the only way to actually fund it is if you cut government departments and you get business out, you get the state out of the business of substituting for the private industry or something like that, so that you can even pay the basic income grant. Now that is not actually on the table, and I would argue Yeah. If that was on the table, and if it was converted to vouchers, I would be more comfortable then, in some sense. If you can try to convert it into vouchers for things, where
So vouchers like in the States, they have something like that as well. What do they call it again? The whole voucher system for food stamps, no?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Washington State, you can get gas vouchers, you can get vouchers to pay your utilities, you can get a phone voucher, like your food stamps, which is a card now, but yeah, no, they have tons of vouchers. They also, 2018, as of 2018, 40% of the population of Washington State was on government assistance. That's welfare and disability.
Yeah,
That's
that's the problem that I'm having
yeah,
with this entire system is that even though you put vouchers in place, right?
yeah.
This the exchange, what we'd essentially be doing in exchange for the basic income is basically saying, now that you've got this basic income, you've got no right to complain. Now we can truly let capitalism do its thing, right? And another argument that's pushing the basic income thing, because it's something that's being talked about more heavily now among economists, is the issue of automation. Is that's gonna, it seems like that might wipe out a lot of jobs, and in the meantime there'll be a lot of people who are displaced and unable to transition to whatever jobs may be created as a result of automation. So what do you do with said people? And the sort of scales that people are looking to gain from automation in terms of the extent to which we can produce, let's say, the amount of food we can produce given the same amount of capital we would have to put in today, is of the order where people might actually say it may actually be sustainable to have a basic income grant, right? I'm just trying to argue from their point of view. And I think what's persuasive to me in that sense is, one, the point of automation, and the fact that we would be essentially cutting out government. All the things that you're complaining about, the fact that they're perverse incentives, the fact that you'd have to have people looking after people, ensuring that the voucher system works, all of these people would be cut out. They'd be completely cut out. It essentially is taking money from people who earn and giving it directly to people who are, well, everyone else, because even that person who earns will get that grant back from the entire system, right? So that's the entire point of it. So it's basically like no one has to start from zero, right? And what you said about the concerns about inflation, just to counteract that, right? What would you call it if there are people who are only earning money because they're pushing papers for a government agency which is actually not producing anything of value besides transferring money from one person to the other? What would you call the fact that those people earn that money and they're able to spend it? I think that's a cause of inflation as well.
So can we fire all those in your new plan?
Exactly. So like, I'm saying, essentially what we have now is a situation where all of those people would be cut out.
Mm-hmm.
They'd have to get a job or survive on the basic income grant, which would incentivize them being competent and competitive on the labor market. Okay. And then from there, it would be much easier to push things like, I'm talking now theoretically, you'd have to cut out a whole lot of these weird policies because there wouldn't be a need for complaining about, I don't know, all of these policies, feminism, etc., because you'd have things like basic income grants, which would cover a lot of that. Would be certainly way more money in the hands of those people than what they have under the current system. Because a lot of it is being eaten by people in between. I'm talking the military-industrial complex. I'm talking all of these people in between the taxpayer and the recipient of all of the stuff. I think it's got a lot of potential. It's just, again, free money doesn't really. Yeah?
Yeah, that way we could fire all the women and let all the men get their asses to work. And then they would have their little monthly income, and all the men would actually make more than them. So
exactly.
technically, it's kind of an instant hypergamy.
I must say, I don't like the. I want to break. I want to banish hypergamy. Or anyway, but I mean,
Well,
in some sense, you can only do that on the personal scale, anyway, perhaps. But
yeah, but if all the women were reduced to the same level, equity, right, and all the men actually had all the jobs,
Here's another
it would be
angle from which you can.
automatic.
Here's another way from which another angle for arguing for this thing. If
Yeah,
everyone has their needs met, right? You're not negotiating your salary from a point of hunger, right? You're
right.
negotiating it from a point of, now I've got all of my bases covered. Now you have to spoil me. Let's see what you can offer me now. You understand? And if though I do recognize that that has a perverse thing of also making people less competitive. I can understand that.
Yeah,
I see that because obviously that's what's happening. It's just I'm looking at that and contrasting it with the current system we have.
yeah,
So I'm saying essentially we'd have the same, if not less, perverse incentives under basic income grants, and at the same time we'd cut out all of the fat that's in the state currently.
yeah, I mean, when you phrase it like that as a trade-off, I mean, see, the problem is that there are different perverse incentives, and in
Yes.
my view, the current ones we don't even have the political awareness and consciousness to, let's say, tackle and confront in a way in which we're even winning on that front. And the idea that we're going to trade this bag of toxicity, this bag of or bundle of toxicity, for another more evenly distributed moral deficit in some sense, because I do think that this essentially the problem that this does is that because the state will have to become a moral agent, will have to be a dispenser of some kind of morality. Because if you are going to guarantee everyone's basic needs and you're going to, let's say, free them from the market or something like that, then we're a different species now. We have always lived in some sense. You could say the biggest flaw within our sociological structures, within our tribes, within our groups, is that we have to have some kind of sociological leadership and cultural leadership, and we have to have the accountants in the room and making sure that they're kind of talking to each other and that they're talking the same language and that they're talking reason and that they're making sense and that these things kind of comport with one another. And so you've had to kind of have a morality in leadership and a morality in vision, and that has allowed people to participate and have to sort of toe the line according to some kind of structural sort of thing. But in some sense, as soon as you create this paradigm where everyone's needs are guaranteed, and that's a basic redistribution that is occurring just automatically. So the now I do think that how South Africa has the constitution structured, the government has an obligation and a duty to deal with disadvantage. It does actually have a governmental mandated function that it will always have to do something for people that are disadvantaged. So we have a kind of ambit for some kind of now how that is meted out, how that is actually dealt with. It has to comport with all the rights in the Constitution and the limitations clause. You can't infringe other people's rights in order to just do whatever you want. But yeah, so
Yeah.
Question though, but what makes them disadvantaged if everybody's on the same playing field?
Exactly.
the
The thing that I'm liking about this entire basic income thing is that it takes the power away from the people who want to pit the privileged versus the disadvantaged. It's a direct way of saying, look, you're getting way more money from the state than what you would have before in the previous system. Everyone gets the same amount of money. And then what would happen is that this is now being optimistic, right? Is that you'd have a few people who actually make use of that money and do something positive with it.
Right.
And you start to look to them and you say, what's stopping you from being like that guy?
I just want to say that the inflationary pressure is not about who gets the money. It's about how much money is in circulation, and this would inflate the amount of money in circulation because you're putting money into the bottom of the economy, and it's not in a way that is structurally part of the productive working economy, and so the amount of money in circulation is going to inflate, and that I think would, in the same way that minimum wage precipitates inflation, it would cause more inflation. So I don't know if it would even be sustainable in a general kind of economic sense. But even if that was, again, the problem is that I don't see how it wouldn't be a slippery slope politically, because what is the basic need? I mean, like, maybe that will why wouldn't that just inflate into more and more consumer goods, into more and more, and then you've got essentially a permanent underclass that is actually not connected and integrated into the economy, but they are a political bloc, and they have
just like the welfare mummies.
I think what you'd have in the end is a situation where I'm talking now if they slip far down enough the slope.
Yeah.
You'd have a situation where their demands are so high that you start to have the government saying, okay, now we're not getting enough taxes from everyone to sustain the system. And then you'd have those people negotiating, advocating for means testing again. Essentially saying, okay, we need to get back to a system where we separate those who are privileged and other people who are not privileged, and then try to get them to meet an arbitrary test, and if they meet it, then they qualify for the money. Everyone else you can, buzz off.
But the money have to be different states, because the cost of living and property and all the things.
Yes, it would be very complex to implement in the
so you would need all those people still to work all that out and I guess navigate and monitor that. You'd still need the fucking welfare system and all their employees.
Right.
I just want to say, what I advocate for is not when you are treating disadvantage, you are not. That's not welfare. That is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about means testing for welfare. I'm talking about means testing for targeting and ameliorating disadvantage. I'm not talking about entreating disadvantage or rewarding disadvantage. I'm talking about banishing it, actually getting rid of it. So if you have a program that means tests people, takes them in, and then processes them, is a halfway house, and then they're no longer disadvantaged, it leaves them behind. That is so, like, just dispensing money or something like that. I mean, look, there are definitely arguments. I think you have to provide some kind of welfare for children going through certain stages. I mean, because the stunted growth, you need certain nutritional requirements. You have to make that investment, and you can't avoid making that investment. So, like, that is almost, I would say, the only case for welfare, and in general, welfare needs to be displaced by general sort of social programs saying, like, responsible, be responsible, have an intact family, don't just start a family, like, and those sorts of things. And this is, you see, the moral agency of the state. Like, I mean, again, it's better done by NGOs, but you see, like, the more that you want to get into just supplying a basic income grant, where is the morality check or something like that? And the idea that, like, poor people don't, like, are always benevolent or something like that, or that they're always, they're just doing the best that they can. I mean, I understand that people do need help and they do need guidance. And in some sense, you do that by creating programs that are not just cookie cutter, lowest common denominator, but that are somewhat specialized, so that you can start to create a space of potential opportunity, like an opportunity mindscape, where there are places and there are things to. I mean, this is why so many people come to the Western Cape. Is like they come to the mother city because we're the only province that has kind of got some semblance of functionality, and the other provinces sadly, I mean, we get a deluge of people because so many people flock here, and then it inflates our unemployment figures. When essentially, we are developing the best that can be under these general oppressive circumstances of this racialist, I mean, there's so many things that the Western Cape can't even do because of the national legislation won't devolve those powers. In another, I would argue, unconstitutional. I mean, they've changed some of the portions of the Constitution that actually mandated devolution. You used to be able to demand for the devolution of power, but because their national legislation is so important and they won't give over the licenses to make housing and things like that. I mean, there were so many houses that the Western Cape wasn't able to build because the Pretoria government buildings would not process the licenses because it's all held by government.
I get it. I think what you said, the point you made about how the influx of people into the Western Cape is actually suppressing the results of the policies. Like it's artificial. It's hiding, concealing the progress that you've made, because a lot of those people, are stranded for a while and then don't find employment, and then they inflate your unemployment numbers, which is something I hadn't really thought of. But yeah, you're right, and I know the dynamics. I know certainly when people look for jobs online, most jobs are in the Western Cape. Like, obviously, you have the fact that Gauteng and these other places are economic hubs, but I know certainly for finance and a few other industries, the Western Cape is it's where maybe 80% of the jobs are there. So yeah, I think you're right about the fact that power needs to be taken away from national government and localized, and I think this applies to the states as well. Local government over national government as much as possible.
No, but just getting back to the basic income grant. So I guess my biggest problem is just that the reward, seemingly to reward disadvantage, but then also you create this political slippery slope, which is unavoidable. But when you end up creating more and more of a disaffected caste of people that are, in some sense, morally insulated as well from because how they're interfacing with the rest of the society, and is just, I mean, look, obviously there is an argument to be made that we should just have a basic income grant when we have this much unemployment, and some of the unemployment figures, I mean, that's formal unemployment. I mean, some people do have some work, and they do obviously if you have no access to resources, you will die, you will starve to death, and you'll no longer be counted as unemployed. So these people are surviving. Obviously, it's certainly substandard. And if we did this right from the beginning, if this was the first thing we did, was we said, okay, we're going to have a liberal, open, organic economy, we're just going to give everyone a basic income grant, and we have businesses, flourish, because, how many entrepreneurs have left this country because it's impossible to do business here? All the human capital that we've lost, and it's certainly a shame. But if we did something like this from the start, so that people could participate in the economy, I just wonder that there's so little capacity maybe maybe the business could be turned around if you had a radical reform program and things like that. But again, I just think that, with the basic income grant, it would very quickly, I mean, the EFF already promised grants of what? I mean, you might as well give people grants of R1 million.
They promised to double. If I'm not incorrect, they said they're going to double the grants. This was before the last election. They're saying something along those lines. Don't quote me on it. I may be way off. But effectively, they're promising higher grants than the current administration. Now, mind you, we have a situation in which we're looking at the prospect of junk status. Our bonds and everything were essentially being rated as below investment grade. Essentially saying if you go and give money to the South African government, there's a good chance you won't get it back. And the reason for that is an overinflated state. It's way too big. It's way too big.
I've heard the problem as well is that when the government, or this is, oh my word, this is so embarrassing. I can't remember his name. Who's the economist that's always on the Free Market Foundation?
Ruth,
Yes,
David, is it Davy Ruth?
Ruth, yeah. He talks about that when the government is eating all the money that's up to be borrowed, there's nothing left for the private industry. So, like the cost of borrowing is so high because the government is the biggest borrower right now, and it's taking all the money that would otherwise be available in the lending in our country. So, like it's and that's also bad for growth, essentially. I mean, because essentially, but yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter when you've got so many fundamental things that are fundamentally broken. I mean, this is just another sort of stack. But yeah, I mean, I do think that like the basic income grant, I do think would perhaps, I mean, in terms of this, in theory, you could make it work within some things, but in some sense, I think that you would have to have a strong education system. If you had a very, very strong education system where people were really empowered, but in some sense, I mean, the ANC, I think, is already committed to keeping people uneducated. I tried to give that example of the non-delivery of textbooks in the Eastern Cape.
Yes.
That they just want a low information voting base that they can keep on selling the promise of liberation. I mean, they're basically still marketing themselves as the party of liberation, and now it's the liberation from white supremacy, essentially, because they have not allowed a fluid, organic, liberal economic. I mean, like liberal, because when people engage with each other in the markets, they can actually. They value each other because they get what they contract, they get what they choose, and they're choosing to engage with one another, and that often is, I think, that is also the main. That's how melting pots occur. But when you replace the melting pot with ideological mandates and tokenism and premiums on black labor that just completely make the labor market dysfunctional, and you make these monopolies, I mean. Anyway, I'm just repeating myself.
The problem with South Africa is that the fundamental outlook on the business to labor relationship is that labor assumes like this, like their starting point is that this person is exploiting me. This person wants to exploit me when they're going to negotiations with business. And whereas the shift needs to happen where they need to think of the fact that had this person not offered me this job, I would starve.
Right.
I mean, the alternative should be is that if you're not happy, then go make your own business or something like that, or,
exactly.
or go be a competitor. Exactly. But in some sense, there are so few competitors. I mean, in some sense, that's also the natural sort of thing. Is that in America, there are certain industries in which your labor is competed for. People are outbidding to employ you. That doesn't happen because there are no competitors, essentially.
Yeah, I think what's amazing about what was happening during Trump's tenure in the White House was looking at the rise in the average wages, a median wage. That's what they call it. And well, that's indicative of the fact that basically at a situation where so many people were needed for the economy that they're essentially willing to pay the average person more just to get them to work for them, and that's never. I don't think I've ever seen that happen in South Africa. I don't think I've ever lived feel as though that's happening, as though the average man in South Africa is actually at a point where they can negotiate for more money. They can actually go and say, no, I'm not taking this job because the guy across the street says he's going to pay me more. So what do you have to offer? I don't think I've ever seen that happen. And people don't seem to understand that in all likelihood, I mean, if you just look at the structure of South Africa, that's probably because of the socialist policies. It's not that the socialist policies are acting against that. It's actually that they're causing the very problem that they're trying to fight against, and and it's just like, if we could just get to a point where one of the things that I love about America is the emphasis on freedom, on liberty, and we don't have that in South Africa. We have it in name only. We talk about being free as a nation, but no one ever talks about the fact that we need to be totally free, and that also goes for having to take responsibility for your own health, prosperity, etc., etc., and then freeing up businesses, freeing up all of the red tape, cutting, making government as small as possible. All of these things need to be incorporated into the view, into the whole structure of South Africa as a whole, simultaneously. Because if you're not doing it at the same time, if you're half doing it, like just maybe freeing a bit of this and then the rest is like socialism, then you're not really going to get the results that you're going for.
But that's what we have here. We have half socialism and half individual responsibility type folks. The half socialism people are like the victim mentality folks.
But you're seeing the results of that already, like in California and New York. People are leaving. You're seeing it. People vote with their feet.
Yeah.
The problem is in South Africa, it's hard to sell a message of self-determinism and responsibility when there seems to be no opportunity, because the opportunity never happened historically, because it was never allowed to grow. It was never given the room to breathe, or something like that.
Yeah.
And
the best thing our government could do is to get out of the way. That's the best thing our government could do. It's the best thing they could do. But obviously they'll never do that, because that would entail them losing their access to the pie. So
today's
we
pie.
just stuck in this on this terrible course, like looking at the edge of the cliff, and it's getting closer and closer and closer, and just like, while the average South African is thinking, you know what, maybe I should leave. And those are the people that we actually don't want to have leave our country.
Right? Because they're the ones that can, if they bootstrapped and got some people together, they could make the changes.
Yeah. And ironically, like I was saying to you, good mother, the problem is that even when they leave, they don't even have the incentives to come back, because it's like you're looking at South Africa, and because they all left, no change is actually happening. Right. And because no change is actually happening, they don't ever want to come back. So It's like, it's a terrible, it's a vicious cycle.
Well, they should feel a duty and a responsibility to come back.
Yeah, I think most Africans are over the it's very hard to be patriotic over a country that's like South Africa. I think most South Africans don't have that deep connection with the South African project that Americans have with their project.
Well, I think we can't know that until there's actually hope that it's going to be unbetrayed. Because I mean, right now, the level of double speak and the level of sort of crypto fascism and racism. So, like, if there was actually, I mean, the problem is that it seems like an intractable or insoluble, conflagration, because it's like I mean, we could actually afford a basic income grant if we actually automated the mining industry. In Australia, whole entire mines are mined by 3 people that are there pushing the buttons. It's all done by machines.
Yes.
We have not done this in South Africa because the mining industry considers it a social duty to provide high-paying jobs. I mean, mining, you get paid serious money to be a miner in South Africa. It's a huge industry. And if we automated that whole industry, the money saved there could be converted into higher taxing. Already there are special taxes on mining exports, and essentially that could pay for a basic income grant. But the COSATU would never allow that to happen, and the unions for the miners would never allow that to happen. And so you've kind of got this. In some sense, the real problem is the political corruption, but the union and the labor, the blue collar sort of political representation, is just happy to kind of go along with it. In some sense, they don't care about non-racialist values, or they don't care about democratic, So, I mean, I do think that if there's movement to be made in the South African issue, it will have to be in the breakup of the tripartite alliance, or a repositioning of the unions to actually endorse the DA or something like, or just for some unions to break rank or something like that, or to create a new political arena. But the kind of groupthink around identity politics is essentially makes that impossible. Because I mean, that is how the DA is constantly vilified by. I mean, that's what the political discourse is inflated with, is that you can't talk about anything else. And but it's interesting because, you know, when we were discussing the basic income grants, for instance, you know, and you talk about automation, I do think that, like, you know, these boogeymen of automation and the environmental crisis is why people don't even want to grow the economy anyway, because they're like, well, we're just going to undermine life or something, or we're going to undermine the necessities of life anyway, that we're going to hasten the end of capitalism. I just want to say that, I mean, obviously I don't know if automation can really displace everything. I mean, you can also regulate against automation, which might require some compacting with world powers as well. I mean, like, people have, I mean, Tucker Carlson has even said that perhaps America should have regulation that would stop automated driving, so that you couldn't have people trucking, you know, displacing because that's an industry, and those people would have no other place to go or something like that. But I do think that many things essentially can't be automated. And I do think that, I mean, in some sense, what's already saved capitalism before from the Marxist analysis is the personal services industry. And I don't see why that can't just continue to expand. I don't see why the economy, the structure of the economy, can't continue to adapt and evolve. So, I mean, in some sense, there's still, I mean, there's still so many things that I think essentially are so far away from ever being automated. Also, because there's no impetus to displace builders. I mean, you know, people that actually construct things in the real world.
Your plumbers, your electricians, your all your tradesmen. You can't automate that
until we actually have, like, actual automatons, you know, that are actually, you know, anthropomorphically formed, and that they can do all the. And I mean, the human engineering, you have no idea, like, just the muscles in one arm. If you put it into the lever action of just one movement, you could flip a whole car. I've been told that by a biokineticist that I went to university with. But that like, the amount of strength and you know, we're incredibly efficient carbon oxygen motors. I mean, but yeah. So I really think that. Although in theory, you know, like, we can displace everything, but I do think we can get to Star Trek, and we do that through capitalism. That is my general.
Yeah. I think we have to go through the capitalism thing.
The unions are a problem. They're big in Washington State. I know here in Texas, it's a right to work state. So the laws on labor and all the things are a little different than up in the Pacific Northwest. Because it's like they collect dues. They, you know, unions get in the way of a lot of different things.
What about protests? Do you guys have, I mean, what you call it, when strikes? That's the word. Do you guys have strikes?
Do it all the time. Yeah, teachers do it big time.
Yeah, teachers do it everywhere, all over the world.
Yeah. Which, if parents did their jobs, teachers wouldn't have hard of jobs.
Yeah, I do think, though, that teaching as a profession is way undervalued. I'm talking just from looking at it in the big scheme of things. They're the parents for most of the day, because the parents are at work. All sorts of things like that. I think it's a grossly undervalued profession, but that's the way the cookies crumble, I guess, in the economy.
Yeah, so, but if mothers, like, being a good mom was higher valued, they wouldn't feel the need to go into the workforce to try to gain some value, and it wouldn't fuck up what the teachers have to do on a daily basis. Like, they could actually do their jobs if the moms were being productive members of society and doing their damn job. Like
So
a
you're
lot of
saying
it
essentially,
stems from the family unit.
yeah. So you're saying that the teachers are carrying part of the burden that should have been carried by mothers, or what they would do traditionally back in the day.
Big time.
Yeah,
Big time.
yeah.
I
I
don't
hear
know
that.
if things have changed, but as far as I know, teachers are relatively well paid, even in the public service. The salaries were actually uh, pretty good. I mean, like that you actually between working for a private school and working for a public school, it's almost. I mean, obviously, working for a public school is more work because you have many more learners per classroom and stuff like that. But the salaries were actually pretty good. I mean, generally, the thing that I dislike about teachers is just the quality of the teaching because you can't fire a
Yes.
bad teacher, and that really is problematic when
Yeah,
the
that's
market
our big
can't.
problem here in South Africa. Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
you spot
the
on.
gen- I
Sorry, I
just
just
want
want
to say
to add. Sure. Go on, go on.
we have this horrible inheritance in terms of the liberation struggle in education, where at universities they used to have this thing that they used to shout out. It's disgusting. It's stupid. Pass one, pass all. And the idea
Yeah,
was is that if you pass one student in the university class, pass all. So some people have degrees because of this mantra of pass one, pass all. So you have these people who are literally unqualified,
Yes.
who don't know how to. I mean, perhaps these people have somehow. I think that a lot of these people are still in the system. They don't know anything about the subject that they're teaching about. It's surreal, you know, and you can't get rid of these people because this was almost proto-identity politics. I mean, yeah, it's scary almost because I mean this is how. I mean, this is how you develop a banana republic, essentially. Which I mean, in some
Yes.
sense, we've already segued ourselves towards.
Well, in the participation trophies. That's a big thing.
good man. I'd like to ask about teachers that side. Are they similar to South Africa in the sense that like most are like incredibly incompetent?
No, the majority of my son's teachers have been decent. There have been some feminists, though, I have run across over the years, but I live in
Yeah.
Texas in a predominantly conservative area. So,
Yeah.
um, and he went to a charter school for the majority of the time. So I do know charter schools are different than public schools. They actually get less funding. Last I knew last time he was there, they got like 1,000 a month less
Mm.
than public schools would get per child. So I know my school that my son went to was always like, oh hey, vote for this, vote. They would drive the teach or the parents to be more aware of that part and I guess their voting, but
Mm.
the majority of the teachers were great, though. I know at a charter school you get paid less because they collect less. So, and
Right. So,
it's really not a ton. It's not bad. Like, okay, Ryan's in here, Emmanuel. He
mm.
said he had a drama teacher. What was it? Yeah, drama teacher from high school that was being paid six figures for 11 years public school. That's in Canada, though.
What?
That's in Canada. That's
Like
not.
100,000 Canadian dollars. That like what?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh,
It's not like that here. I mean, the teachers, after the amount of time you spend at university and the amount of debt you go into, I mean, I want to say it's in the 30s. It starts out at 30 something thousand. I
yeah.
mean, it's not a ton.
That's close to minimum wage, not like
Yeah,
I'm talking. Yeah,
right.
it's
But
just about.
you don't work in the summer, spring break. You
Yeah,
have those times off, but
yeah,
I mean, but I think depending on all the extra stuff you do, because a lot of the teachers will do like coaching a sport or doing a club or all this extra stuff to build on to their salary. or if they do dual language, like that's a different bracket. So
it's like incentives.
yeah,
Yeah.
but I mean, they're working their asses off, and every single teacher client that I've ever had, at one time or another, was always bringing shit to grade, stuff to do to their hair appointment, like
Yeah.
after hours. So
Yeah.
it's really, but if children were better behaved in class, I'm sure that there's a lot of things that these women wouldn't be having to do outside of class. So
Yeah.
that there's just so much to it that if moms would just do their fucking jobs, it would
So
make everybody else's life so much easier.
so I guess for the United States, you have a situation where the true corruption comes in at the universities, not actually from school. Whereas in South Africa, we have that from school already. Now I'm talking morally and all the stuff. I'm talking the way in which you approach things and all the stuff. It comes up from the schooling
Yeah.
stage, and by the time we get to university, most are cooked, fully well done, and then once they come out to the world, then you have these radicals, and yeah, we have a very split system this side where you have uh, government schools and private schools, and the learning achievements that come out from the two are beyond. They're different, like totally worlds apart. For example, we have a situation in South Africa where all you need to do to pass some of the subjects in the final year, grade 12 of schooling, if I'm not incorrect, you have to achieve like 30-40% to pass, you know, and that's ridiculous. It inflates the passing rates and all that. And even still, with that still in place, the pass rates are what, 70 something percent, 80%, if I'm not incorrect. So if you were to actually adjust for that pass rate and say only those who get a score of 50% and above pass, I'm sure it would be way lower than that. It might even be lower than 50%.
Yeah,
And then what's
and the
worse,
standards have dropped.
yeah,
The
yes,
actual curriculum itself
exactly.
has been
The
watered down.
standards have also dropped down, and the children are still failing to pass that watered down curriculum. And worse yet, we have obviously the advent of the fourth industrial revolution, all the stuff that's happening, and with that, obviously, we're going to need skills that require some cognitive, ability.
Yeah.
So now we have a situation where we're already unemployed, and the wave that is coming over the world economy as a whole is only going to drive us further into unemployment, as a country. And instead of trying to fix the situation in terms of trying to get as many competent teachers in places in schools, we busy arguing about equitable wages and things like that, and it's just, man, it's a recipe for disaster, man. Like, honestly, sometimes when I just think about South Africa as a whole, I just want to like I just want to leave. you
Well,
know
what's your guys' excuse? You guys aren't stupid.
in terms of what?
Your
Excuse
education
for what?
failed system, all the crazy making bullshit. I mean, you guys seem like pretty brilliant dudes that are pretty smart about a lot of things.
I don't know, Psyche, do you want to take that first?
I mean, I mean,
Age,
I'm not. Well, yeah. I guess I'm not.
responsibility. What is it? What's your secret?
I mean, I'm a very sort of strange person. I mean, I've devoted my whole life to studying psychology in my own way, and it's I'm basically dependent on my family to a large extent, and in some sense, all this political turmoil gives me a nice cover, I guess, to just sort of be a recluse and to just focus on my study, which I need to produce into a book. But I mean, I certainly don't have the resources to immigrate, and I don't have any marketable skills or anything like that. So I don't think anyone is importing someone to their welfare program, and I certainly wouldn't be able to. So I mean, I'm just trying to think like what I would be good for. I mean, like I could. No, I mean, I guess because I had a hard time getting into university because I never. I mean, there are some, let's say, very high intelligent people who just don't perform that well in high school, and I didn't get
Yes.
into UCT. I mean, I was accepted at Rhodes University, which is quite far, is quite displaced from me, and I couldn't really afford. Or my parents weren't so happy, and so I did study through UNISA, which is a correspondence course. But
Yes.
studying law through correspondence is it's the most underfunded subject at UNISA. They don't really want, I think, to make lawyers through correspondence because you need a general education, a really good sort of, I would say, liberal arts education to be like a properly. You really need to go to a proper university. But yeah, so anyway, so I mean, I always wanted to be a lawyer, I guess, maybe, or some kind of psychology researcher. But I don't like academic psychology anyway. So, and I have lots of arguments against how academia sort of structures itself. And I mean, maybe it's
Yes.
part of the general disintegration. But so, I mean, I don't sort of fit into anything, and I'm not, but I'm still research. I need to make a book. I need to write a book about some stuff, which will probably be embarrassing anyway. But yeah. But I mean, if anything, I certainly don't want to leave. I mean, I, in some sense, I feel like if the South Africa, if I get genocided or something like that, I think that's because I mean, I was even involved in the this is hard just to talk about it. I mean, I'm sort of privy to some things that have gone on behind the scenes and political things and things like that. I mean, I've been involved my whole life from a very, very young age, which is very strange in itself. But basically, if this project fails, then I deserve to go down with the ship, I guess, is my general sentiment. And it certainly is worth fighting for. So, but yeah, I mean, maybe it's easy for me to say that because I don't have an alternative. But yeah, I mean, I do see it as a moral stance that's worth taking. I mean, I do think that the moral stance that was taken in the democratic revolution is a beacon and a model for a space-aged civilization. It does answer all the big moral substantive problems structurally. And it's a huge shame that we sort of betrayed our liberal values, and we've slided into this noxious proto-fascist. It's
Yeah.
it's depressing, but I'm sure either way it'll be a good historical example. Because I do hope that it will be vindicated if there is a calamity.
Yeah.
Hey, we have another South African here. Chico, Tempo.
Hey. Yeah. For me, what made me this way would largely be because originally I was more left leaning, but I don't even know where I got that because my mother was never left leaning, and my father, who was like part of the whole ANC struggle movement, all this stuff, he 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 wasn't involved in my life, so I wasn't able to get that from him. So I guess what made me that way was actually taking in economics like properly in university. Though before that, in order for me to get to a point where I was open-minded enough to do that, I think I can attribute that to my mother. She did emphasize having that open mindset. And then secondly, she managed to get me through private school, me and my siblings. And yeah, I think that's what saved me. I think if I had not gone to private school, and it's not like the guys in private school never actually spoke about politics. I think, if anything, what made me open to all of this stuff was the fact that I got to go to school with a good mix of people. So I wasn't able to, like, people who came with the whole racist mindset, the whole racial outlook. It didn't jive with what I was going through day to day at school, and so I knew that maybe I was in a niche, maybe I was in a nice environment, cocoon, but at the same time I was aware of the fact that it's possible to have the Rainbow Nation sort of set up. So I was open to that idea. And then when I got to varsity, I studied ecos and finance, and then that's what opened my mind to being right wing. And then obviously part of that I attribute to Trump. I attribute to all of the stuff that came up around that time. I also attribute to the movements that were happening on campus, and I was just seeing the lunacy of all of it, and I was just like, nah, I don't think I want to do this. No. So yeah, I think that was the main thing that pushed me that way. Currently, just to speak on the issue of moving abroad, currently I'm studying applied mathematics and statistics, and this is on top of my first degree, and I'm hoping to use that to get to a point where I can, obviously have the skill set to be impressive in terms of trying to apply for something overseas. Because I for one, I'm trying to get off the Titanic. I have lost all hope. I genuinely don't believe there's any. I think we've hit. We're on the fifth gear, sixth gear. We're heading straight towards the edge of the cliff, and these guys have taken the steering wheel and thrown it out the window. I think I genuinely think there's no hope. The fact that the land expropriation bill is something that people are talking about, when we have a neighbor called Zimbabwe that went through that, and it destroyed that, among other policies, destroyed the economy, utterly destroyed it. The fact that we're capable of doing that when our immediate neighbor has tried the exact same policy, to me that says that, nah, there's no way we're going to be able to save this country, certainly in my lifetime. And I'm not willing to sacrifice the prospects of my children and their children for an ideal that currently I just can't back. So that's the main reason, that's the main thing that's pushing me. And I know for a fact that there are a lot of other black professionals who think the same way that I'm thinking. And the idea that all of the people who are leaving South Africa are just white, what do they call them? White supremacists. It's good that they're leaving, blah, 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 blah. I don't agree with that at all. And I'm sure the numbers, if anyone actually bothers to look at them, reflect that. So, yeah.
Emmanuel, I wanted to ask you if you listened to Barack Obama's speech at the Nelson Mandela speech, I think it was the centenary speech. Did you listen to that? And
yeah, I think I did, but you might have to, jog my memory.
He spoke a lot about capitalism. That speech that Barack Obama gave was actually incredibly good, because Barack Obama was very divisive and used toxic racialist politics in America. But when he came and gave that speech in South Africa, it was 180 degrees. It was actually a brilliant speech. It really was. And it was like, I thought that might be a wake-up call to some people on the left. So I don't know exactly at the timing of that in the timeline that you just gave of your own political awakening. So I just wanted to ask how that maybe influenced you and what your opinion was of it, because he spoke about free markets and he spoke about, the drive and the engine of capitalism, but he also spoke about non-racialism a little bit. He didn't in some sense, he was giving an answer to the kind of toxic rhetoric of the EFF. He was actually saying, people that have to keep on talk about other racial groups, what are they afraid of? Like there's something that they're projecting about it, and he intimated it. I mean, he didn't. It wasn't such a sophisticated sort of psychoanalysis, but it was actually a very good speech. It cooled down the tempo of the racialist toxicity, because that was already in those cycles where, as I was saying, that they were trying to push for a kind of every year in August that they were trying to make a drive, and that was one of the events in one of the years that actually lowered the tempo, because every time, miraculously, every time there has been an event that deflated that drive. Sorry, I'm talking a lot after asking you a question, but it's anyway.
Yeah, that came after my, transformation, let me call it my move from the left to the right, and if anything, by then I was like knee deep in American politics from all of this research that I was doing, that I was aware of the hypocrisy in that speech. So I was actually looking at it from the lens of, I understand everything you're saying and it's true. Why didn't you do it in the States? Why didn't you say this in the States? Because at the time I think I was going on. I think I was really looking into the wage gap thing that people were talking about at the time, and I was just like, this is probably because the number one stat that you'll hear people throw around is women earn 70 something cents or 70 cents on the dollar for
women. You can
yes,
say
and I was just
women.
like, and then I saw the speech that Obama gave where he used that stat, and I was like, he's the guy who started this nonsense, But on the merits of the speech, yes, 100%. The fact that he addressed, he actually pointed at the nonsense that was coming from the radical left here directly, and it was very interesting to see people squirm after he said that. I kind of enjoyed it. I won't lie.
The president was laughing. The president was literally laughing, like in his seat when they panned to him. It was slightly. I mean, in some sense, that was the tone of the things to come. Where he doesn't. I mean, I still don't know what our current political leaders are, because they supposedly they say that they are for reform, and then they play the toxic identity politics game, which is part of disguising the corruption and making it unsolvable. But yeah, sorry,
that's a feature of our government, of the ANC, is that they straddle both lanes. They're partially capitalist, partially socialist, partially non-racialist, partially racist, and it's just like it's a way to please whoever is the crowd at the point in time. So if they're talking to a predominantly business-minded, maybe white, etc., crowd, they'll say whatever they need to say to get the applause from them, and then it's like I'll say something that was like a perfect example of that was when our president, if I remember correctly, was in. I think he was in the UK for some Africa summit or some summit of sorts, and he was basically saying that no, the expropriation thing is not something we're going to do, or talking about some economic policy that was on basically being discussed, a radical one. And then our deputy president, at like I think a day or two later, said the exact opposite thing. And it's like, what do you do when you, like, as a South African, it's like, what? And then as an investor, it's like, huh?
Yeah. It's schizophrenic.
Mess.
Yeah. No, it makes the psychological abuse is real.
Like the same president that I'm talking about, who said that this policy is going to go through, was saying the other day that Eskom is overstaffed. We can't defend it's the way in which it's being run currently. Like it's overstaffed, overpaid, etc., etc. It's like, how do you hold these two conflicting views like at the same time? Like it's mind blowing. It's like it's exactly like how the feminists do it. Like all of the guys on the left in the States, it's the exact same thing. It's like it's like we have this huge political wave that's like just come over the entire world, and like I don't even know what it is. I don't even know what you call this thing when like everyone's sort of like on this. It's like they're on the same wavelength. If I swear some of these people came from the same school or something. It's just insane. Yeah.
I feel like they're just doing it under the guise of kindness when they're actually doing harm to a great number of people. Like
I mean, just just to add to that, like in South Africa, we have situations where people like will unveil a tap, literally. You know, like people unveil shacks, or what is essentially a shack. Like I call it a fancy shack, you know, in and call it like government housing. It's just like it's insane. It's like and the standards are so low. I mean, like South Africans are like they're just thankful for whatever crumbs these guys will give them, and it's just like, what about your dignity? What about your sense of individuality? All of these things, like just I don't know if it's like a failure. This is why to me it's what Psyche was talking about earlier about the moral failures, the moral corruption that's endemic in South Africa. It's the electorate. We we vote for this. We get what we vote for. Until we have some wake up call that hopefully shifts us further to the right as opposed to the left. Because if we go any further to the left, we're going off a cliff. Yeah, I just don't know how it's going to come about. That's why I'm not going to hold my breath for the current opposition because they failed to do it over the past 25 years, and I don't know what's meant to happen because we've had parties that have come in with the political capital of being black. I'm talking in the context of this, you know, racist stuff that's happening, and have tried to push a more right-leaning policy, but they themselves have just like imploded. And then the existing parties have also had their own internal strifes. It's just nothing really is working. Like what you're saying about France, how there's no credible leadership or like opposition. It's just like it's just Macron, and then you know that's exactly what's happening in South Africa. We have these few factions that have power, and then it's like a battle between these factions, and then whoever just happens to buy enough votes, have enough sway, is the one who comes to rule. It's not. There's nothing really consistent in our policy, in the overall ethos of South Africa as a whole. I don't know what you have to say about that side.
I mean, I think the DA is on track ideologically. I do just wish that they would make more noise, and that, as I said, that they would be more edgy. But I mean, John Steenhuisen's line and his leading from the front. I mean, I just wish that he would get into the conflagration more pointedly. In some sense, I mean, but if you listen to his speeches, they are beautiful speeches, and he's saying all the right things. He's confronting identity politics, but not in their own toxicity. He doesn't sort of chase after them, and in some sense, I mean, I can know why he's doing that, because he doesn't want to be branded as a white supremacist or something like that. He doesn't want to sort of take the bait in the race baiting or something like that. But he does talk against it, but he doesn't actively. I mean, if you see the things that he complains about all the right things. He complains about the media. He complains about journalism and the kind of and how the reporting is ideologically biased but yeah. So I mean, it is sad that essentially the last leader of the opposition did taint the brand, because he went full identity politics. The last leader of the DA was the first black leader of the DA, and he was basically. He didn't. I believe anyone who gets into identity politics, they don't have a moral core. They don't have a real normative value foundation. And there were prominent black members of the DA who left the party. Well, maybe I can't say plural, but Gwen Ngwenya, who is an amazing. She in the future. I mean, she could be a president. I mean, she is so well put together. She understands things so deeply. She's also a member of the sorry, what is the name? Is it the Council of the Institute of Race Relations in South Africa, which is a very important institution, which is like a think tank, and they come up with policy suggestions and things like that. And she's a member of the DA, and she's a member of that because she left the DA, and so she did that in the interim. But I think a lot of people are members of both organizations. But they're the only ones who ideologically have got the principle of these matters, but they also they do proper political analysis, and they look at the structure of the economy, and they comment. I mean, they've been commenting a lot about the expropriation without compensation. But anyway, my point is that, I mean, obviously that has really destroyed the reputation of the party. And the question is, I don't think John Steenhuisen has been saying all the right things, but in some sense, I do think that he needs to sort of make more noise to contrast himself with the last administration or the last style of leadership. And it doesn't help that some members of the party have been able to hang on, like Van Damme and things like that, who is like a rabid identitarian, a rabid toxic racialist. Yeah. She's like, the wicked witch of, in some sense, and she's always using her anxiety disorder to shield herself from having to actually justify her points of view. And that's my personal morality. So she doesn't ever have to actually own up to the fact that she's not on board with the party's platform. And then she plays these strange games where she was suspended because of health reasons, because she fulfills a high position post, and so she was suspended and replaced because of her health concerns, because she can't ever discuss her personal issues, and then she literally confronts the leader of the party in public, discrediting the leader and discrediting the party, saying that her constitutional rights have been infringed, because her freedom of person has been infringed because she was suspended. I mean, the kind of the kind of moral, this is a kind of witchcraft. I mean, like, how can you say that? I mean, as if she was being kidnapped, as if she was being locked up in a cupboard, her infringement of her freedom of person. I mean, this is utterly crazy, as if she's not free to resign her post, as if she's not free to, the idea, well, this is, I guess, gets into the issue of prerogative powers and things like that. But it's an interesting contrast with the governmental's abuse of its supposed prerogative power, the governmental prerogative power over being able to unilaterally choose how to infringe other people's rights in the Constitution, which, anyway, I guess this will be perhaps what the coming civil. I don't think there probably will be a civil war, but or at least there might be an attempted succession. I've always wanted there to be a judicial revolution. I've wanted the judges to come together and to create a big quorum of judges and say, we disregard the constitutional court. We are setting up our own constitutional court because you have betrayed constitutional values. You have corrupted the legal theory and the jurisprudence. You've become an institutionalized corruption that protects the corrupt apparatus of the state. And I was going to make a parallel that the split prerogative within the ANC, because how the president gets to, play lip service to non-racialism and then talk a lot about identity politics and things like that, and then he can just say that, well, I'm getting my marching orders from the NEC because the National Executive Committee gets to decide what the actual policy of the ANC is, and the president just has to follow that script essentially, and so he is allowed to play both sides, but he holds the governmental prerogative essentially. He's responsible for something that somebody else is making the decision for. So where's the accountability? In terms of the manifesto and the campaigning. He was campaigned as the leader of the ANC, but he doesn't control the policy of the ANC. So you have, if you're going to have a governmental prerogative, it's like I believe in Britain, the Prime Minister cannot be part of an organization where somebody else has a prerogative power over him. He has to be the leader of everything that he is sort of. No one is allowed to have a kind of prerogative over him, because it would break trust with the democratic structure. And so, I mean,
Yes.
this whole governmental prerogative, it only works in the American legal system, and how it's been imported to South Africa has overtly corrupted the law. But anyway,
Sorry.
Yeah. I want to jump in quickly. What you were saying about that lady, what's her name, Van Damme. Yeah, man. She's very let's say combative in the way she goes about doing a thing as a member of the DA and just generally as a parliamentarian, and it's like having to just make it relevant to everyone from the States. It's like having an AOC in the Republican Party, essentially. So she says a lot of the stuff that the Republican Party would say, but then she behaves like what you'd expect to see from the Democrats. Like what you were saying this about who's this lady? We were talking about Carlin. I forget her surname, Borisenko or something like that. And
Yeah.
she with similar traits where
So justice warrior.
the talking points sound very in line with what's on the right, but the attitude, the way she responds to things, all of that stuff, it sounds like you have yeah, exactly. It's like it's just the ability to switch from talking about meritocracy and all of these things, and then switch over to the typical left lingo. It's just
Well, it's
yeah,
because her gay friend was being offended. Like that's the feminists thing. Like that they protect their friends, and these women see gay men as being inferior than them, so they need the protection of the mama bears.
yeah,
Like it's the feminist bullshit.
I guess
yeah,
in Van Damme's case, it's the vulnerable narcissism over the racial worldview, which she obviously is a patent racialist in some sense, but uses the disguise of not again, like non-racialism is not a moral reality for her. It's not a practice. It's a means to it's an end state, and you have to transition some kind of reset point, and so you're allowed to engage in a kind of sadistically edged, sort of. Yeah, but I mean, I was going to make that parallel as well with AOC. It's that kind of.
Mental illness.
It's weird how people conveniently sort of stack up, sort of cherry-picked factoids that make up their narrative, and because their narrative seems to have like some kind of some style of accusor. It's weird how it's always sort of hinged on some kind of accusation. They need a scapegoat in order to coalesce a reality tunnel without having like a perpetrator to hang the whole sort of narrative on. You don't have a stable way to regulate your own emotions. I do actually think that this is well, yeah, anyway, again, I'm just describing vulnerable or covert narcissism all over again, but or almost in a kind of borderline sort of conduit to some degree.
They're mental.
it's sort of like yeah, it's sort of like they have a general I guess this borders on a psychological analysis. It's sort of like they center everything that has to do with benefits and I guess victimhood is centered around them. Yeah, and then the responsibility aspect of everything is always on someone else. And
Wait,
yeah,
the one you're talking about, does she have kids?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
I would guess not.
Because it's like these women that don't actually have kids, their pathologies come out in public. Like it's like an immaturity mixed with a mothering tendency.
Yeah, the thing is, there's so many capable, competent women. Like my
Mhm.
problem with a lot of these incompetent women who get into positions of power, and this can be said. The same can be said with black people who manage to get into
Emmanuel, you're cutting out
these
again.
positions of power and talking jobs, etc., etc. Is
What?
that if you're not incompetent, you reinforce the stereotypes about black people, apart from
So I'm sorry,
yeah.
Emmanuel. You're cutting it out too much. You're saying if you're not incompetent, you are reinforcing the stereotypes of black people. Sorry, I didn't.
I'll say, can you hear me now?
Hmm.
Maybe, yeah,
Is it lagging?
yeah. What you sounded like a robot a little bit as well, and it was leaving out words.
Yeah.
Okay, let me just try sort that out quickly. I'll be back in like 2 seconds.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Chico that came in here, he said when Emmanuel was talking, he said, "Can't argue with the gentleman speaking. We share the same sentiments, mate." That was when he was talking about jumping ship.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah.
Is it on time? I hope it's not lagging again.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Um, so basically what I was saying is that the problem with having incompetent people in power and manage to get power is that through these policies that tilt the game towards that, uh, is that they actually reinforce the stereotypes that they're trying to get rid of. Is that if you have all of these people who get into power, and then worse yet, now I know that you got in there by these through these policies, and then you're incompetent. That's the worst aspect. It's like not only did you get there by like rigging the game, you're incompetent. You see, and it's just like there's so many good, competent women. I know some of them, and it's like if only they could be the face of these women who are trying to get into positions of power, because obviously then we wouldn't have such a problem with this stuff. It's just the problem is the incompetent ones who get somehow manage to get themselves in front of competent women. Competent women are there. Women who don't think the way the likes of AOC and some of these characters do. There are plenty of them. You know, it's not what you have between your legs that matters. It's what you do. It's your character. It's all of these things. You know, that's what matters. It's just that, you know, with all of these policies that we have in place, especially in South Africa, you know, it's such a mess. And to have an AOC in a party which is essentially the Republican Party of South Africa is, for me, that's actually indicative of the fact that the processes in these parties are unable to filter out these bad, you know, apples. Because what you had before like a couple of years ago was, as Psyche laid out, was what seemed like a systematic, I don't know, expulsion or expunging of these people from the DA in the context of South Africa, and yet some people still manage to survive that I don't know, cleansing of the DA.
Well, many of them left, but she hung on, and she wanted. I guess she expects that maybe the party will revert back to it, or something like that, or she doesn't want to try to make it on her own, and she's already in a high position, so she just wants to sort of hang on to that because it's sort of it's being, I guess it's
Yeah,
having attention. I mean, uh, or she's in a prominent place or something like that. She's prominently
yeah,
placed in the biggest opposition party in the country, and it just so happens that she was part of essentially the last. I mean, in some sense, having people like that being the face of a kind of political message itself is just fundamentally. Because I mean, it is
Embarrassing.
Yeah, it is embarrassing. I mean, like, and having that entourage around, Musi Maimane was the last leader of the DA, and he leaned into the identity politics. He just he was like, well, this is an easy way to pander to people, and you don't have to treat people like because you're just basically giving. You just have to virtue signal essentially, and then you just have to say that I'm the most confident person to trust with this kind of unaccountable political free reign or something like that, or that I promise you that you can hold me to account better than what you can hold other people to account, and I'm more responsible. And so it's everyone just posturing to be this paternalist, essentially to be a candidate Führer, essentially, that I'll be the protector and the guardian of the identity and the identitarian issue, and essentially reshaping politics around essentially the narcissistic injury of fallen racial pride. Essentially that the primary project is to uplift racial pride, and that's essentially because we have gone that route in politics. That's what the only thing that's grown in this country is toxic racial consciousness, and it's the government's fault, and they still won't even be held accountable for that, as they say that the Tito Mboweni tweets and stuff like that. I mean, that is really scary because
yeah, the thing with the whole thing that happened with the previous leader of the DA is that I'll speak for myself. He didn't get my vote purely because of that. I was like, nah, there's no way I can vote for this. This is essentially like ANC light. It's the same thing, just one person's claiming to be less corrupt. The policies are very similar. And I know I'm now putting my economist hat on, and I'm just like, if the policies are very similar, why would I expect drastically different results?
So, question: what are the prerequisites for, like, say, Emmanuel, if he was to join the political game on the other side, being a black man with right-leaning agendas? What would that look like?
What do you mean to join the other side? Do you mean the opposition?
Like the one you said you had faith in, but he's white, so he's railing against identity politics, not with his claws and teeth, like he could be if he was black.
Yeah, I guess you see, to me it's annoying that no one has found that line to make yet. That kind of, I mean, I think I can do it. Where you stand on principle and you defend those principles, and you call people out and with very stern language. And I've sent. I mean, I tried to send suggestions, and I mean, I've had some communication with the leader of the opposition, and I mean, I always just try to give my 2 cents and I hope for the best, and I'm very pleased with the signals that he's been sending out. I mean, I think he's very on message. Like his speeches, I mean, really, he's got a beautiful speeches. 20 minutes of his response to the State of the Nation. I can't remember. I see them on Facebook. Stuff like that. I mean, sorry.
You sure it's not the budget speech?
Yeah, I mean, that was also good, but there was a 20-minute speech that was a response to something. Maybe it was a response to Sona. I mean, obviously I think there was a recent response to Sona, but the last one that was 20 minutes, it just hit everything perfectly. But I mean, I guess the thing is that it doesn't penetrate. I think that you have to kind of try to crack the shell of these people that are in this paradigm. And I know why perhaps he doesn't want to take that harsh line, because in some sense he is the only political figure that is, he wants to, I mean, he keeps on trying to reach across the aisle even. He's saying, look, we're going to put through this policy. Please vote for it. Are there not a majority of good people, good South Africans in Parliament that we could get this reform agenda across the line? Break rank. I'm sure that together with opposition, so he's trying to be like a nation builder in some sense. He's even said things like, if the ANC loses its majority, like we would potentially be in coalition, we would offer a coalition to them or something like that. He got into a lot of hot water for that because coalition with the ANC is, but in some sense, obviously, it wouldn't be in the current state that the ANC is in. But in some sense, that is the big thing: is that if the ANC gets less than a majority, will they alloy with the EFF and go full Zimbabwe, sort of destruction of, slash and burn, full racialist, madness, or will they go, perhaps with a moderate party or something? I mean, I guess they could choose who would be their kingmaker or something, depending on how much they lost. But I don't know if it's really on the cards that the ANC will lose its majority. In some sense, I think that.
Yeah.
I mean, I just want the legal tradition and the constitution to survive. Which, in some sense, the closest I can see to that is that the Western Cape should redefine the borders of South Africa as only being the Western Cape, so that they can at least preserve the constitution and not have it be polluted by this toxic nationalist, sort of infringement of basic human rights. Even, I mean, and I complained about Tito Mbowene's quotes, which I even said these are war criminals in the waiting. This is propaganda for white genocide. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, it's not that blatant. I mean, there are other people who have on radio said very blatant things that, again, are somewhat indirect, but very hardly hidden. I mean, so this guy literally, this is a quote from the radio. He says, "I'm not advocating for white genocide, but if there was a genocide in this country, all I'm saying is that it wouldn't be unjustified." That's what happens on public radio,
Right?
And that's not hate speech, like.
I mean, I always think whenever I find myself contemplating a lot of these things, I always try to swap out some of the variables. I treat it like a statistical problem or a mathematical problem. So I'll say, for example, in the case that you just illustrated, what would happen if a white person had said that about black people? If the reaction is different, why? Do you have any like concrete principle to I don't know to support your reason for why you for doing? Do you have anything that can back it? If not, there's something wrong. There's something seriously wrong.
Yeah. You know what though? I blame the US because the fucking left gets away with that shit all the time. Even though it's such a small minority of people, the big majority of fucking white people put up with it.
Yeah.
And it puts you guys in a really shitty position because what did you say, 10%? Psych?
Yes.
10%
And shrinking.
It's probably under that. I mean, I think it used to be like a solid 8%. Now it's closer to sort of 5%. I mean, my generation is missing. My whole generation has immigrated the country because essentially they just got out of the way. They don't want to get into the toxic racialist sort of stuff, and so they just. And so they act as as a brain drain, essentially. And those are people that could have been entrepreneurs, that could have developed, new industries and things like that. But there's no opportunity to do that anyway with this kind of oppressive, sort of anti-business sentiment, essentially, that promotes monopolies that can be extorted by state actors, essentially, or by quangocrats or whatever you want to call them.
But it's here, they don't even consider their actions. Like I've noticed with the universities and all the left people that are way too soft on Islam and all the crimes that they did in other places. Like that, there's a serious amount of crime that not refugees, immigrants commit all over Europe that they don't commit here because we have a fucking Second Amendment. And I'm sure there's not beheadings in churches in the United States because these people are probably a little concerned that somebody might fucking get shot if they even attempted it. But their very soft rhetoric coming from here totally leaves other places exposed, I feel like. I feel like all the problems stem from here, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it is true that no one's called out the Democrats for a very long time, and they've just gotten more and more toxic in their sort of narrative peddling.
Yeah.
But it is sad, like how, you know, it used to be. I mean, feminism used to be a force for good in the third world, you know, in Islamic countries and things like that. You know, it used to be an ideological program that would be part of, you know, liberalization and the promotion of liberal values. But since the West has essentially betrayed liberal values explicitly themselves now, we have no moral standing as an alternative model to China, essentially. And so everyone, I mean, it's, you know, everyone had hoped that when China became more developed and prosperous, that their own middle class would push towards, you know, becoming a democracy or developing. And instead, what has happened is everyone has become more like China. They've created these insulated, ethnocentric, you know, sort of bubbles of propaganda and this horrible divisiveness. I mean, in some sense, you can't really see this operating within China because China has a homogenous ethnic identity, even though that itself is slightly weird because in some sense there are actually many ethnicities in China, but the mythology is that, you know, the kingdom under heaven or something like that. They even, you know, historically have imported that, and you know, the Taiwanese, for instance, even still they still have that myth, but they do politically distinguish themselves, and they want to have proper liberal values and rights and things like that. And you know, so it's just, you know, all of those issues, you know, like those are issues which at least the people in the left wing, you know, let's say riots of the 60s against the Vietnam War and things like that, you know, at least they would be interested in these kinds of moral issues, like the suppression of Taiwan by China. But there's, you know, like somehow people are so in their own head and have convoluted morality to such a level that, you know, it's all a morality play. It's just a virtue signal. You know, they have hollowed out normative morality and replaced it with a social status or something like that. It's a token.
You know what, though? I can't say that I completely blame them because, like, if I was China and I'm like, okay, we have this structure and it's very orderly, and then here's little Taiwan being like Western culture, and then they have a female president, just knowing what our society goes through with all the crazy women. Like I don't blame China for being like, yeah, I am. We're gonna reel that back in because that is the alternative.
Yeah, I think you're. I think what you said, your the thing about freedom, right, is that it does come with some degree of what you call it. Let me just call it, for lack of a better word, chaos. Mess,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's just part and parcel of it. And the thing about living in a society that's like has loads of order, and then you know, then you start putting in things like propaganda and things into the equation. It's very difficult to then have a situation where you'd expect the Chinese to rebel against the Chinese order. And you know what's different about China is that they've managed to have all of that and have significant economic progress compared to where they were, say, 30, 40 years ago. It's incredible. And you know, that's the thing. I think if you were to talk to most South Africans, and I think COVID has also exposed this stuff, a lot of people are willing to forego freedoms if it can make their life somewhat more comfortable than what it is currently. That's what's scary, you know? If you can make people comfortable enough. Sorry?
They would go to China.
I don't know if they go that far, but but I can say for a fact that they would. I think a lot. You'd be surprised how many sheep we have in the world. I was shocked personally. I thought we had more wolves. I thought we had more, you know, brave people who'd be able to, stand up and stuff like that. I was actually shocked to find countries like Germany and all these places being the ones that are rebelling. I was just like, what? Germany, the guys who pay their taxes on time, the guys who are diligent about everything, they're the ones who are protesting and all of that. And then you have countries like, say, I'll speak for South Africa, where you have high crime, you have a very violent society, you have people who aren't middle class, so they feel the brunt of COVID lockdowns probably way more than the average first world country, and yet they're the most docile of the two, like between us and countries like Germany and all that. We are just taking it, like not wearing a mask here is something I think I was saying in the other stream that you can get fined or jailed for it,
Right.
which would never fly in other countries, and it's just like, how is that even a thing here? It's like
Well,
we simultaneously the most violent country and the most, I guess, we're violent to each other, or like one another, and not towards government. I guess
right.
that's
The
yeah,
the oppressors. Like,
yeah, exactly,
Well,
exactly.
just to go into the theme of the collapse of democratic values, is that when the news media or when journalism are essentially not addressing people in terms of people that consume the news as not as individuals that are need to be informed or something like that, but they address them essentially as members of a group. You're
Mm.
always you're giving a message, broadcasting it to like a, a generalization or something like that. With again, I'm just linking all of this into the point that Christopher Hitchens made about the death of Diana, and we are mourning for our princess. Like
Mm.
when you have people like that who are the voice of the collective or something like that, as soon as you inject that into a liberal democratic sphere, you don't have a liberal democratic political arena anymore. You have essentially a fascistic sort of thing, and the morality of identity politics is embedded in essentially the group or something like that as the thing to be considered about, is the thing to be concerned over. And
Yeah,
it has been that ideological slanting of the constitution, but also I'm so that is basically how China is run. That is also the fundamental ideology that China is run, is in some sense for the collective, and the
yeah,
detail, the integrity of the actual thing is. And I mean, to some extent, Russia as well has also culturally kind of, that's how politics functions, which is not the same, obviously, as liberal politics. So,
yeah,
I mean, the truth is that like liberal politics does I still think it's the best thing ever, because you can see what are therefore are problems, because in some sense then if your political establishment starts leaning towards overt corruption like ours is, it means that there aren't enough good people that hold enough cultural space, as it were. They have been culturally suppressed or displaced in terms of the cultural hegemon,
yeah,
and so you've got a mafia style. In some sense, I do think that it just corroborates the fact that we have sick elites, or we have people. They call it the neo-feudalism. I think this is the cultural mechanism of the new feudalism. And I do think that you don't tackle it by talking about the conspiracy theory of people behind the scenes. Although you can imagine the people behind the scenes, it's not important. You just dismantle it where it's in the public's, where it matters. You dismantle it at the point at which the rubber meets the road. And if we just say, no, I blame this journalist for having this line, get this identity politics, you should be in jail for constitutional damages. This is propaganda that's anti-constitutional. You have to be the liberal paradox of intolerance. You have to be intolerant of fascist ideology. You can, if you keep it private and you want to go have your private, Nazi rally, then go keep it private. But if you're going to have it touch the public sphere, if you're going to talk about it out loud, then you're going to be taken to task or something like that. But that's I mean, when the academia started doing this stuff, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to go to the courts, and I wanted to use the courts to get it outlawed, essentially. But they said no. Academic freedom is more important. And I'm like, no. This is a sociology theory that is using morality. This is a moral theory that is counter and anti-constitutional values, the supreme law of the land. You can't have alternative values to the values enshrined in the Constitution. They're like, no. Well, these are the new priestly caste, and they come over from America, and everyone agrees with them, and so many people are enlivened by their fascistic rhetoric.
Yeah, if I could just jump in, do you not think that perhaps I'm going to relate this to economics again. In economics, we have a clear division between microeconomics and macroeconomics. They're taught as separate subjects most of the time, and then there is like in the way that economics is taught, there is a way in which they try to link the two, just to help you essentially see the forest for the trees. And I think we have that in economics, we have that in a few other disciplines, but we don't seem to have that very well, like, I don't know, set out in culture, certainly, and in politics. And I think certainly in the politics that we speak of in South Africa, and I think that's one of the fatal flaws that we have. It's like a blind spot that we have in our system as a country, where that allows for collectivists to essentially infiltrate the system, because the average guy on the streets doesn't see the entire machine and their role in the machine. And so then that allows for these guys to come and tell you, no, you're being oppressed, blah, 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 blah. And they don't actually have a proper, I don't know, perspective on everything.
I mean, in some sense, this shouldn't be a political issue. It should be a legal issue, because if your rights are infringed unjustifiably, you should defend your constitutional rights, and the thing should be labeled unconstitutional and should be stricken. And so essentially it should be policed on the level of the individual. That's what gave the justice in the social justice is a phrase that is actually used in the Constitution. Orwell coined that phrase. Social justice is a term used by Orwell. And
wow.
How it's ironic in two senses, that they have the Orwellian doublespeak of reinterpreting the entire Constitution, making it infused with racialist meaning. But yeah, I mean, it's interesting how all the pollution of morality. I mean, yeah. So in some sense, that's the general theme: is that the pollution of morality is the corruption in America or in South Africa, and you're going to find this out as well. That essentially, it's interesting. I think you might even have to, in some places, that they have legislation that mirrors the 14th Amendment, or in terms of the civil rights legislation. I think they have to get rid of the civil rights legislation because it's in the way of the affirmative action that they want to orchestrate, and that kind of that's the closest thing you have to how I would say the Constitution in my country has been so badly abused and undermined.
Yeah, but, I'd even say symbolically, just quickly, is think of the way in which there's like what can I call it, a part of, I don't know, the political guys in South Africa, the clique that has managed to push the narrative of Nelson Mandela being a sellout. And it's just like, what? It's like, do you realize that if it wasn't for this guy and a few other guys around him who pushed for negotiations and all that, we would have been just another African country with a civil war, going down that entire route. It's the fact that people can twist things in that way shows to me that, like, I
would say that's how committed they are to unaccountability. to the political accountability of that black people don't have agency, they don't have responsibility. Somehow they are always just victims of circumstance, of the conditions of history, that essentially colonialism happened first. Therefore, it doesn't matter that we've had 25 years. Somehow that's just a kind of part of the teething process towards a reset point, because history that belongs to black people or that is controlled by black people is somewhat like a kind of that's just for granted. But white people's history has agency like stamped on it, like has their collective agency is just assumed, but there's no agency. So the inconsistency even within their own sort of, but I mean, this is in some sense what ethno-nationalism, what crypto-fascism has always been about, is this kind of bait and switch. And I mean, it is a bit depressing seeing it happen in America. In some sense, I'll say some perhaps cynically disgusting things, that to watch America hurt itself might be a good instruction for my country to say, well, you see, if you start using these kinds of policies, all you get is more degeneration. You get more destabilization. You lose more integrity in your institutions, and you only develop toxic identity consciousness, because in some sense you almost need it as a self-fulfilling prophecy, because they demand these programs, they demand these measures. When they're implemented, they create bad outcomes, and then that's doubled down. Well, that's because of the white supremacy. So you see, that's why it doesn't work, is because the supremacy is worse than we thought, and the conspiracy always grows.
Yeah.
And resentment grows all around. It's a
Yeah, no, Texas A&M just did a huge investigation into all of their diversity, inclusion, equity policies, and they learned that an overwhelming majority of staff, professors, students, former students, community members, like overwhelming majority of people were like against these policies, because they were like, it causes racism, it causes misogyny, it causes divisiveness. I mean, there were a few little social justice folks that were like, oh, this microaggression this one time on a bus, but it was like the rest of the people were like, no, these policies are bad. We've been not happy with them for a long time, and nobody will listen to us. And the people at the top, I mean, they've already lost tons of donors because of all this social justice bullshit. But the people at the top were like, fuck, we thought this was popular opinion that we should have been doing this. And it hasn't been. But the media has spun it to where...
The historical thing that I don't know sociologically and psychologically is that I don't know how this ends, because it required Hitler to become the Führer through the Führer principle and to lose the war for it actually to be laid to rest. And I don't know if there isn't a definitive collapse, if there isn't a definitive defeat, I don't know how we ever segue into knowing, well, we've done it before and we'll do it again, and we have to sort of put it to bed. We have to quash it. We have to stand up against it, or something like that. And there is no, I don't know why that there's no stuff. I mean, there could have been one around COVID, essentially, that no, we're not going to be told to destroy our own lives, destroy the economy even more for this minuscule risk in comparison to the self-harm that we're causing in a country that should be developing. That this is just more infantilism, and it's, I mean, it really took on a life from this identity politics stuff as well, because you could see that, we're doing this for your safety, we're doing this for your own good, so just follow the direction. Your opinion about it doesn't matter, or something like that. Like you should be informed as well, because counter information is going to make you do the wrong thing, and you just have to follow the script. It's like it's complete infantilism, and so we've already normalized fascistic politics, I would say. We've already normalized the hollowing out of democratic liberal values. And so And this comes up, now people don't care about the treatment of women in other countries. They literally don't. They're like, no, that belongs to their culture. That's sacred to them, or something like that. We've lost humanity. We've thrown it out. There's no more universal moral paradigm. It's all these little bubbles of vulnerable narcissism, and they all have their piece and their place.
These guys, I follow the Hoteps. It's like a subculture of sorts in Black America. I'd say I'd put them as conservatives, conservative Black Americans, but of a very, very unique kind. And just one thing, just a quick joke, that they refer to Joe Biden as Joe Raheem Biden. And the reason they do so is because of the fact that there's a whole thing about him saying you're not black if, I just like, yeah, man, these guys, this whole nonsense about racism, about feminism, about all of this is a power grab. It's a power grab. It's just a blatant power grab, and I think this links up very nicely with what Jordan Peterson was talking about in terms of postmodernism.
Yeah.
And I think even Marxism as well, and just the whole left-leaning thing. It's a serious power grab, and if people in the West, and I think America specifically, do not stand up to this, it's like, what hope do we have? Because you guys are actually majority there,
right?
Like, what hope do we have?
Right.
Sadly, we're going to have to wait like at least 6 more years, because probably only in the next election cycle will you see campaigning and sort of tallying up the results of at least the first 4 years of sort of trying to play interventionist sort of mandates and things like that. But and you might even have to take a lot of people have been saying, look at South Africa to see the future of where America, because it doesn't matter what size you are, but this is the kind of pain, and this is the kind of, the clever thing about it is that you can do whatever you want, because it does confer political unaccountable power onto leadership, because all they have to do is say, well, yes, it's costing us more, because that's what virtue signaling does. It's costly. It costs the system, and we just have to take more money somehow. It's seen as redistributing power from white supremacy into other people, and while empowering the people that are making that maneuvering. So there's no, you never get empowered individuals on the ground. They're always dependent on the structure that is feeding them the redistribution. And
yeah, they're a bunch of fucking cowards. Infantile cowards. Like, why are people listening to these people? Why are people putting up with their shit? That's what I don't understand. Yeah.
Stop listening to it. It's like I've said this to you before, good mother. I'm just going to say it so Psyche can hear it. Like, the people you need to listen to are the people who left socialist countries. Listen to them. Listen to the likes of Pippo and a few other guys from Cuba. Listen to guys who've managed to escape Venezuela. Listen to guys who've managed to escape Zimbabwe. These are the guys you need to listen to, not people whose maximum exposure to socialism has been some theory that their professor told them in I don't know, whatever class they have in the States there at university. And just, those are the people you shouldn't be listening to.
But that's the thing. Our society doesn't listen to men. It's all the fucking stupid women.
Right.
That's the problem.
If you look at the way the votes are divided, if only men voted, most states would be red.
Exactly.
in some sense, I think that's just a reflection that what I call this corruption on a philosophical level, I would call it epistemological pluralism. That as soon as you believe that the truth is relative to your lived experience, which then is inculcated within this identity tribe or something like that, that then you can have these moral containers and you can have a sustainable moral bubble that you can get away with your subjective projection as long as you kind of have a group of people that agree with you and that are willing to sort of
Play with you.
and be an ally with that. And as soon as you've given up the universal moral normative sort of value system, and you allow this epistemological pluralism, and women are in general more prone to engaging in that, at least practically, and in some sense that's merely because of the differential sort of developmental line within boys and girls. Essentially is that boys have more pressure on them to actually bring home the bacon and deliver and be judged according to the effects of their actions, and so they have a kind of responsibility bootstrapped into them on some level that means that they actually have to start doing these accounting things and being practical, and whereas women in some sense can sort of use hypergamy instead to find a nice destination, and so all you have to do is kind of in some sense learn how to socially manipulate, and like in doll houses, and you have Barbies talking to one another and things like that. I mean, already you could say that they're scheming in terms of how to engineer better outcomes and how to be able to play both sides and things like that. But how to be passive enough that you can just sort of it's amazing how many women in politics, you don't hear a peep about them, but when it's most convenient, oh, my now Democratic candidate competitor groped me, from 7 years ago, but I just remembered it now when it's most convenient for the person whose campaign I'm associated with or something. Like,
yeah, it's bullshit.
Yeah, the more they do that stuff, the more they're going to lose the capital. They don't realize that they're actually playing. It's like a race to the bottom. It's they. What's going to happen is that the average man is going to start looking away. The next time the next scandal comes up, they're just going to scroll past it. They're not going to take it seriously. And I think what's sad about that is that there will be some legitimate cases that will have to, take the brunt of that. And this is what happens when you keep playing with this stuff. When you keep moving the lines across certain meanings, like the meanings of certain words. When everything is now racism. If everything is racism, then nothing is racism.
Right? How do you find the real racists with all the fake racists being called out? Yeah.
Exactly. You need standards. You need some dictionary from which we all adhere to, which we all say, okay, no, this word means that. That's what it means. You can't just have a dictionary being amended every two years or whenever you feel like it,
Or when a certain Hawaiian congressperson decides what was Hirona? Yeah. There was this thing that happened in Hirona, like flipped a bitch, and they were voting on something, and she said, was it? Oh, when Amy Coney Barrett, I think, was getting questioned, maybe. I don't remember, but she made some comment like the sexual preference was offensive. That thing. Like the dictionary changed it quick.
Insane.
Yeah.
Insane.
Yeah.
It's like you erasing history.
Ignorant bitch in our fucking government made a big deal about nothing. She made shit up just to be up for somebody else. Like, that's bullshit. That's serious bullshit.
That's chaos. That's utter chaos. Like you can't make sense of anything. You can't do anything in such an environment.
Right. I don't know how men think straight.
I'm not sure if I followed exactly what happened in that example, but for me, the principle of this is that if governments or political people should not be in charge of dictating reality, should not be in charge
Yes.
of saying what is real and what is true and what is untrue. That is
Yes.
almost the definition of fascism, where the culture is controlled by a it's part of the political sphere of influence or something like that. I mean, then already you have an authoritarian runaway, sort of situation.
Right.
And
Right. It's like, how do you respond? Like, what's the alternative? And how do you not find yourself slipping into a postmodern, that whole mess, where now everyone is, it's my truth and all of that nonsense. Like, who's going to be trusted to be honest? Because it's certainly not the media. We've seen that can be corrupted. We've seen that it's not the state. If we leave it to the individual, then that will essentially make what postmodernists say true.
Yeah.
So what's the solution?
This is October 15th, 2020. According to the new usage guidance from the dictionary, the term preference, as used to refer to sexual orientation, is widely considered offensive in its implied suggestion that a person can choose who they are sexually or romantically attracted to. Yeah, that Herona chick flipped.
Oh.
Yeah, October.
But isn't that entirely a useful adaptation? Because now people can't blame other people for not being attracted to trans women.
But it's offensive to.
Because if your preference is not electable,
Yeah.
Anyway, but I guess
but saying
they've redefined what women mean as well.
Right, but saying preference suggests that a person can choose, and that's why it's offensive. Because remember, the whole gay argument was one on the biology of you were born this way type of thing.
Yeah.
So,
I guess the point that I'm raising is just that, or is the point that Douglas Murray has raised often, is that these gripes are not even consolable between each other. Because in some sense, the people that say that, well, if you're straight, you should still want to go out with trans women, and then the people who want to redefine sexual inclination as not having anything to do with choice, well, then how can you blame people for not being interested? Although I guess the thing is that they can telepathically read the mind of straight people and dictate what they should be responsive to sexually, which is a strange double standard at least. But to answer your question about how to respond to postmodernism, I mean, I do think that the one unquestionable thing in some context in society is the legal structure. This is why I go on and on about the South African legal tradition being so amazing and important, because in some sense we never had that food fight that the American political system is. We had this deep legal structure that even during apartheid, they were afraid of the legal system. Like, they literally tried to invent the High Court of Parliament through a legislative act in order to try to bypass the South African legal system, because the legal system in South Africa was encroaching on what the apartheid system wanted to do and was such a limiting factor on them, because that's how strong and how much integrity the judiciary had. Obviously, we didn't have the Constitution and we didn't have as many rights as we have. But that legal structure had so much integrity that they laughed at Parliament, essentially, when they tried to make the High Court of Parliament to compete with their High Court. They were like, no, we can't even make a legal argument about this because it's just so ludicrous. Like, no, it's just void. It's invalid. And you have to have separation of powers. But basically, that's our role. We are the judiciary. You can't bypass us. And so, like, America, in some sense, doesn't really have that. Well, I mean, I guess you have to supposedly have a judiciary, I guess, according to the structure of your constitution. But if you just have a judiciary where you can make up all the rules that are used inside that judiciary, essentially, it's just a procedural arm of the affectation of what the political process has already pinned down. But there's no independent integrity like there was in my country, in which the apartheid government was even stymied by the courts and held up by the courts. but yeah, that's basically the solution, is that we actually have something called, I mean, in some sense, morality, one of the big central notions in morality is the word justice. And obviously, a legal system will never be a perfect morality, because justice only deals with controversies. It doesn't deal with all kinds of matters. It only deals with, legal rights. There might be ethical issues that have nothing to do with legal structures, perhaps. Moral questions about how to live a good life or something. A judge can't tell you the answer to that question. But
Right.
But justice essentially is in some sense, I mean, you can't philosophically beat up on other people who you disagree with. I mean, you can obviously talk about them in the public space or whatever, but you can't force people to agree with you. I mean, that's also one of the latitudes of a liberal society or something like that. But
Yeah.
so, I mean, in some sense, like, it's obviously it's difficult because you can't even directly disagree with them. You can talk about your disagreement with them, but you can't really participate and engage with them because they've completely lost the plot. I mean, they don't even have the means of discourse, essentially, because they have. I mean, I think this is the problem when you're dealing with epistemological pluralists. They don't believe that there is such a thing as the truth. I mean, they are basically a kind of hard skeptical, kind of weird forms of nihilism and amoralists in some sense. So I mean, like, they don't have a stable epistemology, and therefore they can let themselves play games in the same way that sort of borderlines play games.
Yeah, but it's like it's their truth that's paramount. Like what they want is on the forefront of what everybody else wants.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's why they use statistics and inferential sort of correlations with sociology to try to ground themselves. Because if they can dress and describe their projects with sociology, they can use that as a substitute for actually having principled thinking, which they don't have any principles, essentially. They just have a kind of conglomeration of a mythological, sort of narrative, which they're trying to sort of. Anyway, I mean.
Wait. Okay, I'm just trying to get what you're saying, because I don't think I'm following 100%. Are you saying that are you saying that people who are trying to push these policies are essentially using statistics to avoid having to actually justify the logical side of what they're trying to propose?
Yeah, I mean, well, that happens even in practice. Like Cyril Ramaphosa, when he was giving one of his State of the Nation addresses, said that if you look at the youth unemployment, it's different between whites and blacks. Therefore, we still have systemic oppression. So, they just table thump, base facts, and they don't look at, they don't contextualize it. Somehow the statistics speak for themselves, is basically, is the only kind of source of reality that grounds their narrative. So they have this narrative, and then they cherry pick statistics that seem to confer authority to that narrative. But in some sense, they have no process of how the authority is rationalized or reasoned. It's just that, these statistics seem to corroborate the narrative. But I mean, in some sense, seem is even, it's like correlation, but they don't even give a theory of causative, preponderance of nexus sorry, I'm trying to think of the name that starts with a C. That means that they are connected and causal. But anyway, sorry, it's
Causality?
no, it's a very weird word that. But anyway,
Doesn't equal causation.
Yeah, I'm catching the gist of what you're saying. I think what's happening with the whole thing of them using statistics is that it's sort of like listening to a child who's just bombarding you with words that don't really that aren't really coherent. It's using statistics to just to just hide whatever nonsense that they know they need to hide, because if you were to actually look at the logic behind it, you'd find that it's not actually making sense. It's you know, it's weird because looking at the discipline of economics, you have a strong emphasis on trying to get empirical data to support your whatever theories you have with regards to the economy, right? But that said, you have to have solid logic in your in whatever economic theory you're proposing, you know. And I think what's happened with especially with the humanities is that has been thrown out the window. Is that actually trying to make sense has been thrown out the window. It's all about how things make you feel, how much sway they have over certain people, and how in through the lens of SJWs, how justified everything is. It's not really about the. I think this is perfectly illustrated by what happened with the. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the Helen Pluckrose, James Lindsay, and
Yeah,
forget the
yeah.
third one,
Cynical
Peter
theory.
Boghossian. What they did with the whole experiment of essentially putting in bogus papers into these scientific papers, especially the humanities side of things, and essentially getting them to be published, and they like essentially purposely wrote nonsense, and
Yeah.
it got published because of the fact that these institutions are corrupt. It's no longer about making sense.
Right.
It's about being appealing.
Yeah. Well, with all the made up language they made up, like,
Exactly.
like,
Like one of the things they did, they essentially wrote what was it? Did they write feminism or something? They essentially took one of these leftist philosophies, if I could call them that, and wrote like something out, but based on Mein Kampf,
yeah,
and the people took it, and it's insane. The fact that these things can pass, the fact that we have a situation which universities, which are headed by some of the brightest minds on the planet, and there's no system to vet these things. The same could be said by media. You know, it's a corruption of the institution on a level that's so deep that it's rendered utterly useless. It's totally opposite of what it's supposed to be. It's
exactly.
um,
It's
what's his name? Gadsad
destroying
about
our
this.
society.
Yeah, what's his name? Gadsad talks about the whole thing of the parasitic mind and these infectious diseases, infectious ideas that he uses a very nice analogy of a particular animal that has that has a mind virus of some sort, or like a parasite that causes it to like continuously turn in like a circle and never actually get out of like never be able to actually get itself out of that motion. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing. I think
Yeah,
that's exactly what we're seeing. I think you know how we have in South Africa state capture? Essentially, these institutions have been captured. It's not just the state. It's media. It's the universities. It's all of these things. And if anyone believes in the conspiracy theory about the demoralization of the West, heck, man, I think there's a lot of stuff that's certainly pointing that direction. If someone were to tell me like 20 years from now it were discovered that a certain country or certain cabal of people, whatever, came together and said, no, for the purposes of whatever suits us, we're going to demoralize the West, and it were to, to be found to be true, I would certainly be like, yeah, I think, yeah, this makes a lot of sense.
I think the West demoralized itself by
Yeah,
letting women get get away with getting everything she wanted versus like the kind of shit she needed.
yeah,
I mean, technology, all the things that tied into it, but
I think that largely feminism in the like mainstream feminism in the 80s, I think was fine. I mean, maybe I don't know everything that went on, but essentially, just stuff that was just, well, yeah, we want to be professionals too, and we want to be treated like professionals, and we want to, have equal access to join the club or something like that. And
right.
but it's just that metastasized. That sort of, that wasn't good enough, and sort of that I mean, there are problems because when you put Jordan Peterson talks about them. That when you put women into situations in which they do operate differently, they do relate to people differently, and that kind of soft power does not, like men don't exactly know how to competitively come up against that, and usually make too many concessions, or at least. But I mean, in some industries, it does work out just fine, I think. I mean, there are many industries like lawyers, for instance, like really rigorous professional industries where it doesn't make a difference, because that part of the business, is insignificant compared to the actual the level of the thing that you functionally produce, or the level of the expertise and your particular skill set, or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it is. I mean, some of these issues that identity politics tries to bring up are really intractable. I mean, like the complexity and the dynamism that, when people are choosing employees, or when people are making businesses, some businesses only work essentially because of the business plan and how well structured it is, and putting the right personnel in the right place. Like you can't just say that everyone is interchangeable with anyone else. Like even if they had the same skills in a particular environment, it might be important that like maybe some accounting firms like actually hire accountants that look better, like in terms of their level of attractiveness, because
Right.
like that is how they please their expensive clients, is that when they send these teams, one of them is the face of the team, and then they have to find other people who can sort of maybe compensate for the lack of proficiency or something like that. So I mean, there are trade-offs that people make all over the place, and that's also part of an organic functioning economy. And like when you say that people aren't allowed to make decisions that just make sense, in terms of a practical sense, but they have to, I mean, you had all these activist professions that I don't know if that's disappeared yet, but it was very embarrassing, where like people were like, yeah, like I pretend to be a professional, but I don't know how to do my job, and I get hired at the professional rate, and I end up not doing the job, and that's like my form of activism. It's like that kind of sort of crazy destabilization stuff. There was actually a whole slew of that, where sort of perversely incentivizing people to be pretenders, because to somehow prove the point, so that when they get in there and they don't do the job, that somehow that vindicates their identity, and that vindicates social justice. And it's like this
I,
weird.
I get why they do that. I actually understand why. So basically saying that these guys would infiltrate these systems and essentially to show that they're not meritocratic in the first place.
No. The opposite. Like these people would advertise themselves as freelancers, and they would be hired essentially, and they were personal activists, but some are being activists for their own bank account, and at the same time spreading awareness by essentially hurting people and saying, yeah, the reason why I can't actually do this job is because systemic oppression meant that I didn't actually, be able to afford to go to university, or my education wasn't good enough. So it's like, never taking responsibility for your own state of affairs in some sense, and abrogating it over to the system, and then trying to extract a cost from trying to make somebody else pay for it. So it's essentially being able to live in your imagination, essentially, in this weird kind of racial imagination, which has been relabeled non-racialism as a goal or something like that, as a future objective. While you can be as weird and surreal and strange in the interim, and try to offset the off-putting sort of negative consequence as essentially your narcissistic injury that you get to vindicate for yourself.
What do you think is the way forward, or at least, obviously it's very difficult to project into, let's say, 10 years from now. Where do you see, certainly the current administration in the United States going? I think I think I've got most of what you've said about South Africa. So let me just ask about the United States. Where do you think? How are you seeing this playing out?
Well, in America, it's purely a political fight. And in some sense, I thought for a time that over the election itself, that there might be some kind of judicial confrontation with the fundamental problem in the legal structure in America, that I thought that the Supreme Court, I mean, because I wondered now if Biden is going to try to stack the Supreme Court, because I do think that that would actually be rebuffed. I think that the Supreme Court would actually say, no, this is actually, we're going to bar you from doing that. I mean, obviously that would be itself a very strange kind of de facto constitutional crisis. But I think if Biden did try to stack the Constitution, but he doesn't have the numbers, I believe. I mean, well, if technically you just need a majority of one, and you can essentially get, or wait, I don't know. They would have to get rid of the filibuster rule. Wait, can Congress get rid of the filibuster rule? I'm not sure. Or you already can. Is it already removed? Sorry, I've forgotten all these sort of details, but essentially you can make a special vote in the Senate where you don't need the requisite numbers. So technically, with just a simple majority, I think you can stack the court, but that would seem very democratically unsound. But although technically it would be plausible, I think. Anyway, it's never been used. The flouting of the filibuster rule has never been used. I might be talking about subjects that I'm not fully aware of. I don't know if there are different requirements for appointments to the bench. I don't know if you can use the special voting rules, because you can anyway.
Outside of the legal realm, how do you see it playing out? I'm talking now, let's say, politically. No, let me not politics. Let's put that to the side for a second. Let's say socially and economically. Where do you think? Where are you seeing America going in the next 4 years?
I mean, I guess I'm not very good at making political predictions in terms. I mean, I do think that Biden's president. I mean, I'm amazed that Trump didn't get more credit for all the good things that happened during his presidency. I'm surprised that peace in the Middle East. I mean, he's the only president that's made progress. Peace in the. I mean, that's insane. You know, like, and so it depends. If Biden fucks that up, I don't even know if that'll become a political issue in terms of just how toxic the media establishment is. If they won't hold him account for anything, but essentially, let's just assume that the performance of America is going to slump, and that can perhaps be used as political ammunition in the next sort of. I think Trump might be the president again, you know, essentially, and the contrast might, you know, it'll be interesting to see if there'll be some scandal around the kind of affirmative action that the Biden-Harris administration is trying to do, or some. I mean, Harris might sort of take over, and when she does eventually fully take over, I mean, maybe, you know, after 2 years, she will actually become the president if Biden sort of retires early, I guess. So, I mean, she, I think, will want to go with identity politics and bring this stuff down, and that will be very strange. I mean, she will certainly, I think, come out as an unfavorable. She will be seen as quite badly. So it'll be interesting how many if she will create a scandal, if there can be some kind of identity politics scandal, that'll be very interesting. Is because that'll be a nice summary of the kind of malfeasance and complacency and this kind of, you know, unworkable political ideology. You know, it's so hard because, I mean, it hasn't happened. That's the problem, is that the virtue signaling drowns out, you know, any kind of. They are able to convolute issues so badly that you can't call them out on their own failures, essentially. So it just kind of becomes mediocre. So at the very least, I think the Biden administration will be that of mediocrity. And I don't know if mediocrity is big enough to contrast for Trump to make hay with. But Trump might still win just by essentially just saying the economy has done worse and all these sorts of things. That because, you know, although you could blame Trump somewhat, you could conflate the Trump presidency with the COVID crisis, which again was manufactured by journalism. I mean, essentially, the journalists enforced the lockdown. Essentially, I mean, this is essentially it was a historical accident that Italy followed China, and Italy was the first Western nation that followed the Chinese example of having a lockdown, and then everyone else followed suit. It became politically unfeasible because of this climate, because of this toxic climate of identity politics.
Yep. Trump did not want to. He did not want to at all.
Yeah. So, I mean, I do think that essentially the journalists had already radicalized from identity politics, that they were just waiting for any crisis like COVID-19 to be able to use it to promote, their general strategy of sort of cracking the whip and seeing how high they can get the plebs to jump, according, because it was I do think it was convenient for them at the time to discredit Trump. It was essentially, it was a way that they could bash Trump and be part of that echo chamber. So it will be interesting to see. I don't know how this stuff comes to a head, because if it doesn't neatly come to a head in a way that, it's just, I mean, in some sense, you have to remember that Hitler didn't win over the majority of the population. He beleaguered them. He literally ground them down. What he did was he said, he didn't say this, but this was the implicit thing. It was that, don't you just want to give me political power and then I'll shut the fuck up and you won't have to hear me complaining about shit? That was basically the deal, is that just let me be in charge and then I won't give you any more of a headache. I won't give you, I won't tell you more about the conspiracy theory because I'll be in charge, and I'll be in charge of stopping the bad thing, And that's the problem, is that when they win power, you don't hear less of it, you hear more of it, because then they have to cover over their own mediocrity and their own general destabilization as they make things worse. And we're going to have a toxic ramp up like that.
That actually, the last bit that you said actually lines up very well with what's happening with, I would say, feminism and Black Lives Matter and all of these things. I think a lot of the people who are just giving way to it are actually just trying to get them to stop, like the noise. They just want like peace, like, okay, fine, whatever. It's like when a child's like throwing a temper tantrum. It's just like, okay, take your sweet cake, just stop bothering me, type of thing.
And the real problem is that most normal people, they can't break rank with the general cultural hegemon and the general cultural consensus, because like they just listen to CNN or they listen to MSNBC, and if they speak out, they lose their friend group, they lose their friend circle. It's how they socially survive in some sense. And so they have a horrible perverse incentive not to be that critical or to be that sort of open-minded about these issues, because the social cost is so high. And so that's the general sort of formula. And in some sense, because the Democratic Party has always been the party of this kind of, I call it cerebral histrionic which is just another way of almost kind of like white knighting for the left or something like that, where you have this ideological narrative and everything is guaranteed, that you can just make these prescriptions. That's kind of my argument against the basic income grant as well, is that on theory, it just like everything is neat and tidy and it all kind of, but I do think that you have to actually engage in the messiness of human beings. You have to have a process that has morality and fidelity that is being checked up on in the process. And even though that's less efficient and there are less guarantees that are automatic, then at least there are ways of it stays human at least. And you actually, anyway, I'm making this weird thing, but I am very afraid that we're just going to create a kind of a one-size-fits-all, lowest common denominator solution for the human condition. And by doing that, we actually perversely incentivize the human condition to be even more out of whack, because it's the government's job to chase after and be the nanny and be the mommy, and you get more spiraling dependence, but on a moral level, because if you sort people out materially, I mean, look at the left in America, like they find something else to be a victim of, and I mean this, in terms of the white liberals on the left, that somehow they are a victim of white supremacy, patriarchy, like where, I mean, I can't think of a more privileged person than to be female in the West, like in terms of, I mean, if you just look at the college admission rates, if you look at the employment as statistics, if you look, and yeah. But I mean, what I just hate about all of this is that, we have wasted like 20 years, not just, I mean, generally in the West, over this hypothetical issue, which is such a huge diversion. I mean, we could have been having so much more economic expansion, but we don't want to do that because of climate change, which is, again, you see, like, those arguments I do think are very important to the political thing. This is how Biden and people like Biden get their cover, is that the general malaise of being beleaguered and demoralized by the fact that, well, we wouldn't even want a burgeoning economy. We wouldn't even want a growing economy because it's bad for the environment, because of all of this junk science around CO2. And you see, this is a separate issue, and that's a kind of factual issue to get into. But I'll just say that, like, I mean, if you listen to all the people who aren't getting money from from climate science, which essentially you can't publish a paper unless you think that CO2 is bad or something like that. But if you actually listen to the polymaths and also the people who designed the computer modeling, they tell you how junk the whole thing is, and it flies in the face of the actual core samples. I mean, CO2 is actually very, very good. We need more CO2. We don't have enough of it. We've been in a little ice age. I mean, there are all these obvious counterfactual points to this whole paradigm, which is obviously designed to empower government. I mean, that sounds like a conspiracy theory, but in some sense, I mean, it just shows you how you can just incentivize science by just having grant money. You get the grant money if you agree already. So obviously you get all these papers that agree, and you never hear, you've never heard the debate from both sides. Like you've never had actual experts. And the real problem is that they don't know anything. It's just like the epidemiology. The COVID thing is a perfect example.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm really ranting.
The issue with these guys and how, one of the things that made me skeptical, because I was taught the stuff in high school and all of that. And, you're a kid, you imbibe it, you take it wholesale. And then you grow up and you're just like, wait. Did you guys just say you should accept it? 99% of scientists agree, and I was like, wait. Since when do we agree on the truth based on how many people? It's never been democratic. The truth is not democratic. It's not something you vote on. It's objective, And that was the first thing that made me go, wait, nah. I need to look into this, and I think certainly from hearing from some of the skeptics, it's. Yeah, there's a lot to be. These guys have a lot to answer for, and to risk your entire economy based on something that is not concrete is it's insane to me. Especially when you start thinking about the fact that China contributes, I don't know what percentage it is, but it's a significant percentage compared to their share of the number of people on the planet. It's huge, and and the fact that it's growing, they're building more power stations, coal power stations, etc., etc. It's like, I'm just looking at it on a zooming out a bit and detaching myself from the day-to-day nonsense and noise that we need to look at. And I'm just like, wait, you've got China who's got, like I was saying the other stream, that who's got, for every gender studies professor you have in the States, they have engineers. For every power station you guys don't build and you go for solar or whatever, they're building coal power stations and loads. It's like these are opposing views, and you can see that China's getting all of the growth, eating a lot of what was previously the United States lunch. And just looking at it on that scale, there's certain things that are being said on a day-to-day basis that just don't make sense when you look at it at that scale. It's just like, no, it doesn't make sense.
Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
And her globalist agenda and all the children overseas. Like, we can't be comfortable doing good here unless everybody's doing good. Like, she brought that into government. Nancy Pelosi.
I'll back the green guys when they start going after China. I'll back the people who talk about all of these other gripes that people have when they start going after China. Once you start doing that, I'll know that you're serious. If you're going to be talking about feminism and the plight of women and all of that, but you have a political alliance with countries that have gross women's rights violations, that doesn't make sense to me. You know, that just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
You can't be like in the UK with the whole thing that they're having with what they call the Muslim rape gangs that side. That's a huge issue, and that needs to be addressed. And as long as you're telling people who are seeing, you know, the elephant in the room, that no, there's no elephant. Like eventually, someone's got to speak up. Someone's going to speak up.
Yeah, I think they're afraid of the Islam, though. It seems like they're really afraid of them. Like, afraid to criticize anything. And I mean, because we do know that that side is the most cowardly side. If we're breaking everything down to sides, they're the ones wearing multiple masks. They're the ones trying to lock everything down. They're the ones trying to keep people safe. Like, they're the ones trying to cancel all the words because they don't want to offend people. I'm sure they don't want to offend Islam by doing anything because they are very violent and they don't take kindly to that kind of shit, you know?
Like I was actually watching a video by the Hodge twins. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with that the guys.
Yeah, I like them.
They put up something I wasn't aware of it.
Heavy used camel salesman.
Yeah. Yeah. These guys, they put up a video about the Vatican apparently saying they refuse to bless gay marriages or something of that order, and in it they were talking about how people don't seem to take all of the stuff about, you know, trying to get Catholics to bless gay marriages, etc., etc. They don't do that to Muslims, and that lack of consistency is for me, that just says that this is all political. This is all about a power grab. It's not anything that's like this. It's not in good faith. And if it's not in good faith, I'm not going to entertain what you're doing because I know there's another agenda that's behind all of the stuff that you're saying. Especially if it means that I'm essentially going to have to sacrifice the well-being of my children and their children, the future for my country, change everything that, you know, change the United States or South Africa as we know it to something that is totally, you know, foreign. These are certain things that need to be said, like plain truths that need to be said out loud and in public, certainly on public platforms like media, you know, universities, etc., etc. But we need to get to that level eventually. Yeah.
I think in principle there's not necessarily a problem with Islam, depending, obviously, not radical Islam, but essentially the real problem is over the legal system, because in some sense there is a call that they should be comport to and function within Sharia law, which is basically completely incompatible with Western liberal values and standards. So like that is fundamentally problematic, and there are reformers in Islam, which, I mean, you can argue that maybe this, I mean, just knowing what it's even dangerous to talk about this. You're not really allowed to talk about Islam in public. It's not like, to be a scholar, you have to be a scholar within the tradition, and you have to justify it according to the traditional view of how Islamic scholarship is justified. To speak about it is already to throw shade at it, and in some sense it has to be left alone. It has to not be touched or something like that, and already that's antithetical with sort of free speech, with values of free speech. So you have this sort of very fundamental problem that unless from the Islamic side there can be some respect of municipal law in other nations and comporting with essentially, I mean, you could call it Western politically liberal values, unless it can fit inside that. And there is a fundamental sort of idea about how I mean, there are obviously most Muslims are, because it is a personal sort of faith. You know, it is in some sense it's about, you know, the actual religious structure itself is not really that we have the same, we comport to this, we follow the same rules. That's all. It's a sociological way to function in your life in an ostensibly peaceful way. And part of that peace is that it does not want to hear any noise from any other sector. It wants, you're not allowed to criticize Islam. It's deeply, you know, like that's part of a tenet within it, and therefore it's fundamentally problematic. Is that can they somewhat surrender those hard edges into the Western sort of structure? And most people, ordinary people who are Muslims, they can do that, and in some sense they even have a soft spot for the Western, you know, sort of way and the Western style of politics, and in some sense, you know, and they even tone down the. I mean, that's what's happened in South Africa. I mean, most South Africa. So there's a lot of Muslims in South Africa, and they, apart from some anti-American stuff that happened in the 90s and such, it's because of the racial politics and because of the general volatility, they have never tried to institute and push for Islamification of state apparatus or something like that. So, but it is interesting because if the Western Cape does succeed from the nation, the biggest majority, I think, are in the Western Cape, and a lot of the people that want independence, they want to switch us into a kind of Swiss-style canton system where you have very much local government. I hate all of those ideas. I want there to be, because I think you have to have a large enough political community where you can actually grapple with big issues, and you have enough big wigs and you have enough experts, but you also have enough debate that it's worth getting into the debate or something like that, that you need enough diversity of attention on an issue and enough broad spectrum, you know, sort of intellectual, thorough and deep investigation in order to actually, you know, have principled policy where you don't want to have a plebiscite on everything. You don't want to have just, you know, the point of having, you have to have a political community that I think actually has policy that is reasonable and that can defend itself. And if it's not, then it must be displaced or replaced. And if everything is just a referendum, you never actually get a cohesive, cogent, you know, sort of political agenda that can actually be intelligent and make sense. And obviously, having a lowest common denominator, sort of American style of, you know, just having referendum on big questions, you know, you end up with the rule of the mob essentially, and you with lower quality integrity, which, I mean, hopefully they would at least sustain the integrity of the legal system. And they wouldn't throw that out in the transition if we did have the Western Cape succeeding from the country. Which, I mean, again, I'm anticipating the calamity that might start to unravel the fabric of the country. I mean, I guess it depends just how badly the economy tanks and how and what the reaction is. I mean, already, I mean, the EFF have I don't know how they are at organizing, but they have tried to establish a revolutionary guard. Where they try to do training, and they have tried to create essentially militias. So, I mean, you know, these are the people that I guess, you know, would be the people that would be trying to conduct a white genocide, I guess, or have a Kristallnacht or something. And the ANC Youth League is not much different. I mean, like, they are just as fascistic. Essentially, they're just as radical. I mean, Julius Malema, the leader of the EFF, used to be the president of the ANC Youth League. He used to be a member of the ruling party, and he was thrown out essentially for being. I mean, it's weird. He was always pro Zuma, and then he was kind of thrown out by people that were anti-Zuma, and then who was the very corrupt president anyway. It's amazing how, and he's always the EFF only grew because it criticized Zuma while he was in power, and then now that like they go and have chats together at Zuma's house when he's not showing up. It's so. I mean, the idea that you can, how everyone is playing both sides is just.
It's politics. It's politics. It's politics. These feminists are politicians. These Black Lives Matter people. It's a political movement. It's not a social justice movement. It's a political movement.
Right.
All of these guys eventually get to a point where they're like, I want to wiggle my way into the States so that I can also get some of that bread, you know, and you know, until people recognize that it's political and not some moral movement, we will not be able to properly criticize it, because once we recognize that it's political, then it's up for debate, because everything political is up for debate. Everything political is up for debate. Not this stuff. It's not like these guys pretend they're talking about, I don't know, like racial injustice in the sense of like apartheid and all of that. It's not anywhere close to that. Especially when you start to actually do some research into some of the numbers in terms of the grievances laid out by Black Lives Matter, the grievances laid out by feminism. I remember when I was finding out about the wage gap, and how this was back when I was doing my ecos and finance degree, and I was actually just picking up on stats, and they were basically illustrating the logic behind how you need to factor out all of these other, you know, variables. How many hours the person works, how agreeable they are, how many times they try to negotiate for a wage increase, all sorts of things that influence the differences in wages. And
well, and how do you even measure equal work? Like, especially in the labor fields, there's no fucking way a woman works equally as hard as a man in the labor.
Yeah, the numbers show the numbers show that that's the case, and once you say that, it's like you become like a pariah. It's
well, if you're a man.
Yeah, if you're a man, it's same, even if you're a woman, you become that person. What do they call you? Pick me, a traitor. In South Africa, there's a term that they use. They call you a sellout or race traitors, things like that. When you say, hey guys, maybe this racist stuff is not the right way to go, you know. So that's part of the tactic. It's the shaming. It's ironic because it comes from like you hear feminists shaming people and simultaneously campaigning for things like we should stop slut shaming, stop body shaming, and all these things. It's like, but you can't have it. You can't have all of these things only work in your favor.
Right.
You can't have shaming only work in your favor. You can't have accountability only ever work in your favor. You can't have responsibility only ever work in your favor. There has to be, ironically, there has to be equality in that.
But if it weren't for the double standards, men, you would not have any at all. You know what?
Yeah.
Drizzy Kicks brought up a really interesting point, and it reminds me when I was watching the Ion Hersey Ali and Jordan Peterson. I was kind of commenting on their podcasts, and I thought it would be cool to just open up the borders, because I had this theory about like the extreme Islamists, like really hating our feminists. That's why they oppress their women. and the amount of rape that goes on over there, and the violence against women. Like, it would be great just to open up our borders and let all those guys in to show our crazy women from the Me Too movement what real rape and violent sexual crime looks like, because it's never near. But this Drizzy chick, he mentioned something interesting. He said, do you think feminists like Islam because the domination idea? Like they want to be dominated.
Let's ask Psyche. Would that fall in line with a Jungian view on things?
Right. In Sweden, many feminist women have relationships with poor immigrants. That's an evidence, even if they're low value. And then
Over
some,
high value Swedes.
yeah,
What?
right?
Is
Well, I
is
mean,
it
that
also not
sounds like.
yeah? Go on.
I mean, is there not just a sort of a token, or like a
Yeah.
social to get attention, essentially? Like it's just an excuse to kind of parade your virtue signal.
Yeah.
I mean, but I mean, like, I.
It's like the
I mean,
people who go to Africa to build schools, right? To say that I went to Africa and I contributed in this sort of way. Yeah, it's a obviously some of them have their hearts in the right place, but I'm sure there's quite a few of them who go there to communicate the fact to display the fact that, hey, look at me, I'm virtuous, I've done ABC, and I think there's a bit of that in what Drizzy Cakes is talking about, that maybe some of these women feel like they are giving back or atoning, or I don't know what sort of twisted thing they think they're doing in terms of by going to date immigrants. I I think this goes back to that whole white privilege thing, white guilt thing as well.
But then 164th Missing said those feminists should try ending that relationship. We all know what happens then.
Oh my word.
So do they stay in those relationships?
Hmm. Uh, um,
That's interesting. That's
you
super.
you know what's I wouldn't expect that to be the case, because if you were to look at the dynamic between black men and white women, for example, in the States, like it's a thing that's known that women who tend to have interracial relationships with black men will have them maybe like in the early 20s, college times, all of that, and then eventually go on to marry a white man. So I don't know. I'd expect similar things to happen in Sweden as well.
I know, but you see, because of the demographics in America, I mean, it's a lot less common, or any kind of interracial, or at least black and white interracial mixing is just statistically. I mean, how many people do you date before you get married? Like, so if you just look at that statistically, you're more likely to have maybe one interracial partner at least, or something like that, on the way to eventually marrying somebody else. But that's just because like demographically, that's what the numbers are in some sense. It's stacked against having a stable sort of thing. But
Yeah.
but yeah, I guess it's hard to speculate. But I mean, I don't know what feminism. I don't think actually has. It's just a narrative. Like feminism is just a story. So I don't really, and obviously it has virtue signaling around it. But I mean, essentially, believing in that story will I guess incline you towards having sympathy for people that comport to that theory of white supremacy, patriarchy, and so
Right.
you're offering allyship to someone like a good intersectional feminist or something like that, and then on the
Yeah.
way there maybe you do find love or something like that, or maybe it's a way of compartmentalizing your life so that at least some aspect of your life is regulated by perhaps somebody else's. It's a way to evacuate yourself from your own paradigm, from your own toxic ideological paradigm, at least in some dimension. I mean, I've heard often that feminists, won't date liberals, those kinds of liberals, because they're just not masculine, or they have no, there's no sexual energy there, and in some sense, it just shows how unsustainable and hypocritical, sort of their whole worldview is that
It is.
they are, they are a slave to their own like base inclination according to their own worldview, which they have not been able to integrate at all, and they just have this decompartmentalization, which other people are because in some sense I guess they'll double down and they'll say, oh, the only reason why I unconsciously am attracted to these other things is because I have been imprinted on by the patriarchy or something like that. I've got internalized oppression or something.
That's the lingo.
Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. It's just I was going to make this point earlier about the politicization, because it's interesting how somehow it's only the perpetrator's sexuality that is politicized. Everybody else is free to freely do and define and have their own reality tunnel, but somehow like straight men have to change their preference, and they have to actively change their preference in order to comport with the ideological demand, in order to bring about a more equitable distribution of power and justice. That somehow it all stems from, in some sense, that primal claim that somehow male sexuality needs to be part of a narrative, needs to be part of a dictated script, that if everyone just followed that script, there would be a general amelioration of all problems. And so the utopian dream is somehow made out of essentially being able to telepathically dictate thoughts to men and use them like golems or automatons. And that general... Sorry?
And rainbows.
Oh.
I think the problem with what they're doing is obviously, again, it's the fact that they position them as privileged. And if you position as privileged, you're the first person you're the go-to person when something needs to be taken away. Something needs to be taken away for the benefit of someone else. So in terms of the sexuality thing as well, it's only the sexuality of straight white males that is really, I'd say, more generally straight males, that's really up for discussion. Everyone else is no, leave it to them. What they say is what it is. If they say that they prefer this, it's fine. But as soon as a straight white male says, I prefer to be straight white and male, it's a problem. It's a lack of self-awareness that is astounding to me.
I'm trying to
the
get
fact that they don't see the clear hypocrisy. Yeah, go on.
I don't know why I can't. I always have a problem wording this essentially, but essentially how, because you're dissatisfied with something in your life, you can imagine that everything would have already been different and better if somebody else just acted differently to coalesce with your sort of feelings of entitlement and what the system has not bestowed upon you. And so instead of it's an active disempowering belief system, where it's like you're going to project what is missing in your life on other people not behaving differently and modulating their behavior. And so the idea is that they need to, I can imagine that if they change their behavior, already things would be different. And so already there's a weird thing, because you've incepted morality into a weird kind of time machine as well. So there's a weird kind of time machine in that you could have already done something differently, and then I wouldn't feel this lack, and because of that, so you never have to question, oh well, who am I voting for? Like, what power do I actually have? Have I thought about changing my vote? It's so much easier to think about other people changing their behavior and changing the system on,
Yes.
So it's like it is this bait and or I mean, as soon as you give yourself the opportunity to project onto other people and to telepathically dictate their thoughts and behavior, then that becomes the fulcrum in which the weight of the world is fundamentally constellated around, or that becomes the central nexus of causality. And so you've got an external locus of control.
Yes.
You've created this false external authority.
Yes.
And so it's weird that they are literally creating white supremacy by because they have to, because otherwise their ideology isn't validated. So they have to do everything possible and race bait as much as possible to try to farm a real white supremacist so they can put them on a pedestal and say, look, they're oppressing us.
Yeah.
But it's the opposite of the way it used to be. Used to be like people hated people because of their skin color, right? Now it's all the women that are like, oh, let me take care of you because of your skin color. Like you're still looking down upon that person, right?
Yeah, it's
So
what did it?
it's a different form of white supremacy, but it's done out of guilt.
Sorry, there's some
Yeah, I
reverb.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I mean, there's. I have described this element before, but it's very hard to kind of to disentangle that, because essentially, the racialist worldview and the identitarian worldview, in some sense, has this fatalism built into it, where it's that like, you see, like there are almost like. In this ulterior version of morality, the basic premise is either so like the classical liberal or conservative or slightly right-wing mature perspective is that we're not all equal. That's why we have the principle of equality. That's why we have the practice of equality, because we aren't actually equal. If we all had the same capacities, if we all had the same skills and the same height, and we could all do the same things, we wouldn't need a principle of equality, because it would be fundamentally true. It's not, equality is not an attribute it's not an attribute of reality, it's an attribute of morality. So we are equal before the law. We are equal before, so that's much more complicated. And if you're just going to say, so in some sense, the identity politics people are literally working from a moral predicate, which is just impossible and insane, which is that we should actually be equal in reality. And when that is your goal, then you, in some sense, the only way to stabilize that goal, especially with identity politics, is to actually say that no, there are groups of people that are fundamentally inferior or deficient.
Yes.
But that it's not that it's a cultural. It's not that it's a cultural manifestation. Because I mean, this is what I call the racism of white liberals, but also the so-called liberal, I should say, liberal in inverted commas, which is so disgusting. Which is that they have actually conflated the Cajun Southern toxic black subculture. They've actually said that no, that's like qualitatively to do with that racial essentialism. There's something essential about blackness that is that toxic subculture. Not that these people have got, they need therapy. But you just can't put a whole section of a whole population through cognitive behavioral therapy. But that would actually fix it if you could.
Don't they have gulags for that?
Sorry?
Don't they have gulags for that?
Yeah, Candace Owens is doing this kind of work of deprogramming people and taking people out of this toxic subculture, and obviously it's because it is horrible how it sort of reinforces itself. But I mean, that's what you can't, and it doesn't help that the white liberals give them a sort of free pass instead of, because in some sense, I mean, this is why the conservative mindset has always the party of Lincoln, the Republican Party, actually was essentially non-racialist in its general sort of ethos, but that like, we're going to respect you as you are as an individual and the level that you appear to be at, or something like that. I mean, obviously, things didn't pan out perfectly in history, with the 2/3 compromise and all those sorts of things. But anyway, I mean, sorry, there's so many issues here. But what was I saying about that? So because they believe that people should be equal, like actually equal. Sorry, in terms of just general status or something like that, they actually have to peg people as in terms of being in how inferior are they, so that they can make the adjustment, so that they can make the supplementary filter and ideological projection, which they almost magnetically sort of emanate around them. And so it's disgusting, because you have to typecast people, and you have to sort of make these alterations that everyone has to have the same rose-colored spectacles. Everyone has to have the same be plugged into the same ideology, and so you have to be part of that slave morality. You have to be part of that groupthink. Otherwise, you can't make the sufficient alteration in your perception. And so they have completely dehumanized people, because they do belong intrinsically to the identity caste system that they have had to imprint in order to perpetrate this disgusting racialist ideology. And this is what has now, I mean, well, obviously they know that they're not colorblind. They even reject colorblind non-racialism extensively. And where does that lead to? You know, like it leads absolutely. You end up having to have ethno-states. You end up having to balkanize, because you can't have a shared common decent society when you don't have a shared morality, and when you instead have this, which is why identity politics is so, it breeds racism, because it's predicated on making those kinds of adjustments.
The thing that Goodman touched on the bigotry of low expectations is that
holding you to the same standard.
Exactly.
Because they're not capable or something.
The worst part of those people, which I think are, at least from what I'm seeing, are more commonly found on the left in the United States, on the democratic side of things, is that they don't realize that in order to sustain such a worldview, such a view, you'd have to have a hardcore belief in the fact that these certain whatever groups, identity groups, are truly inferior. Whereas what I see on the extreme, I don't want to say extreme right, because I would call myself far right, alt-right. When you're talking about those guys,
Wait, you're black. You can't be alt-right.
No, I'm far right. I'm not alt-right, but I'm certainly far right. And yeah, man, I own that. I'm not letting these guys shift the Overton window. The thing with that I see on the right in terms of their racism is that they have a thing of, we think we're superior, which is different, because it's very difficult to justify and all of that stuff. And for me, it seems like it's rooted in a fear more than anything. Whereas what I see on the left is that you are inferior to me. I'm not even scared of you. You are below me. And that sort of racism is, for me, that's way more hardcore than what you're seeing on the right. It's just the one on the right is the one that gets most of the media stuff. And I think the one on the left is the most potent and insidious form of racism, because it can also be done by people who genuinely have good intentions.
Yeah.
And those are the hardest to unravel, to get them to realize that what you're doing is actually entrenching these viewpoints. You're not actually getting rid of it. And like I'll say, in the context of South Africa, when you have people talking about black people being underprivileged, under what's the word, disadvantaged. The issue you have with that is that if people are perpetually disadvantaged, you are essentially saying that they're inferior. If you never have a point at which you say, okay, fine, we are at this point, or once we've achieved this, we will say that we can put it away. We can put the disadvantage away. You are essentially constantly having people being disadvantaged, which means that they're inferior. That's the viewpoint that you have. You are racist at your core.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you don't hold somebody else to the same standards and values that you know you do, that you have. Like, I've seen many of my professors, clients, like, treat students differently than they treat their own children. And these are grown-ass men, students. And I was concerned about it because I'm like, what the fuck? Because I saw it firsthand, like kid gloves, right?
Yeah.
Um, but it's kind of a policy thing. It is entrenched in the universities
Yes.
because that's just how these things are done. Apparently, you're supposed to be treating people special when they come in on special grants and all the things. Never mind that this young black man was a fucking A&M graduate, like, and the youngest
Well,
Democratic leader or precinct chair leader or some shit. Like, I don't know. It's strange to me.
I just want to slightly push back on the sort of the good intentions, because I do think that there is something fundamentally amoral about this kind of calculus, which in some sense I think people know that it's bad faith, that they are doing this bait and switch in their own mind, because in their own mind obviously they won't label it as being inferior. Perhaps they will relabel it. I mean, in practice, it is that calculation of this is how much lower you are, this is how much less developed you are. But then how it's ameliorated over with the good intentions spiel is that, well, that inferiority is caused by the agency of a more powerful perpetrator and a more, so, you make this kind of compensatory sort of definitional bait and switch, where it's like, it's not that I'm saying, I mean, this is where the semantic sort of convoluted nonsense comes in, where it's like, oh, no, I know that I'm treating you special because you're not developed, but the reason why you're not developed is because, like a more developed and powerful group of people like undermined you and historically, has done harm to your identity and to your group. And I just need to kind of, peg you at all I have to do is see with my eyes what level of group you're on, and then I can know how much guilt belongs to this one identity in the identity matrix, and the effect of it. So everything is an effect of this prime mover of which is essentially a perpetrator. And because everyone is reacting to the prime perpetrator, you never have to make a principled argument about anything, because you're just reacting to a narrative. And therefore, you never actually have to have your own worldview that you are epistemically responsible for, because you just inherited it. So you're just saying, oh, I just inherited this set of conditions, and I'm just reacting to it the best way I know how, and I'm part of the resistance. And there's a Jungian phrase which is very relevant here, which is, what you resist persists. And I mean, it's somewhat the negative phrase of almost the Christian principle of give and it will be given. But anyway, and the question is, what are you giving when you're giving resistance? And anyway, so I mean, these people, I think, are they're entrenched in a reactive position, and they are, in my view, they are obviously reactionary. And in some sense, all you have to do is get this mechanism modeled in your head. And I do think that when people make this model in their head, they know that it's like that it's a bit fishy. They know, but it allows you to have an automatic recourse and dependence on something that you don't have to prove. You just have to, and you can leverage it as an accusation, and somebody else has to prove a negative. Right. And so you never have to worry about anything in your life. You never have to be unsure of or uncertain of anything in your life, because you could just leverage projections and accusations at any turn. And so that's satisfying for people. And essentially that is the moral deficit that is what happens in fascist cultures and politics. Sorry for talking over you, Emmanuel.
Yeah.
But you know what? It's only women I see doing it.
Yeah, it's mostly women. It's mostly women I think in the States. In South Africa though, fine, you do have that happening. And I think if you were to divide the country by women versus men, you'd see women leaning certainly a lot more into that, right? But we have that as well on the racial lines as well, heavily in South Africa. And that's because of our particular context, and I think also how how relatively recent it is, you know, compared to like the States and other countries. But that said, I think a big problem that we have that's like in our face as well, and this points to the corruption of the sciences, is that a lot of these ideas that have been pushed are not falsifiable. If I can't prove your if I can't verify any of what you're saying, it just gives you like a blank check to just say whatever you want in terms of your ideologies, to do as much as you please, because I can't pin you down to any single point. You know, just as soon as I think I've got a definition of, I've got a hold of what racism is, you shift it. As soon as I've got I think I've got a hold of what sexuality is. One day it's something that's, you know, that you're born with. It's who you are. Next day it's no. I realized that I'm not who I was born to be, like, or what I was assigned as at birth, and then it just becomes a mess, you know. I think again, talking about the idea of getting back to truth, I think part of that requires that institutions get back to publishing and endorsing and talking about things that are, if that are, one, logically consistent, two, falsifiable. Certainly in the case of things that are published in scientific journals, that needs to be a requirement. We need to get back to the truth, because until we get there, all we're gonna have is just, we're gonna be running around in circles talking about the stuff. These people will be constantly moving the goalposts. We will be here until 10 years from now. We could still be talking about the fact that these guys still haven't decided what racism is, what barometer we should use to judge when racism has been eradicated, etc., etc., etc. It's just an endless. It's like we caught in a spiral of relativism. It's just everything is just relative to this, which is relative to that, which is relative to that, and nothing's ever concrete. When you think you've got like something stable, the floor caves in, and it's terrible for the society for trying to build anything coherent with a number of people and working in a coordinated way to some sort of future. It's anti, it's destabilizing to any sort of society, I think.
Yeah. I mean, but why are we letting those fucking idiots dictate the rules? That's what I want to know. Why are we listening to them? Because they have degrees.
Their
Uh,
degrees don't mean much.
I think it is an illusion on some level, because I mean, in some sense, it's just like, I mean, obviously the media establishment, is a tiny fraction of the population, and obviously, we have just, they have normalized this, and we've normalized that this is what is done. And I guess the issue is that when someone sticks up their head, they get dogpiled, and essentially, so it's the idea is that there isn't space to coalesce an alternative sort of narrative, I guess you could say, or to contest this multiple pronged destabilization campaign into this kind of neo feudalism. I just wanted to make the parallel. That when I heard Ben Shapiro complaining about how Piers Morgan has been sort of sacked from his show because of his comments about Meghan Markle, that Meghan Markle's ability to get someone sacked, essentially, showing who really has the power. These elites that have all this power to dictate and to talk about things, all this cultural power that is endorsed and protected by Twitter and things like that keep everything safe for them. And you can't respond. Well, I mean, I guess I can't expect that my Twitter reply would even make a difference, I guess, to Tito and Bueni. But yeah, I guess independent media creators and some kind of news, we need more independent sense making, and maybe people will be able to transition more to the internet or something like that. I mean, maybe South Africa will be a lost cause. At least it will be a historical example. I mean, I really, because it's still a workable model. It's still the solution to all the problems. And historically, maybe we can look back at this and, just notice how, yeah, I mean,
It's looking bad. It's looking bad. I won't lie. It's looking really, really. The future's looking really dark. I won't lie for South Africa. It's not bright at all. And
I
I
mean,
think I think we need to learn by feeling. I think that's what South Africans need, because our education system is cooked. Our media is cooked. I mean, like, when was it? Not long ago, some stuff was coming out about how a lot of these journalists were being paid by the politicians to write favorable pieces. You know, I mean, I mean that means if I pick up a newspaper, just like, it's nonsense. I can't trust anything. You know. I think the likes of your Tim Pools, your independent creators, news guys, those are the guys of the future, because, and I think the numbers are already showing it, that people are flocking that way. They're moving
Oh
away
yeah.
from the likes of CNN. And I was looking at some charts on the number of viewers that a lot of these shows have lost. A lot of these news shows have lost on
Trump.
since November or something, since the
Yep.
election or something. Yeah.
Yep.
And it was just, yeah, it's wow. Like, some of them lost like 30-40% of their viewers.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Well, you
Yeah,
followed him. You heard him say, like, yeah, I'm the only reason you guys are still in business. Like,
yeah,
when I'm gone, you guys are not going to have anything to do.
yeah.
Yeah. Like, he kept them making money. So I
Trying.
hope they all go out of business. They all need to go out of business. Seriously.
Yeah, yeah. You need to defund. So, I follow
You
Tim
found the
Pool.
fake news.
You said defund the universities.
Yes.
There's a way.
Defund the universities.
From a libertarian point of view, that's actually a pretty woke thing to say, and I think he does sort of identify as what does he call himself? Left-leaning libertarian. So what's that? He's there. He's on the left, but a libertarian as well, which for me is like Narnia. That I don't know how that's sort of
Isn't it
well
like center left?
explainable. But
so are you talking about Brett Weinstein or
I'm
Eric
talking
Weinstein?
about Paul.
Tim Pool.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But I think what he says, his view on media as a whole is spot on. I think that as an industry, it's ripe for change. It needs change,
Yeah.
especially in the United States. And if it happens in the United States, it will give us the political capital to get it done in other places around the world. So
Right.
yeah, it needs to happen. The You should not have a situation um, where most people can't trust the sense making apparatus, as Psyche was saying. It's unreal. It's part of what fuels the divide in the United States, is that you guys are viewing the same country but with totally different opinions on what's happening. You
Yeah.
know, I would suggest that people on the right have a better handle of what's happening, what's actually happening. I think people on the left are just so far gone, they don't even know what up is from down. They don't even. Yeah.
Well, they're the most scared.
Oh, yeah.
So, when your emotions are high, your critical thinking's way low. So that's
Mm,
how they keep them not thinking. Just toy with
mm,
their emotions.
mm. I'd say that people on the right must be very wary of. This is just a warning as well, that they shouldn't presume that they're not prone to the same flaws that a lot of these people have.
They are.
Yeah, because I've seen quite a few of them follow the same sorts of trains of thought, and I think it would be naive to assume that they are like superior. What makes them superior is the fact that they don't, as it stands, they don't actually presume superiority. So the moment you start to think, yeah, the people on the left, they're just stupid, and all these things, learn from the flaws of your adversaries. That's what you've got to do. You don't underestimate the flaws. You don't think of yourself as automatically above them.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. One side thinks the other's stupid. The other
Yeah.
side thinks that one's evil.
Yeah, that
Like,
one's the worst.
yeah.
The ones that think that the other people are evil don't even think, like, benefit of the doubt is totally out the window with that. The
Right. Like
idea
they're
of forgiveness
people.
and repentance is totally out the window with that, and you see that with cancel culture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
When they're
steer
just stupidly evil.
I think the word is nescient, which is that you're culpably ignorant. You're culpably ignorant. That you are actually blameworthy for the kind of ignorance that you're perpetrating, essentially, because you're kind of doing it in bad faith. I mean, obviously, it can be slightly hard to prove to someone that they are acting in bad faith, because in some sense it doesn't need to be proven, because that's the whole point of the claim, that someone is acting in bad faith. It's more about extracting an admission from them, and in some sense they have lost their own plot to some extent, where there's no alternative to the ideological worldview, and it's so convenient because, again, like, you never have to be responsible for anything, ever again. You can always just scapegoat it on because there's only one true owner of the world. There's only one true actor, and everyone else is just sort of reacting in the waves of dissonance around it. And I mean, that's the whole thing, is that the whole thing is posited in white supremacy. That's their first assumption. Everything else follows from that, is that white supremacy is a fact, and it should not be so, and therefore and then they can hide in that basic dichotomy. They can reinvent and reinterpret and reimagine and then use all the convenient factoids and statistics that seem to lead and corroborate that weird sort of concatenation of symbolic transitionary. It's weird how it's always just these bundles of loosely associated. It's always guilt by association. It's not guilt by an actually thought out indictment that actually ever comports itself or conserves its own structure. This is why I guess the standards move so quickly, because the only thing that they know for sure is who is the perpetrator. Is the only thing that is the central claim, and the only thing that they can be sure about, and everything is made out of its shadow. But yeah, I guess
Their psychological sun. It's what they revolve around. It's everything. It hinges on that, Yeah.
And I mean, that's also, out of the shadow of that is how they build their own and construct their own identity as victims. And because if that is what they are fundamentally, is living in the shadow of this other thing, then they have to be able to ideologically project onto it. Otherwise, they can't relate to reality. They have no conduit into reality, and in some sense, they're addicted to relating to reality in this guaranteed and safe way, because they can never be wrong. If they make a mistake, they were set up to fail. It's like it's an ontological defect that they inherited from this prime perpetrator. And so external locus of control is just they are perpetual infants essentially, and as they disempower themselves, they say, oh, the dignity that we seem to not be able to feel about ourselves, because we feel like pretenders or something like that, that's because of the white supremacy, and it's just a circular tautological self-fulfilling prophecy.
Well, it's that what psychology calls imposter syndrome. It's that victim narrative, though. Psychology has been keeping track of the mental illness that's caused by this feminism.
Yeah.
Close tabs.
The way in which these people use this constant way of trying to, I don't know, like, how can I put this? The way in which they try to keep us locked into this system where everything is constantly about race and all of these other things that they're trying to get us to focus on, right? Is a distraction from what actually matters. It's distraction from the values that really, really, really matter. And if people could just get back to a point where they start looking at these the core values, the things that glue a country together, these are the sorts of things that you need to be focusing on, not these sideshows that people are putting up. And yeah, how am I supposed to? I don't think we'll ever get anywhere with people who are easily distracted by these things. And the way in which you described it, Psych, the way in which you described the psychology behind a lot of these things, to me, it in a word, it just sounds weak. It sounds weak. It sounds like weakness personified. It sounds like someone who's weak and who wants to remain weak because for some twisted reason, it benefits them to stay weak. I don't know if it's a matter of them not being willing to maybe they find the process of the transition from being weak to being strong too daunting. I don't know if it's incentives that make being weak profitable.
They're not.
But it just reeks of weakness.
They're not trained. They never had to. Obviously,
Mm.
They were allowed this victim narrative. They were allowed to abdicate responsibility.
Mm.
I tried to speculate that, look, naturally people do become organic, vulnerable narcissists in some sense. And sometimes it's a combination perhaps of things. I can only sort of speculate that, because you would think that people would grow out of this, in their juvenile years and with play partners. And in some sense, you could say that maybe Generation Y, the current teachers from Generation Y, perhaps, I'm just trying to, because the idea that there's always an authority to come and sort out the issue, that you can always sort of beseech some kind of authoritarian intervention, and bullying is always, like as long as you can essentially describe the other person as being a bully, and essentially that's a question of just being able to amplify your own negative affectation and response to something, essentially can make somebody else out to be a bully. And so sort of creating conflict resolution that is all just based on sort of superficial markers and things like that. I wonder how much of that has, I can only imagine the kind of the torture that some children have been put through, with feminist teachers that have actually used that moral schema to sort of to dictate, sort of solutions to inverted commas problems, and to divvy up a weird kind of social justice in a proto-fascistic, and create compliance and imprint on children that you can actually model and get away with this kind of Machiavellian social manipulation and sort of tactical misreporting, or like how you can basically report on a narrative in such a way so as to
it's conflict avoidance. It's conflict avoidance to the point where the children who needed to go through some exposure to conflict grow up to be people who just cannot cope with it. They cannot cope with conflict. They cannot cope with any sort of opposing view. To oppose their view is to there's this phrase that people use on Twitter that I've never liked, because they normally use it in terms of like jokes and things like that, when they'll say things like, "I feel attacked,"
Right.
And I'll say like, "Well, I mean, what?"
That's not attacked.
Yeah,
That's bullshit.
like another word that people have used to the point of like just rendering it useless is survivor. Like people call themselves survivors of things that have like, it's like your life wasn't at risk. You're not a survivor.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, that's psychology field. That's the mommies in the psychology field. That's like, I want to help the survivors, the not victims, or the victims of all this narcissistic abuse. Like, we do know it takes two to tango, right? There was this one conversation I had with B Boo, some gentleman I met on Facebook, and he said something that was just so profound. He's like, "Yeah, there's no victims, there's only volunteers," which is the majority of these fucking relationships. I mean, it's very rare that these women are actually survivors of like serious fucking crimes. Like they volunteered for these things. So, yeah. But they keep getting into these relationships.
I do just, I mean, the Sam Vaknin pointed this out when he was talking about these papers, that there's a big difference to saying I have been victimized and I am a victim.
Yep.
Like whereas the one is a sort of a constellated sense of reality that brings everything into, or it's like an infinitive, I guess. It's always happening. Sorry,
It's not just it's always happening. It's who you are.
Right.
It's an
It's
identity.
their identity, yeah. Their self identity.
Yeah. It's I am. Not that it's not that I am being. It is I am.
Or I was a.
It's not I am being, it's not I was, it's I am. You see? And that language, that incorporation of victimhood into your identity, it corrupts everything.
Or I'm
You-
a PhD.
Oh yes, that one as well, yeah. Oh yeah.
Like I'm a fucking piece of paper.
Exactly.
I just found my thread again. So I think that it is about the moral. I think that the way to grow up and develop essentially is to know that there is a kind of objective moral domain or something like that. That is this is philosophically quite complicated to get into, but essentially that there is a right and a wrong, and it isn't kind of relativistic, but you do have to subjectively kind of subject yourself to it and know that you can be right and be wrong or something like that, that you can't just always be right, that you can you can correct yourself and you can improve and grow and develop or something like that. But as soon as you allow yourself to be on the receiving, like it cuts both ways. And as soon as you allow yourself to contend with morality like that, then you can actually grow up and you can feel more confident about engaging. Sorry, because you were talking about like I can't remember exactly that depending on authority and depending on other people and essentially the kind of the arrested development. Sorry, I can't remember exactly how you phrased it, but almost holding yourself back, all those kinds of themes. But I just want to say that, like, how you actually step into having a real integrity is that you actually have to have skin in the game that you can lose. You have to have like a moral compunction which is capable of being a target on your back, and that's part of humility, essentially. That you are strong enough to burden moral responsibility. That it isn't just a claim that is made about, that isn't just projected outwards, or that similar claims can resolve themselves against you. And it's interesting because in some sense that although obviously blame is something and collective shame is something in identity politics, in some sense there's only one true perpetrator that everything else is in the shadow in, and everything else is a secondary commodity of making sure that blame is correctly apportioned and from that source. And when you don't see that there are other nodes of responsibility, I mean, essentially you have I do think that essentially means that whole dynamic, I think, is also the displacement of a God concept, of an authority over right and wrong or something like that, or over truth, that there is a single, truth that we are capable of sharing. I can't say that, that we can force people to agree with it, because I do think that in some sense you do have to be open to hearing it. But so anyway, this is strange because on a psychological level, there's nothing stopping you from just, becoming a pathologically, sort of dysfunctional being, which is why I think we need liberalism, because if we don't allow people to self-delude in some sense, there's no quick fix solution. You can't just kind of give people creature comforts and expect society to conserve itself. You have to have, human beings are such a thing where we can't just try to maximize having a high trust society. We need to actually have integrity at every step procedurally, and which is, I do think, is in the South African Constitution. But anyway, so, going around in circles a little bit.
Yeah, but I get where you come from, and it yeah, I think fundamentally we need an awakening in both the United States and South Africa. In the United States, you need the awakening of the majority towards the tyranny of the minority. In South Africa, we need a moral awakening, and I think in both contexts,
right?
In our case, of the majority, and in both contexts, you need leadership, and that falls on, in most cases, men.
Yes.
Men need to start being men again. Men need to start leading again. Men need to start being strong again. Now, does that mean you should oust capable, competent women? No. That means that you should, in your own capacity, in your own realm, or as my mother would say, in your own kingdom, right? You should lead, and the most of the problems that we're seeing are a result of men ceding that, choosing to shirk their leadership responsibility, and we need to get back to that. We can't have a situation where we're led by people who just bow to everyone else. We can't have a situation where we're led by people whose framework, whose worldview changes depending on who is the victim or the perpetrator of whatever situation is being talked about. We need consistency. We need order. We need leadership.
Yes.
I think that's what the world is crying out for. I think that's what you saw in the rise of people like Jordan Peterson. It was a clear indication of the demand for that sort of force. And I think as men, it's on us to do our bit to help out in that entire movement of trying to get men to be men again.
I mean, the theme of what you're saying, I think, is sort of consilience in having having a story that makes sense, that's cogent, and we need people to sort of to espouse that and to try to, so that people can sense make and sort of be anchored in some sense, and perhaps have a platform of some sort of foundation that they won't get swept away by the agents of chaos, I guess, in some sense. But I must say, I would really just point out again, I mean, the Duran is really an amazing news thing. I mean, in South Africa, there's obviously the Free Market Foundation, and Big Daddy Liberty is quite an important personality in the Institute of Race Relations, and I mean, there are a lot of sadly, I mean, whenever I look at the numbers, sadly, I wish that they would be more popular, or at least that there would be people that disagree with them would try to mount a real engagement and a real sort of adversarial ideological discussion or something like that. I don't know if Big Daddy Liberty has been able to have any sort of. I mean, he's tried. He said that he wants a lot of people from different perspectives to be on his. He's had these big discussions, but I haven't seen any people on the left on them. So that'll be very interesting if they can actually.
Coward.
But anyway, sorry. This has been going on for quite some time. But
I know, almost 9 hours. I really appreciate you guys. It sounded like Emmanuel said he was gonna stand up and cause an uprising in Africa. So perhaps he'll be joining you in your pursuit.
I mean, I recently became a member of the opposition party. I mean, I was never a member of them before, and after they took such a hard line against identity politics, and as far as I can see, that they're the only ones who have explicitly now made an anti-identity politics position, and that's at least progress. I mean, in some sense, that's not even happening in America. Even the Republicans have not made that. Have not reached that point. I mean, there are Republicans that I would say break rank, and that I mean, what's his name? The Mormon. Sorry, what's his name?
Mormon.
I don't know.
Just name all the very big Republicans. Not Ted Cruz.
Dan Crenshaw.
No. Not the good ones, but just the big ones. There's another name that's very close to the top.
Lindsey Graham.
Sorry?
Lindsey Graham's not. It's not Mormon.
No. He was almost the candidate. He's always in the run for the Republican candidate. He was on the candidate stage. And he's got like a chiseled jaw. Just name all the big candidates. I can't believe I've forgotten his name.
Marco Rubio. Let me see. Yeah, it's not him. Who else? Is it Marco Rubio? Who else? Yeah, I'm forgetting.
I'm sorry. This is going to bug me too much, but but he marched with Black Lives Matter. He was like the Republican that marched with Black Lives Matter.
Oh, what's his name? The guy who was a runner-up in against Obama. Is that who you're talking about? What's his name again? The guy who lost to Obama in his second election, second term.
Was he really the candidate? I don't think Romney? He was. Yes, Romney. Was he really the candidate against Obama? I didn't.
I think so. If I'm not correct. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, okay, Romney. What was I about to say about Romney? Yeah, he plays fast and loose, and he's on board with the identity politics. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't make that. At least Ted Cruz. The evolution of Ted Cruz is very impressive. It's very like you think that that there's hope. That there's actually hope for the Republican Party.
Yes.
The only thing that I'm disappointed with him in is when he apologized for the whole thing of him going on the trip. You never apologize to the mob, ever.
Yeah.
I didn't follow Ted Cruz apologized for something.
Yeah, Ted Cruz. This was in light of the whole storm thing that put Texas in like basically they were like in South Africa for a couple of days, and
My power was out for 5 days. We had random times where it was like an hour, maybe 45 minutes.
yeah, here it's like a thing. It's like that's like everyday life. Everyone has a generator. Well, most if you have the means, you get a generator. You or people are on solar and all sorts of things. It's a mess.
Mm.
I'm afraid to admit this, but like when the power goes out, my computer and my internet both stay on magically because I've got batteries and inverters. Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't have heat or power for 5 days, and it was freezing. There was actually there was a kid like 20 miles away that like died.
What?
It's cold. Yeah, it got I think 8 degrees or something.
You never know. Why don't
That's
they just
Fahrenheit,
have?
right?
Why don't they just have the power lines in the ground though? Like, why are they above ground? I guess just some history.
Yeah, the new ones they're putting underground. I think.
Oh.
I don't know.
So is that because you get your power from another state, or is it just that the power lines went down inside the state? Sorry, I didn't
Well,
even follow.
we had wind turbines that froze.
Oh, wow.
Oh
Yeah,
yes, yes, yes.
our green energy, solar panels and wind turbines, like because it snowed. It was like an unprecedented winter storm.
Mm.
Yeah, so our green energy was like totally shit the bed, failed. So
I was going to complain about the environmentalists that want to sort of. How can you be an environmentalist and not be for nuclear power? You know, it's just absolutely insane.
Yep.
But
right.
I just want to say that I do think pollution is a problem. Like I do think that, and it's to me, it's a shame that people are diverted by talking about carbon dioxide as if that is a pollutant, and we're not caring about the seas. And you know that is something that could
Yes.
have a global effect and stuff like that. But anyway,
Hey, you know what else is polluting the seas now? The masks.
Right, but they cut down on the straws. So does that balance out or no?
Uh,
I
nope.
didn't even give my COVID speech. I have this whole speech about how COVID is essentially. I mean, because we
Go.
have this is a complete social experiment. We have never gotten rid of an influenza before. Like trying to get rid of COVID vaccine. Like first of all, we're going to force it to mutate while we fight with a vaccine. I mean, things that Australia has done is so irresponsible. They actually had such a successful lockdown that they don't have the virus anymore, which means they will never be able to rejoin the world because it is literally impossible for the rest of the world to replicate what they have done. If America did the same thing, then they would be in the same boat. They would never be able to reopen their borders, essentially.
Right.
And so, like, you know, it's going to continue to mutate. The rest of the world is not going to be able to eradicate it because that was never on the cards. You can't eradicate these sorts of things in all these different countries, with all these different states of you know being able to observe these lofty provisions. And I mean, it's just also what would we even achieve if we did? Influenza is something that is good for our species as a whole. I mean, if you don't have something that kills immunocompromised, this is public health. Public health is not the same thing as personal health. Like you're in it for the species, you're in it for the numbers. If you remove something that removes immunocompromised people, from the population, then you're going to keep immunocompromised people alive to incubate other viruses. I mean, we're going to have, and with these kinds of lockdowns as well, with separating populations, we're going to have deadly influenzas again. Because I mean, ever since air travel, we have never had a serious flu. This is not a serious flu. This is not a deadly flu. Deadly flus kill children at the same rate that they kill the elderly. This does not kill children at all. This is not a deadly flu. We used to have deadly flus. We don't have them anymore because of all of this exposure, and essentially, it used to be that people used to come over on ships, and they used to be exposed to pathogens that population center had no resilience to. And so now that we're undoing all of this, so that we can rely on big pharma to create vaccines, that we've never made a vaccine for a COVID virus before. So we have no idea what's going to come of this. But somehow it's an experiment that's worth having because it was demanded by the mob or something. It was demanded
The mommies.
and we are making it worse. I mean, it's already mutated because of the lockdown. I don't think you can actually get around that. I mean, life finds a way. You impose a condition, and it's going to get around that.
Yep.
The thing is, most of the people you're talking about don't think systematically the way you do. They think in how do I react to this? That's basically the framework. And until you have people who think systematically, people who can actually see the bigger picture and simultaneously understand everything at the forest, at the tree level, at the individual level, you won't have any competent response to anything, really. Everything will just be a matter of
But that's the adults.
That's what adults do.
Right?
That's what adults do.
That's what adults do.
Yeah, well, we need more. We need adults to start talking now. We need adults to start.
They do talk. They do talk, but nobody listens to them. Strangely. I mean, I've been listening to the adults my entire adult life, but it doesn't seem like the rest of society that is in power and makes the decisions, they don't seem to listen to them. That's why I'm confused.
Yeah.
I think because they're way too fucking nice. That's my theory. They don't the people that aren't listening to them don't have a healthy fucking fear that if they don't, things might go terribly wrong for them. That's the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, that applies to a lot more than what you think. That entire the way in which you spelled that out. I think quite a lot of people have lost a rational amount of fear for certain parts of society, and I would say I don't want to say reverence, respect. I'd say appreciation. And I think without these two, you have people who, one, are bratty, and two, are allowed to be bratty and allow themselves to be bratty because they don't even have an inkling of what consequences are.
Yeah. Women mostly.
And feminized men. That's what I have to interact with a lot of the time. It's feminine men, and the reason I can say that is because I was one. So in many ways I sympathize, but I also it's like it's like looking into a mirror, except this reminds you of your past self, And it's like glaring at me that these people they just need to be. We need to bring consequences closer to the actions now. I think there's two. The two are too. They're separated.
Yes.
By
Perhaps ideology. Did you cut out? Emmanuel?
Emmanuel. Maybe his phone died.
On his phone.
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea.
Might be a super lag.
Yeah. But he's right. The only consequences these crazy people have is that they don't really have any friends, true friends. And like the women, the spoiled bitchy women, the feminists, they're gonna die alone. But it's like those consequences are so fucking out there that it's unreal. Like they're not really learning anything from these things.
just trying to put that in my own language. What Emmanuel was saying.
Yeah.
I mean, just a lack of sense of self and sort of self awareness in some sense, in some greater context.
So the subconscious, the things that they do subconsciously, it hasn't been brought to conscious because society hasn't told them that what they've been doing has been severely inappropriate.
I mean, I do think that in some sense, governments being able to use this ideology and this racial, sort of that's infused into the law, because usually I think that like law and justice represents authority, it represents order, and it represents the mirror in which you can see yourself reflected in some sort of greater paradigm beyond yourself. And as soon as that became a kind of ideological contest, as soon as that became like a kind of a subversive inception into a narrative that you just you get wrapped up, you kind of get raptured into or something like that, because that's their paradigm. I do think that this is how fascism even makes you have a kind of arrested development. You can never grow up in Nazi Germany. You always are sort of this kind of, you're taken care of by this ideological sort of guardian class or something like that, which is looking after the group interest, which you are just a member of. And so you just kind of become part of this hive entity. It was almost like an insect view of humanity in some sense, where you're just, which itself, I mean, I do actually believe that the Nazis did have plans to cull their own population, like at some point later, because the SS, they were considered to be the true believers and the true sort of, anyway, I mean, this sounds a bit like a conspiracy, I guess, but they were supposed to be plans on the books, and this is, in some sense, because you always need something you need some way of progress. You need some way of doing better and having some kind of vision or plan. And so, I mean, you can't be static, otherwise you're dead. You have to see how you're moving towards something that's greater. And so, if you are in a purity spiral, how else do you
This pseudoscience is really good. The pseudoscientist is really he's also a history buff.
I'm just trying to work out what I mean, because I mean there are huge parallels between the kind of the Nazi narrative and the sort of and the Russian one, but it's in some sense I do think that identity politics is much more like fascism than it is than Soviet style ideology. Although in practice it functions quite the same way, but in some sense you can be educated into the Soviet sort of program, whereas the identity thing is that it's something that you're born in. I mean, I guess in the same sense you're also born into class conflict, I guess, in the Leninist sort of.
The feminists use all these tools, which they learned at the university.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they're even somewhat even tools. They're just elements to confuse and
Yep.
And to make people prone to like needing essentially that this is the only conduit to liberation. Like this is the only way that you can make progress. This is the only metric that we actually get anywhere. And it's safe and guaranteed, because as soon as you're on that track, you never have to leave it. You just have to continue doubling down and never stop.
Yes.
Sorry, you got interrupted, Emmanuel.
Yeah, I kind of lost track of where I was because I was trying to sort this thing out. The internet just went off for like a second. What was I saying?
I'm gonna make a coffee.
I can't remember. Well, just go on with what you guys were saying. I'll just catch up.
I was kind of segueing from what you were saying, but I must say I've also blanked because I did suggest when you stopped talking. I suggested a word. I can't even remember the word that I suggested. I'm getting tired myself, I guess.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Can you
Let's see if
think
we
what it
can.
was maybe slightly about?
What was I saying?
Oh, Emmanuel was telling us about his political, his new political plans.
Oh,
I know that
for
you're talking
yeah.
that you used to be feminized, and then you broke away
Oh
from that,
yes,
and you're
that's what I
talking
was
about
saying.
consequences, about how people need to be
Yes, that's what I was
more
saying.
familiar with the consequences of things.
Yes.
Yeah, I was saying that there's in you'll find that in economics, whenever there's uh, 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 let me say, because consequences like positive and negative, still consequences, and we call them ramifications. Um, whenever there's a separation between the consequences and the cause of said consequences, there's that screams of some sort of inefficiency. You see, because what you want is to have the consequences of actions be as close as they can be to those actions, so that you don't start to have the perverse incentives that come about as a result of my actions only being paid for years down the line. So decisions I make today, I may not even have to ever see the consequences thereof. So the sort of things that I will choose to do are very different from what. You still there?
Yes.
Uh, yeah, I was just saying it will be very different from what a person whose decisions let me just get my word order correct again. It'll be very different from a situation in which a person's decisions have immediate impact and the consequences are felt immediately. The way in which those two act are very different. It's the same can be said with regards to land, for example. If you have a situation where the let me say, for example, where you have land tenure versus ownership, right? When you're renting the land versus when you're owning it, the incentives are different. The consequences of tenure are fundamentally different from those of of, of, of ownership. And you need to have an alignment of consequences and actions so that you can get society working the right way. I think that's where all of this fat is. It's in that. It's in the fact that you have a government protecting people from consequences. You have overbearing mothers protecting children from consequences. And natural what you call them. They're essentially stunting the growth of children by not letting them go through certain milestones. And that's why we have all of these super tall children, you know? Yeah, that's basically what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's just when there is such a big mandate for government assistance and things like that, then
Mm.
anyway, this is the kind of the moral conundrum that gets created, where essentially the government, uh, unless it's very intelligent about how it develops and supports, it ends up just basically creating dependency and more sort of disempowering reliance. But essentially, it does come, because there's no political will to actually risk political capital and actually make projects which aren't just kind of lowest common denominator projects, but actually are trying to do something extra, or trying to, in some sense, make their own policy obsolete, by finishing itself, by actually having a policy that runs its course, and it actually stops because it's succeeded at what it does, sort of halfway houses or something like that. Halfway houses that actually rehabilitate people's lives and empower them. So, I mean, is a metaphor, but I mean, I do think that that's the level at which a policy should be considered successful, is that policy that actually comes to an end, that it actually has a start, a middle, and an end, and it actually gets reviewed.
Are you seeing what pseudoscientists is saying about NGOs at the UN? I think I'd like to hear from you from an African perspective on that, because a lot of this stuff hits us. I don't think the United States gets any assistance from the UN, does it? I doubt it.
Assistance?
Yeah, I don't think in any significant way.
Yeah, no.
I'd say, if I could just chime in on that, NGOs are good, provided they do what they need to do in a sustainable way. Once it starts to become like a business of doing this stuff, then it's sort of like, again, you get into that situation where you have perverse incentives. When you keep the population dependent because you need to have them dependent for your entire business to stay relevant.
Gotcha.
It's the whole thing. What's the parable? Parable of teaching the man how to fish, feeding him. Yeah, that whole thing.
I just want to give a tangible example. I mean, I don't know if pseudoscientists was pointing this out or something, but I mean, there's been a lot of African food aid which has been incredibly destructive to the agricultural sector in Africa, because what you do is you undercut local farmers, essentially. But when you go to a place and you give food for free, when there isn't actually a famine or something like that, you basically displace the development of a capacity to grow food. And that is what has constantly happened and been, aid for Africa has been so bad, because, you go in there and you displace the functioning of actual markets, and you make them it's almost like dumping, I mean, like actual countries. Yeah. I mean, it's exactly like yeah, and it does keep Africa undeveloped to a large extent. And all you would have to do is do something different to that, which is that you help people set up businesses. And obviously, the biggest problem that Africa's had is just the kind of that there's just so much sort of theft and corruption and institutional weakness that, when you try to build capacity, it just doesn't conserve itself, because it kind of gets blown apart by the environmental, sort of lack of integrity in some sense. When you have civil wars and when you can't get things off the ground. I mean, this is why Christianity in Africa is often, is part of often every place that starts having some kind of functionality is, usually around some kind of moral, because, if you don't disengage from tribalism, if you don't sort of get into a worldview that's capable of having a functioning, sort of state and a civic nationalism, you don't have the requisite cultural facilities to have a high functioning society. And this has been the problem, because there was a big push in decolonization, for independence and things like that, and all these revolutionary governments were essentially just mafia outfits. And I mean, I guess it didn't help that they still had lots of ties with a lot of the sort of French geopolitical power in Africa has been very toxic and poisonous. But French politics has always been characterized by corruption. I mean, French politics has always been fundamentally. I mean, that's. I link that to my complaint about the Napoleonic corruption and things like that. I mean, I have a very poor opinion on continental Europe, although there are. I mean, Europe is where a lot of the good NGO money comes from, by the way. I mean, so it's not as if that there aren't, sort of well-meaning people there, but I do worry about the sustainability of the consciousness in those countries. But I mean, this is an esoteric point that I'm somewhat making. I mean, there are very few pockets in the world that I think have, at least are on the right track towards being able to develop a functioning civilization. And it just so happens that in South Africa, the people who control politics inherited a brand which they have been able to take to the bank and hollow out for all it's worth. And, unless people can disassociate from the brand. I mean, so Cope was a whole lot of ANC politicians that effectively left the party to try to make us a more a more multi-party democracy, a democracy that actually had, not just this monolith of the ANC, which still inherits this historical idea that it's the party of liberation. It's the party that we owe the democratic revolution to. And I mean, it's definitely not deserved to be called the ANC. I mean, it bears almost no resemblance to the ANC. I mean, non-racialism was part of its founding ideology. And it's been effectively replaced. But anyway, I mean, I guess things change, and if the electorate is not capable of caring about sustaining democratic values, it's just. I mean, in some sense, it is a bit sad that the legal system was not more capable of defending the democratic revolution, and I do consider that to be a high crime. I mean, in some sense, you can't call it. It's not a crime against international law, although I do think some of the slide into. I do think calling these people war criminals in the making is not an incorrect assessment. But it is against the municipal law, the actual law, and to reconvene a real constitutional court, I would like to try all these people. I mean, if I was the public protector, I wouldn't know where to begin, and there would be so much work to do. But I mean, there would be lots of people locked up and fined, and there would be lots of limitations put on academic institutions. And in some sense, I just want to make a historical point. I am very sympathetic for what Pinochet did in Chile, and it's not right exactly what Pinochet did. The kinds of human rights abuses and things like that. But I'm very sympathetic. I'm also sympathetic to the McCarthyist era in America, where you had to create the Senate committee, I guess, or congressional committee, I'm not sure which, for investigating anti-American activities and things like that. That was pragmatically necessary in order to safeguard the institutional integrity from infiltration, essentially, and from the slide into fascistic politics. Obviously, I think that doesn't even work within the American legal structure. It's slightly it's slightly illegal in some sense, because you're not allowed to put a foot into the democratic evolution of the country, because in some sense, the ballot box is almost the only sacred institution in America. I would think that you must be able to have to vote in your legislature because they make the law. Again, I don't agree with some of that structure. Again, but so I'm deeply sympathetic with having to sort of have some protection against essentially the liberal intolerance paradox, essentially, that you have to be intolerant of some things. South Africa actually has the legal apparatus to be intolerant of disgusting fascistic, anti-liberal values, people that espouse, clearly anti-liberal values and want to do so with public institutions and public power. You cannot do it through public organs. It's not possible, because the Supreme Constitution does not allow it. Even private individuals, arguably, have to, so So there are some, I would say that if you are circumspect about keeping these views private, that you can't have people go up to you and say you believe the wrong things, we're going to cart you off to the gulag or something like that. But there is propaganda for. I do think that there is something to be said about saying that propaganda for anti-democratic, sort of transitioning or something like that, which is basically, the word is insurrection. That's what insurrection really is. That is illegal. Especially, I would say that, strictly speaking, insurrection is not unconstitutional, but insurrection against the constitutional order is unconstitutional and should be illegal and should be, in some sense, criminally pursued, and charges should be brought. And all these people are, I mean, I've labeled them as war criminals essentially, but they are certainly in contravention of the mandates and the obligations and the duties of the Constitution, and they have betrayed the Constitution, and they are at least liable for constitutional damages. And I mean, I'm open to there being another sort of Truth and Reconciliation Commission and another sort of reset point or something like that to try to, I mean, in some sense, the original crime in South African politics was that we didn't have a long enough government of national unity. We only had a government of national unity for 2 years, and they were going to extend it. We should have extended it, but they didn't want to, because they wanted to get right into the project of building a racialist consciousness and start the looting in some sense. And I mean, it would have been much better for everyone if we had a longer, just to build capacity, just so that people could learn the job, because you had these people who have never been involved in politics, and they were shadowing, they were being integrated into the government, but they didn't have enough time to learn their job. And just that precious time that was wasted because people were inefficient and they had no idea what they were doing. And essentially, they end up. You end up with the bloated departments, and then the corruption started to set in as well. I mean, we had that 2 years of government of national unity was very, very clean. It operated very, very well, at least relative to what happened afterwards. And it's really sad, or at least how that transition happened, because it happened for the reason of racial pride. They were like, no, we need to take power, because otherwise people would have said that we didn't have the capacity to take power, instead of being honest that they didn't have the capacity.
Yeah,
and
it was a bit of a internal, like, I guess, let me say, pursuit of power. I just want to go back to what pseudoscientist was saying about NGOs. He said that, I said ban NGOs. So yeah. I don't know about banning them, but certainly they need to be looked into. I think beyond all the good that I think when people just presume that something is automatically good, that's room for someone to do something bad, and in many ways, what they do is no different from what the welfare state does in the United States. It's just the welfare state across countries. You see, so a lot of the money is certainly, if it's sent as cash, it certainly lands in the pockets of politicians. If it's sent as food, it's pretty much similar things happen in that case as well. So you are infantilizing some of these emerging economies, and at some point, you need to teach them how to make food for themselves, how to fend for themselves, how to be adults, be proper countries. They can't just be emerging forever. They can't be forever claiming reparations or whatever. At some point, you need to draw a line and say, okay, that's the limiting principle, And it's not just like, I'm sure this works for anyone who's out there trying to be racist, saying, yeah, I agree with that. But I'm not coming from that angle. I'm actually coming from the angle of trying to make countries independent, not say independent, self-sufficient. We can't have Africa needing food aid 100 years from now. At this point, I don't see it stopping. And we need to have ways around that. Sure, there are parts of Africa that have like extreme climates and things like that, prone to having famines and things like that. That's obviously, hectic. Even then, you should find ways to plan around it. You know, uh, 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 um, we have NGOs have uh, 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 they have a lot to answer for. I think they have a lot to answer for. And I remember a few years back, what's this huge NGO from England that had like crazy conspiracy, crazy scandals coming out. Oxfam, I think that's called, of like people. Was it those guys who had basically they were raping kids in the countries that they're actually raping people in the countries that are actually going to work in. And it's all sorts of crazy things. Or was it like a sex for in exchange for some of the stuff that they were giving out as NGOs, some crazy stuff like that. And I'm not sure. Don't quote me on the Oxfam thing, but I'm pretty sure. I think I'm 60% correct. It's Oxfam. The point is
that sounds familiar. That was quite a
yeah,
while ago, I think, but yeah, that does sound familiar.
yeah, it's a while ago now. These NGOs need to be looked into. I think that's certainly a weakness of what people do on the right. Just free up everything, take away from taxes, reduce taxes, take that money, donate it to the NGOs. The NGOs aren't automatically good guys. You need to look into that as well. I think if you actually want to do true charity, you need to get up and do something yourself. You know, be
Uh,
that change. Yeah, that's what I think needs to happen.
I'm just warning y'all. If I don't end this in about 15 minutes, I'm not going to end it for about 2 more hours. So I will leave
Okay.
you all to discuss the things while I go be with my client.
That's all right. All right.
I really
Yeah,
appreciate you guys coming up here, though.
yeah, yeah.
Well, thank you for hosting.
Of
Yeah.
course. Yeah.
It's nice to meet Emmanuel. I mean, it's nice. So where are you located, by the way, Emmanuel?
Currently in Mpumalanga, but
Oh wow.
yeah, I'm actually from there, so yeah. It's very interesting. The whole thing that you said about the Western Cape and all that stuff. If I don't move back to the Western Cape, I'm hoping to leave and go elsewhere. Yeah, that's something I think everyone needs to consider. I appreciate your I'm gonna this is the hill I'm gonna die on sentiment, but I would I would I would suggest that you'd probably be have much more of an impact if you were to consider leaving and then maybe feeding back into the country somewhere, because minds like yours can't be lost to this nonsense that's happening in the I'm saying in the United States, South
Well,
Africa. You can't have yet another capable person stuck in South Africa doing nothing, being unemployed or otherwise, not used for the potential that they have to contribute to society. Yeah, so I would say strongly consider making moves to get out of here, man. This place, yeah.
I somehow don't think that President Biden is going to allow asylum status for people trying to escape social justice. But
well, I'll find y'all some ladies to marry. So
Oh boy.
I'll match you with some Texas women. I live in a college town, so that wouldn't be hard.
I think though they test the fidelity, the actual what's the word, the authenticity of like you have to know the name of the mother-in-law, and you have to know I'm sure the immigration is actually on the ball there, that it's not a marriage of convenience. Or I imagine that, but I guess I'm just guessing.
Doubtful. Usually it's the other way around. It would be very inconspicuous. Usually it's like mail order brides.
Oh, I see.
These would be mail order husbands.
Oh man. Yeah, that'd be crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Otherwise, thank you very much, good mother.
yeah. No, I'm glad we hashed out some things.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's very cool to hear from. It was very cool to hear that we, to have some of these parallels hashed out in a way that I think the best part of hearing from Psych was hearing from a legal psychological angle. I rarely hear people talk from that angle in South Africa.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was really interesting. Thank you very
I
much.
must have, oh yeah, yeah. I get a lot. I get even lost. I think in my because I keep on trying to make sure that I cite the right people, and because I mean there are people that talk about this in a very elaborated sense. Although my particular modeling of it, I have my own jargon and I have my own semantics, and even to get into that, I mean this is why I have 5-hour recordings on my YouTube channel, and it's
Right.
all often trying to
Yeah.
dissect the minutiae of what's going on inside of borderline personality disordered people's minds, and things like that, which is, well, that's my main focus is on individual psychology. And so the sociological parallel is really just a kind of, is a bit of an afterthought for me, which is, I mean, Jungians have always kind of dabbled into this, with their kind of, which I'm slightly critical of as well, because how they sort of leverage the collective unconscious and they talk about the collective shadow, I think is another way of just basically getting into kind of postmodern sort of semantic games in some sense, but and where they lose the plot in terms of the moral paradigm. But anyway, that's an esoteric issue which I mentioned recently in a weird recording. But anyway, that's what I'm good for, is mainly talking about deep dives in very weird things. But yeah, so trying to talk about a real world thing is very tough for me, and I get lost in my own sort of complex maze of how I've really modeled these issues. So I am slightly self conscious that it's always this kind of rambly way to obtuse, but also I misword things also. Like I'm often sort of questing to words, and I'm trying to get towards an intuition that's anyway, and being slightly this is anyway. I should have probably eaten something before being on here, but anyway, thank you very much.
You did great. Thank you. I really appreciate you setting your alarm and setting this time out. Like it was awesome. And
Awesome.
I think maybe what if the collective shadow is just the collective our society not checking the children of our society.
I mean, I have this whole problem with even talking about the collective unconscious, because in some sense that's like saying that there's a collective reality that is just real, and you can't know it, and in some sense that means that in order to hypothetically relate to it, you have to import language that you don't know. So it's all kind of, it means that you generalize everything, and so you end up debunking self-determinism and responsibility in some sense. In some sense, there's an objective reality behind the veil, and in some sense, that's what epistemological pluralism is all about: is that you can't arrive at the truth. Therefore, we have epistemological pluralism. So we can indulge in our relativism, and there's nothing better than that. There's no alternative to that. And talking about the collective unconscious, I've made a very poor argument here, basically allows you to play the same postmodernist game. I mean, Jung tried to make this point, but he had to invent the concept in order to have analytical psychology, which he tried to dress up as a science. And in some sense, it's actually it's a problematic concept. It is a toxic concept. But anyway, Didn't make that point quite clearly here, but anyway.
I thought it was great. Thank you. I will let you go so you can go eat.
Thank you.
Cheers. Cheers. Bye, Emmanuel.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.